All right, let's talk about advanced hair, everybody. Yes. You do not want to settle. Yes, they're the best. It's been a couple of years since I started sharing my advanced hair story with all of you. And some of you are still facing hair loss, and you sure figure that out. So don't settle with balding. You desire a full head of hair. Advanced hair makes the solution easy. It takes just one visit. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and it's all backed by the advanced hair guarantee. All of it. So it's no wonder why tens of thousands of people, including myself, have received the FUE treatment to advance their top-rated physician. It works for bald spots, receding hairlines, thinning hair, women, younger, older, men. Works for me. A full head of hair, a full head of hair doesn't only change the way you look. Makes you feel more confident, more proud where you're both and regrowing your hair where you were once balding. Absolutely life-changing. Schedule your free consultation right now while you're thinking about it. You can get $250 off and 250 free hairdress. Phone them up, 844-333-HAIR, and don't forget to ask about the Advanced Hair Guarantee. 844-333-HAIR or website advancedhair.com. Stop playing with us in KFI. Raining all night, could be heavy at times. Lows above 50 degrees, rough drive in today. Please be careful out there. Rain till about midday tomorrow, then cloudy, but it gets warmer for the next couple days after that. Mid-50s at beaches during the day, mid-60s, Metro LA, Orange County, get upper 60s in winter, valleys around 60 in the high desert. Partly cloudy, most of the same temperatures after that sort of weekend, is degrees warmer, like we said. And then a little warmer Saturday, might be the warmest day of the week, but not by much. KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorney. The Dow Jones up today, 336. NASDAQ goes up, 239. S&P up 65. The average price of regular gas in California down, 4.90 a gallon.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Things are slow in Ontario.
Let's say northbound, delays are up for 60. You're on the bridge ahead all the way to the 138. Get a little bit of an opening in the Cajon Pass heading into the turn, but then there was a break ahead. Coming out of the turn, as you roll through the 395, you've got that work done with the two left lanes off lanes in both directions, right around Oak Hill. Southbound phone also jamming up all the way from the Mesa Road out of area. We got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Troubles in Arcadia for the 210. 210 eastbound at Santa Anita. It looks like a found to the right shoulder, but I can tell you, it has to a brutal drive. It's loading up at the range full, and I'm with you, going on and off, 60 left, 60 roadways on the 10. And the 10's even worse. 10 eastbound, that brings up to Santa Monica. Looking at about 70 aggregate miles of going all the way through Redwood. So just a couple of good pockets. 60 days on the south, 60 eastbound from East LA into most of the way to the riverside. And they've reclosed Highway 18. That is shut down between Big Bear Dam and Snow Valley. Mike O'Brien, KFI on this side.
Another terrible drive is out of portion on the 91 eastbound, the way leaving the 110 freeway. You're on the bridge all the way to the 6215, but that 215 northbound continues to go all the way to 50 in San Bernardino. KFI in the sky. Hope to appear faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
This hour of KFI is brought to you by Sunlux Solar. Go solar today at sunlux.com.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Charged Personal Info, has anyone seen Social Security numbers?
Oh no. You said it's stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work with it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first deal with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Spring's going to be here soon, so start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Now pound 250 and say SolarMax or go to SolarMaxTech.com.
Well, again, available. Just go to CSOB and remind them to your voice. More stimulating talk.
And I want to radio station.
KFI AM is recording in the Conway Show. Mark Thompson is in the house. Everybody, thank you. Please continue. Thank you so much. All right, so that was a big story. Oh my God. 7 Orange County restaurants hit by burglars in 30 minutes? Wow. And David Blaine, your buddy, was injured in a Las Vegas show. Who's met David Blaine?
I haven't. I have a weird relationship with David Blaine, which we discuss later. I've never actually met.
Well, what's your relationship with him?
Well, I don't know if I can discuss this publicly or not. I was sort of being blindsided, but let me tell you. Okay. Well, first of all, tell people David Blaine is. David Blaine is an incredibly gifted magician. He's an illusionist, and he is brilliant also at doing these things associated with physical challenges, like, being in a, like sitting with you for 3 hours. Yeah, that is, this would be the warm-up to some of the better stuff. Being sitting in an ice tub for a certain length of time, or where, he did all of that stuff. You're putting himself in a trance and then staying like in a suspended bubble for 3 days. I forget all the stuff. It's very. Now, I kind of initially thought that was all magic, meaning illusion. But I think some of it really is in testing the limits of what he can do. With mind control. Yeah, right, exactly. So, I did the voiceover, I think narration, for a special which revealed how he does some of his tricks. Was he involved? No. He was involved in doing the tricks. He's not involved in revealing them. Oh, yeah. So I heard that at a meeting, he said something disparaging about me. Really? Even though I was just how long ago? Well, it's what you had to be now. 12 years ago, 10 years ago. All right, 12. So he might carry that 15 years ago. He might carry the hate with him this long. Because he's an extraordinary guy. So he might be able to carry hate longer than other people. Here's what I take away from the story. Okay. Over the last 10 years in radio, I've given you probably hundreds of emails, 50 to 100 texts. Buddies saying you're very good on the radio, the funniest guy on radio, he has his own show, I love to listen to San Francisco, and none of those have really stuck with you, like the David Blaine, I don't really care for this guy. That's not the deal. You're right. The negative stings me. But when you say David Blaine, you bring up your head. You ever met David Blaine? What am I supposed to say? I'll just pretend like I've got that story coming to mind. That's all. But he's a very talented dude, don't get me wrong. Yeah, but I think that David Blaine forgot that you did the voiceover for his section. You did mention me by name, though. Oh, okay. Well, you're probably right. Elio, can we book David Blaine on? Sure.
Already on it.
Okay. Probably for a Tuesday. No, I mean, the first 10 minutes I was stuck up to him big time. It was more than make up for it. All right. Well, anyway, so he was injured though in something. So yeah, we'll get there later. Okay. His injury. And as he got injured, he was yelling F. Thompson, but they think it's his agent. Oh, good. Let's leave it with Larry Thompson. I see. So. I'm not thinking about it, so yeah. I don't know. All right, pouring rain. Mark, we cannot do the show with an ex-weatherman and not ask you about the weather. Yeah. Right? Well, I mean, look, if we had, like, let's say there was a big fire. Yeah. Remember the valley, the hills were on fire like 2 years ago. Sure. And every Tuesday, the LA Fire Department chief came on with us for 3 hours. We could not ask him about that fire. Yeah. So, what's going on? So, it's really, really wet. And when I say that, of course, it's raining, Mark, but I mean the juiciness of the system, the way that the air mass is being fed by that subtropical moisture cap, the fancy 2023 way to say it is an atmospheric river, right? We used to say Pineapple Express. Whatever the point is, it's got a subtropical cap, that's warm air. Warm air has the capacity to hold more water than cold air. So you're getting this extremely rich precipitation flow moving into Southern California. So that means the kinds of sustained rains we're seeing right now will produce flooding, will produce mudslides, almost inevitably. That's why there are all these warnings, the watches up, and this continues for a while. And then through the day tomorrow, from what I'm seeing, we go showery, and then we get a little bit of a break. This is a real blast. It'll kind of be blasting more or less until after Wednesday. Now, I want to mention one other thing, and that's what is going on in the mountains. Because this is a warm weather push, the snow level is rising. So you're not seeing tremendous amounts of snow, but you are seeing tremendous amounts of rain. Some snowing at the highest elevations, but that can create flooding problems of its own and roof collapses and this kind of thing. So issues that occur in the mountains, they change a little bit from what we were seeing with the snow inundation a couple of weeks ago, but they change, but they're still leaving people in a very, very tough spot.
I heard that because there's so much snow in the San Bernardino Mountains, if they get 4 inches of rain, it's like 8 inches because of how much snow will melt.
Right, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Right, but the snow melt and the dynamics of snow melt is a whole science in itself. I mean, it really is. I think you're looking at some real potential for some flash flooding and for flooding issues in the mountains and the foothills.
Can I read an email real quick?
Please.
Here's Tim and Mark. I'm driving around the valley listening to you two, and Mark talking about the weather is better than any person on television here in Los Angeles. I was completely wrong with him. Love David Blaine. Isn't that wild? Isn't that a wild email?
That's wild.
That's crazy, right?
That's the power of KFI, I guess so.
Yeah. All right, very good. We're live on KFI AM 640. More now Trojan, KFI 24 News. The City Council designated a neighborhood in Hollywood Hills as the Hollywood Heights. That area is around the Hollywood Bowl, Highland Avenue, Outpost Estates, and Franklin Avenue. U.S. officials say a Russian fighter jet has hit a U.S. surveillance drone in international waters, forcing it down into the water. Russia says it couldn't fire or hit the drone. And Vermont has agreed to allow a woman from Connecticut to be the first out-of-stater to take her own life. I mean, when Oregon currently allows non-residents to die by medically assisted suicide. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. It is so in Disneyland land.
We're looking at the 57 freeway. This is making your way northbound, leaving Capella. The way is taking you to the 91. You'll have a nice little opening in place to Wayne DeBray. On the bridge through Imperial Highway, it stretches all the way into San Dimas. We got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
North-south side of the 5, loading up the Irvine there, just past the 133. What's the best to be heading up to the Harbor Boulevard Disney Way there, quickly? North-south side of the 405. We'll plug it through Irvine, but by the time you get Bristol, much tougher. As a matter of fact, that stays stuff all the way to Long Beach to the city of vehicle fire around Orange. Southbound side of the 405, oh, mess. Loading up out of the stuff all over the path, and that stays go all the way to Long Beach. Michael Ryan, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I mean, come on, tune in.
This is Michael Jr. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network. Presented by
Austin Eckler was granted permission by the Chargers to speak with other teams about a possible trade. The Lakers hope to stop their 3-game slide versus the Pelicans on the road. Jonas Corposalo is the team's probable netminder for tonight versus the Islanders. And another big move in the NFL today as the New York Giants acquired former Pro Bowl tight end Darren Waller from the Raiders in exchange for a third-round pick. I'm Frank Allen.
Hey everyone, it's Michael Jr. introducing my new podcast, Gojo, tackling sports, pop culture, and whatever else you can think. Download and listen to the newest episodes from my show, Gojo, the podcast with DraftKings, releasing daily, Monday through Friday, wherever you get your podcast. This report is sponsored by BlindShirt.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Since 2010, Blindster has sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters to satisfied customers across the country. With 20,000 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Custom blinds at low prices and free shipping. Blindster.com. Have you heard there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that doesn't require drugs or surgery or downtime? Kinetics has arrived with real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine. They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way. Kinetics is the nation's leader in these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body and put them in your aching joints. The goal is to restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way. Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available to anyone. Imagine being pain-free by this summer. Living life the way you used to. Walking, running, playing sports. If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only option. Call and learn more about the using regenerative medicine. QC Kinetics now in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN. Non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213-997-PAIN. When you want the best deal on the best meal, choose leggings 2 for $6. It's from Dave's Single. Spicy chicken sandwich, 10-piece crispy nuts, or a medium strawberry lemonade. They're anything for just $6. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. 2 for $6.
Join us this March to make March Matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Every time you drop by or attend an event at a participating partner, they'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org. The bills start coming in, and they don't stop. Medical bills, dental bills, car repairs, rent that's due. Funds people need, but don't have. As a nonprofit, AFLA has been helping people overcome financial challenges since 1904. We provide zero interest, no fee loans, so that emergencies don't mean financial ruin. Support our efforts and learn more at jfla.org. In need of a loan yourself? We're here for you at jfla.org.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com.
Pray.com's meditative prayer podcast is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. Each meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, sleep better, and more.
Close your eyes. Ask God to come and fellowship with you. Open yourself to the Holy Spirit.
Listen to meditative prayer on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know what, Lord? I mean, listen to you every night, and they take the trip to better person to get started. I really enjoy yourself. I'm kind of like beer. The first time you taste it, it may not taste great. You just feel like you're at least drunk at the end of the evening. Low Kelly. That's right. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Come with Mark Thompson. In the house. Come on, kids. Big news going on here. The storm is talking about that periodically throughout the day. Hope you don't get tired of that. I don't. It'll be late tonight into tomorrow morning. Kind of take it up. Also, California court ruled that Uber and Lyft, ride-hailing pays, will have that for you. That's a big deal. Yeah, it affects the entire country. And then SVB, Silicon Valley Bank, Silicon. Well, it's probably Silicon. Yeah, there's some Silicon being taken out. Silicon Bank collapsed, and the indicator was much fraud. Much broader set of problems. Now you saw the Justice Department's looking at that. Yeah, it gets to be a little bit tricky. But I mean, here's my problem with the Silicon Valley. Yeah. These poor people in Palestine, Ohio, Silicon, Ohio. Yeah, and the people in Detroit, just through the Flint, Michigan. And then these poor kids walking around, with this incredible debt from their student loans. And they go years and years and years without seeing anything. This Silicon Bank blows up on a Thursday, and they have billions of dollars by the Fed poured into it like Sunday night. That's a great point. And there's even a point within that point, because the people who had parked their money there, they were high-tech institutions, sort of, high-tech businesses that need to make payroll and all the rest. They were really well connected, and they were really well connected to social media. Yeah, they could begin to make such a big noise about how the entire banking system is threatened, etc., unless the government steps up. They were able to create a real anxiety on the part of government and on the part of the people, who are reached by all these different social media ways, Facebook, Twitter, etc. So they could blackmail them. In a way, I mean, it's like, if you guys don't take care of this. I was in touch with a couple of couple of friends of mine who are pretty big deals up there, CEOs, and they were all saying, the government's got to step in, the government's got to step in. I'm thinking, wow, dude, when you guys are reaping record profits, you're not asking the government to step in. Yeah, I'm glad you're on the same side of that issue that most people are. And also, there's a connection to the governor's wife. She's one of the, I think the president or the CEO of SVB is on the chairman of her charity. Yeah. It's way too close. Everything's all mocked up. And it's true of GOP, Democrats, they're all mocked up. But you know what? You can't, it's just another story of how wealthy people run the country. Well, that's what happens. People get sort of course, yeah. And meantime, as you say, other people who really do need relief, but don't have the political leverage, right, or economic leverage, they get to. But you know what? But that's how this country has been for tons of years. Sure. And you know what? It's incentive to work your ass off and be in with that crew. Yeah. Although, like Adam Carolla used to, he used to say when he was younger, and a Rolls Royce would drive by, Adam Carolla's dad would say, "Hey, you work hard enough, you can get one of those cars yourself." Now Rolls Royce drives by and people throw crap at it. You rich SOB, F you, and F your money, and they want to take it instead of work to get it. Yeah. I guess a bit. It's funny too because when you get to a certain level and you're buying Rolls Royces, most of the money you're making is money on the money. But it's really too. I don't remember who said this. I think Jay Leno told us this. I'm not sure it was the original thought of this. But he said the difference between having money in this country and not having money sort of ends at about $100,000 a year. Like if you earn $100,000 or more a year, and you can take care of your bills and pay for your car if it breaks down, pay for groceries, pay for your insurance, about $100,000. If you earn less than $100,000, you struggle with money. But everything over $100,000 is just sticking in the bank, and you have a number on your savings account. Leonard should update that number. Okay, let's say it's 150. Okay, and by the way, most of the people in the middle of the country, they love 100,000. No, I know, but they also don't have the kind of expenses that we have in Los Angeles and Southern California. Right, but I think that I would say 80% of the people in this country would love to make 100,000. Oh no, I get your point. Most don't make it, but they also don't have the kind of cost of living that we have here. That's right. Yeah. So hey, you told Jay. Tell Jay to update that number. Yeah, but have him update it only when I tell that story in LA or San Francisco. Keep that number the same when the podcast goes out. Come on the line with me, please. Okay, thank you. Wow. There we go. She is busy. I'll give her that. Yeah, she is. She's on. Where is I came in here and told me something. You want to play the audio, or you have? I can't find the audio. Yeah, that's what I brought up. Yeah, all right. All right, there's audio that I don't know. Embarrassing appearances. Mortifying mistakes. Oh my God. The baffling repetition. Astounding premises. The David Blaine special. Mind-blowing sleight of hand. Look, there's a job. Look, okay, let's get tight. Larry, let's not be obvious. The best part is no, because the title is what really will light my filter. All right, Mark, wait, hold on a sec. Mark's totally uncomfortable with his takedown saying this. And then it's like, oh, wait a minute. It's pretty good at this part. Let's crank it up. Not because it's good. No, not because it's good, because it makes the point sharply in the title. There we go. No secret to secret. The magician will be part of a protest stage. That's on Magic's biggest secret. Finally revealed. So you're happy so you're breaking a code, and so people, because I did the damn voiceover thing, I think that I broke the code. I didn't. I'm just a video guy. I just came in for the day. In your defense, if your agent called you to say you got that job, if you said no to that, your agent would have given it to somebody else. And then the next time your agent gets a VO job, you're like, well, Mark's a little difficult to work
quick. I'm going to give it to Steve. Sure. Sure. And then Steve's going to get the next one, and the next one, and the next one. You couldn't afford to say no. You didn't have that clout.
It's not the way. Yeah, it's not the way to be. You're good. You audition for it, so you should get it. You know, should it when it comes around.
You have to say yes. As a matter of fact, I remember Frank Capra, his son.
Oh yeah, Tom Capra. He's the news director at NBC and Fox 11.
Yes. And you know, he told me once. This comes from Frank Capra's son, Tom Capra. He said, show up on time and say yes when we ask you to do something, and you'll have a job here as long as you want. That's what you're doing. You said yes. When a guy called you, he made you work his ass off to get you that job.
Thank you, Chef.
And if you said no, he would have passed you up next time.
Thank you, Chef. Yeah,
That's how showbiz works.
right.
That's true. So for them to say you is humanized.
Thank you.
And those musicians should apologize to you in a very public way.
Like a special. Let's not push it. Oh, I see. They're gonna nothing special, and then I'll get the VO on. Yeah, for us. Yeah, all right. Sorry, I'll let you finish your thought.
It's a fake thing. All right, we're live on KFI covering the rain. We'll get back to more about the rain and where it's going, where it's been, and how wet it's going to go. We're live on KFI Common Thompson. We're not Kroger, KFI 24 News. Some people who live in the San Bernardino Mountains say they're upset roadways have been reopened to everyone. Many have complained on social media. This woman says they're still dealing with piles of snow and the storms aren't over.
There's not a lot of parking. Even on the people still park on the street when they're not supposed to. You still have some people that are still stuck at home. You still have some that are not parked.
Downtown the public, and they can't keep them closed. There's still some limited closures in places. The windows of 10 Teslas have been smashed in while they were parking a lot in Carson. The LA County Sheriff's Department says deputies responded to the car lot on Main Street this morning. Says it doesn't appear anything was stolen from the cars. No one's been arrested. Former Dodgers pitcher Trevor Bauer is said to be finally playing in Japan. ESPN says Bauer will sign a one-year contract with the Yokohama Dina Bay Stars of Nippon Professional Baseball. The Dodgers put him on administrative leave in 2021 when a woman accused him of assaulting her on 2 occasions when he met for sex. Now we'll argue the rough sex was consensual. Prosecutors didn't file charges, but Major League Baseball suspended him for the equivalent of 2 seasons for violating the league's sexual assault and domestic violence policies. Traffic has been piling up in Paris, France, as the strike by sanitation workers goes into its second night day. There's also the smell of rotten food from some of the rubbish bags and overflowing bins. The strike is overfilled to raise. And Australia's defense minister says the deal to buy nuclear-powered attack submarines from the U.S. is necessary to counter the biggest conventional military buildup in the region since World War II. This proposed deal will cost up to $225 billion over the next 3 decades and create 20,000 jobs. This comes as China is building up its own military. Australia's defense minister says the country made more than 60 calls to Rico and Wales for months before Monday's deal. So it even offers to treat China. Rain and cool temps tonight. Overnight lows above 50 degrees. Chance of rain tomorrow. It's about midday. Some clouds and a little bit warmer after that getting to the weekend. Right now in Michigan, 57, Huntington Beach, 58 degrees. Let's get out to Carbon Canyon.
This is along Highway 142 into Cotton Canyon with the fast eastbound, and it looks like it's coming right up on Sleepy Hollow just before St. Joseph. And I'm kind of low on details of this wreck, but I can tell you that there is over a 4-mile backup, and it's going to take you a good half hour just to make your way through these delays. And we've got Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
That's right, for the 605. 605 northbound, just about the 60. Looks like they cleared up lanes from that accident. I gotta tell you, it's also bumper from the 105, but it's catching some normal flow, and it's weather is definitely a factor now. You're starting to the 60 place here, just on the 605 northbound, right at the beginning of the freeway out of COT. Now, the southbound 605, pretty tough now, leaving the 10, most of the way, 3 to 5, and then a little more moderate speed into Cerrito. Now, over on the west side, southbound side of the 405, jamming up now, it's about Sunset Boulevard. It's over there. You're going to be on the brakes most of the way into Orange County, and then northbound side of the 405, they'll be out of Orange County from Irvine up to the Long Beach. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm in Martinez.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you've built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital, they have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are super good for what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
We're Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Losing your air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a bloody all-nightmare, and no one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdowns with a rejuvenation.
We'll make 6 critical adjustments to use less energy and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Well, air conditioning and plumbing. ReleaseCTL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to sell. License number 1047, 781. Live from the Hayes bedroom, another eventful night for the curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his heat pad. His wife Michelle is trying to engage the rain. Michelle throws an elbow. He's swinging for the couch. He could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. His tires of sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable rest will kiss with the click of a remote. With no mask and no home. Learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspired is not for everyone. Talking about the sleep is right for you and will be important safety information at InspiredSleep.com. That's all. Shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. One small trip for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Ralph.com. Ralph, start for everyone. Subscription required. See site to details.
Fresh fruit makes for a delicious fruit treat. 18-ounce containers of Simple Fruit organic blueberries for $4.99 at your cost. Ralph, fresh for everyone. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI AM 640.
And iHeart Radio Station.
More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. Conway Show. Mark Thompson is here. We have, obviously the rain is a big story. We're going to get to that. But we also have the SVP collapse. That's a big story. And then breaking news here. Orange County is poised to follow the feds and ban TikTok from county-owned devices. So that's another big story. If you work for the county, you can't have that TikTok on your phone. Not on your work phone. You can have it on your home phone, I guess. So yeah, you have your other phone. You carry your burner phone? Yeah, your burner phone. The one that's filled up with all the women that your wife doesn't know, all the Danish porn. Yeah, there you go. All right, we got this. This is a big story here. Obviously, the rain, the evacuation, it's a big deal going on out there. 2 to 4 inches of rain in the valley today, 3 to 6 inches in the mountains. Let's find out where the storm is going. We're near the Ventura Pier. The pier off in the distance, that was damaged during the storms earlier this year. The pier, some of that work may not have been done as this next major storm moves in here. We've been talking with a lot of people this morning here in Ventura who say they are just done with the rain. Yes, that's everybody. Yeah, everybody. You don't hear many people saying that thing like, oh my God, I just love it. It's so great to see rain. Those people have pretty much all changed their tune to it. I'm done with the rain. Ellie and I were 2 of those. We're the last of the great rain lovers. Yeah. And even Ellie was like, I can't take much more of this. Yeah. Done with the rain. Done with the rain. We found some people who are out and about with umbrellas handy. Others just making a dash for the store so they don't get soaking wet. And with more rain arriving here in the Southland, there is continued concern for dangers that come with these atmospheric river storms. And this is why the sandbags are out front of this building on Thompson Boulevard in Ventura. Mr. Christensen, but he's gone. In front of this building on Thompson Boulevard in Ventura. It's an area that flooded back in January, so they've covered the first floor with sandbags, hoping to keep the storm water house. But as Californians always say, we need the rain. But there's a lot of people have real reason to be concerned with this next big storm.
My concern are for the homeless people because they have nowhere to go, and where they do find, it's not in a safe area. I like the rain, we need the rain, but not when it's raining hard.
Okay.
I like the rain.
You like the rain.
We need the rain.
We need the rain, but
not when it's raining hard.
Rain rates have been about half an inch an hour. Wow. Now, but this is your first. So, they'll see a rain gauge. You watch, they're generally automated rain gauges now, of course, and they'll be clicking in at that half an inch, and I go, wow, but then it'll taper and it'll go showery. So that's not the same, but because of those pockets of half an inch, right, yeah, and or half an inch, that really builds the rainfall total, and it also builds the fear of flooding, of course. Yeah.
We definitely have the mountainside, and we live kind of by the burden area, so sometimes it's worrisome.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, so we're keeping an eye on the rain. Right now, I'm looking outside. It's raining in Burbank. Not bad. No, Tim, it's pretty bad. I just came in from out there. How dare you say it's not bad? It's very pouring. Yeah. Okay, all right. There you go. But again, it'll taper late tonight into tomorrow, and we should be in the clear after tomorrow, first part of the day. Okay, but that's what they're thinking. So tonight's going to be hectic. Tonight's going to be very wet. Essentially, yes. Okay. All right. So if tonight is wet, and again, they're calling for 2 to 4 inches in the valley and 3 to 6 inches up in the hills, and then tomorrow, so it's 100% chance of rain today, 80% tomorrow, and then Tuesday of next week, it's another 80% chance. So we got another potential atmospheric river coming in next week. Well, I don't know if it's atmospheric river or not, but I know that I'm looking at rain. I call everything an atmospheric. Yeah, I know. Sure. You're not alone. Everybody does. Yeah, nailed it. But this is the change in the season, Tim. I mean, I make this point in the context of the weather because typically, as you go from winter to spring, the severity and intensity of the weather systems actually gets a lot mellower. Oh, is that right? Yeah. I mean, these are transitional kind of weather systems. That said, this is not mellow. I mean, these are really serious weather systems with heavy-duty tropical components. So that's a lot of water. I was coming back from having lunch with 3 buddies of mine. 2 guys I've known since Billy Ray met with Daniel since 3rd grade. And one of my newer friends, Rabbi, I've known since 7th grade. Just getting to know him. And I was passing Laurel Canyon, and there were 900 fire engines there, cops, paramedics, the whole run. And so I slowed down to see what was going on, and it was the rapid water rescue crew, quick water rescue crew. And I guess somebody had fallen in. Or you leave out and offer your services. Yeah, they seem to be more equipped to do that than I was. And they well, I don't know this for sure. It looked like they had more knowledge of how to get that guy out. I was just trying to fight it. But that's what there were 2 guys, trying to get one guy out of the water, one gal, or one dog. Remember that happened? Oh, yeah. Near Cape Town? That was that dog guy. That was a real drama, actually, remember? Yeah, and the guy, it was on TV live, and nobody cut away from it. Everyone's watching it to see the dog he got out. And when the guy went to rescue the dog went to bite him. The dog was ornery. The dog was dead. Dogs are scared. Yes. Or just angry. That's possible as well. Some dogs just angry at them. Some dogs are like human beings. They're just pissed. Their whole life. I don't know what happened. I wouldn't read too much into it. We have a dog like that. Yeah, I know. Ernie, that's just always angry. Your comments are informed by your experience of your own dog. Yeah, he's angry when he wakes up, and he's angry when he goes to sleep. I wonder where he gets that. If you wake him up, he's I have no idea where he gets that. I have no idea, man, but that is an angry dog, man. Angry. All right, looks like a swift break here, and then we'll come back. We got tons more to get to today. So we'll if you stay tuned to KFI, we'll have all the news for today, including this crazy weather. And at 5 o'clock, Johnny Shaky Hands Hansen is going on with the Bomb Squad, which is a horrible nickname for a bomb squad lieutenant or captain, whatever he was. They must mean it ironically. Maybe it must be super steady hands, so they call him Shaky Hands. Possibly, that's possible. But that's not who you want in a partner, a guy named Shaky Hands in the bomb squad. That could be just a short run through your professional career. So you're going to go on at 5 o'clock, and he's up there in the mountains, so you can tell us firsthand what's going on. Oh, cool. Okay, so we'll get a firsthand account of what's happening at the mountains. Watching right now, there's flooding in Northern California as well. Look at that, man. Northern California. Yeah, they have a levee break there. Yeah, Pajaro. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Pajaro. That's why I never walked through the bill. That's where that is. Look at that. All right, we're live on KFI 840. Cameron Thompson, 1 hour closer, and KFI 24-hour news. Yeah, like he says, the man who shot and injured 3 officers last week in Lincoln Heights died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. The officers are all recovering. Ohio is suing Norfolk Southern over its train derailment last month to make their case for the cleanup and environmental damage. And government archaeologists in Greece are protesting the assault of a colleague responsible for the island of Mykonos for what they say is a mafia-style pressure to expand tourism for the area. Rain cool tonight, rain only till about midday mañana, then probably cloudy with a smidge warmer to the weekend. This report brought to you by Waterboy Whole House Filtration System. Things are slow. How about this?
We're looking at that southbound side of the 101, and that's where the drive is loading up away from Parkway Calabasas, and stretches all the way to the 170, 134 split, heavy out of the toll past traveling into Hollywood all the way to downtown LA. Out to Long Beach, it's Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Total clear on the 91 westbound approaching the 710. Looks like the lanes are clear, but heavy on Orange County starting at about Valley View, adding to a very tough drive on that 91 eastbound. Stand up to the beginning of the freeway there off the 110, and the first stretch heavy into Cerritos. Then again from the 57 pretty much all the way to the Riverside interchange. It's just a mess. It's still a mess. The 15 northbound is jammed now from the 60 out of Ontario up to about the 138. Get a gap up a little bit, and at the top of the hill, you're back on the brakes to roadwork at the 395 at the 2 left turn. South of the 395, you got the 2 left spot there, and that's almost back up to the 18. I go Brian, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Blue Hills on the 5 southbound. That drive is still moving away from El Toro Road as it continues all the way towards Oso Parkway. KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm in Martinez.
The Waterboy Whole House Filtration System brings fresh, clean water right to your tap. Call 1-800-WATERBOY now. Clean water for drinking, showering, cooking, laundry, and more. Call 1-800-WATERBOY. That's 1-800-WATERBOY. This report is sponsored by Duffy Power Services. Duffy Power Services is the leading supplier of emergency power supplies and backup generators for Southern California. Your business deserves more uptime and fewer power issues. With Duffy's help, your power will keep running smoothly. Go to DuffyPower.com. That's DuffyPower.com.
The podcast Let's Start a Coup wonders, what if a secret cabal of the nation's most powerful people tried to overthrow the president? Explore how it almost happened to FDR in the 1930s in this darkly comedic retelling of one of American history's weirdest scenes.
And for you, Major General Smedley Butler is nothing but every street is big. Why? Is it coming back?
Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. Experienced Ron Steve has been struggling with his feet and his wife Michelle is trying to improve the ratings. Michelle throws an elbow. Keep winging for the count. Steve could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspired to sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. With no mask and no home. John, learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspiring Cat for everyone. Talking after the sleep is right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com. At Ralph, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. One 12-6 progression, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Ralph.com. Ralph, fresh for everyone. It's the single price you'd like to begin.
Fresh fruit makes for a delicious fruit treat. 18-ounce containers of simple taste organic blueberries are $4.99 at your car. Ralph, fresh for everyone.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage.
I told you about how your nose is the body's care filter. Good Advisor's Power Special will help flush out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Josh, quote, after walking around my whole life being a mouth breather, I was excited to try Navage. I read the directions carefully, pressed the button, and oh my gosh, what a sensation. So much mucus, so much crud, but oh sweet, merciful air, I can finally breathe you through my nose. Never have I ever taken such an amazing breath in my life. This is a life changer, unquote. Each one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people can help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean up, healthy life. Hey y'all, you Shark, it's 2023, and you're excited about making some changes in your home. Bravo, you! But when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard-to-find appliances, along with sinks, faucets, tubs, toilets, etc., you know the drill, you're going to need my secret weapon. Here it is. WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Like the much-sought-after Thermador 36 Pro Harmony gas range, or Thermador French door fridge, or the Wolf built-in double oven. Sure, you can order them. WBC has them. And the same is true with just about everything else you're looking for. To get your kitchen and bath done right, you need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts I have trusted for years, WBC. Find your WBC nearest you on WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com. Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcasts at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in to the best podcasts. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page, and listen on iHeartRadio tonight at 9. Considering a new need for yourself or your business? Consider the benefits of subscription. I'm Scott Speaker, CEO of Autonomy, where an easy subscription is like a lease but way more flexible. It's a debt-free way to get month-to-month access to a new EV. You can even pay with your credit card. Learn more at Autonomy.com. I tell you, based on what I see, I think it's a good lawsuit. Well, they're not allowed to detain people. That is, I think that is going to be a problem. That's my guess. Not knowing much about how it works in Bill Hannah, Shore, California. Morning from 6 to 10 or walking outdoors.
Because you know I'm all about that. Not having no trouble.
I'm here for you. Good morning, Charlie. I love this song. Best song I ever written, I think. All right. Yeah. And it fades out. All right. Very good. All right, it's raining outside, so that sucks. 7 Orange County restaurants hit by burglars in 30 minutes. That also sucks. And then the baby clothing store, Carter's, named their baby of the year. Oh, I missed out on that. Here's a big story for Etsy. My wife is into Etsy. ETSY. She's an Etsy seller. Sure. It's hit by that Silicon Valley Bank collapse. If you're yeah. Yeah. She's an Etsy person. Yeah. On my list, you have all the photo shoots going on at your place all the time. Yeah. You have the flashbulbs going off. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a model shoot every day outside. When the rain lets up, you take some blouse or something outside. Yeah. Where the lighting is perfect. Right. She takes all these shots. And then every time my wife sells something, it's a and it's also, I haven't been treated like that. Yeah. But anyway, the Brooklyn-based commerce site notified shop owners of Etsy that their deposits were expecting Friday would be delayed because of recent developments regarding the Silicon Valley Bank. Yeah. Oh boy. So the news led some shop owners to quote unquote freak out, and others to contemplate putting their storefront on pause. And do that. Some people say, oh, I guess, my store is on pause while I'm on vacation, or, I'm running my store, and that's a big deal. It's a big deal when you put your store on pause. I don't know. But Etsy is a cool site. Have you ever been on? Oh, yeah, of course, yes. You can buy almost anything. And a lot of it's handmade. Yeah. Now that's distinctive and distinguished from eBay, where it's not just class and stuff.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what eBay is smart? They took advantage of the automotive parts, and they're right. They're exploding in the automotive world. eBay auto parts. You got to tell. We were talking earlier about going on auditions. Mark Thompson was going out and voice over auditions for years and years, and getting. I would say, what would you get? Like 10 to 15% of the auditions going on?
Not like maybe that.
Well, that's high.
Maybe 10%. Yeah, I don't know. It was definitely a very difficult experience, and when you're just starting,
You have to want everything.
And most of the stuff you don't get, some of the stuff you get right down the street from where we are right now in Burbank. There's a canteen place, and it's so funny because you see the other people who you either know from your agency or people kind of, I think, email and MP3 their stuff in. But you see them there in the lobby, and you kind of start sweating, like, that guy is better than I am, and that, for me, it was pretty much viewing everybody as better than I am. So I don't know how. So I go in desperate for direction, because when at least I get some direction inside. It gives me the copy that's just down the street. It's not just thinking that I would never have any direction. So he goes, okay, that's great. Yeah, and I said, you're going to do it again? You want me to read it heavier? You want me to be more live? You want me to look like this? Nope, I got what I need. And you didn't get it. Right. Yeah, right. So what I was telling Tim was that I just was starting, because he was saying, talking about the video world, and, and there are a couple of handful of people who are just doing everything, And, you're beginning, you just can't get anything. And finally I got this national bandmate spot. And then when your agent calls you and tells you about your spot, you are hired. I was so excited. So I see the spot, this TV spot with the Grand Slam breakfast or whatever it was. Wow. And,
you didn't have any reservations about being vegan?
Only it's vegan, right? So there's 3 vegans on them.
So I
Get a call a couple weeks later. They said, we need to get you back in because we were doing a pickup line. We changed the price of that Grand Slam breakfast. Oh, okay, that's great. Because you get a session fee, and then that's just easy. It's just a one line, all February, Grand Slam breakfast, $1.99. Only your benefit, whatever. I go in, drive into Hollywood, go back to the place, and these J. Walter Thompson people, and they're on the satellite, and there's a video monitor with the commercial, and they go, hi, Mark, and you hear them on the headphones. And they go, hi, I go, okay, we're going to play the spot down for you, just to give you a reminder of the, kind of the vibe of the spot, and then we'll just punch you into the one line. I'm, okay, that's great. So they play the spot down. That's not me in the commercial. Not my work. And I'm just started. This is a huge campaign. And they replaced me at TNA Trump. So I'm thinking, dude, it's not like I'm a big guy. I can afford to, let their work go away. So I said, okay. And I'm thinking, they'll discover it. It just doesn't work. So they play the spot down. They punch into the one line. I say the one line. They down on these Grand Slam breakfast, $1.99. Only all through February. Only finished. And they go, wow, that doesn't sound anything like that. I'm like, no kidding. Not me. So I really didn't know what to do. And I got the face smiled on me. And she said, you know what? Let's just do the whole thing again. Wow. Yeah, and then so that was it. But when I got done, I did call the agent. Go, hey man, somebody else did that spot. You may want to clear it up because I don't know if it was me or not. I mean, I didn't want to say anything in the moment, but I did kind of have a crisis of conscience. There said, Mark, they asked for you, specifically you auditioned, you booked the spot, so the confusion's on their end, and so we never changed.
Right, but when I was going on auditions, I remember there was an audition place off of Sunset and Highland. It was that sort of like that shopping center with the spinning globe, and there was a couple of directors or voice casting, but also on camera stuff there. And you go in and say your name, you say agent's name, and then you just do the thing.
Sure. Yeah.
So they were calling people in 6 at a time. and there's no script for it. When you went in and they said, hey, you guys know what fab sheets are? And I said, I don't know what a fab sheet is. And they said, those are the sheets you throw in the dryer to take away the static clean and freshen up the clothes. I'm like, oh, okay, I know dryer sheets. Yeah. Well, there's a dryer sheet called fab. And I said, oh, okay. And they said, we want you to stand there, put your hands up, and wiggle like you're a fiber in the sheet. And I said, you know what, I'm coming from the track. And on my way into this audition, I was smoking a cigarette.
Don't tell my track buddy.
I don't think I'm your guy.
Oh, you walked out.
I said, look, I'm not going to get it. You're wasting your time with me.
Wow.
You do the wet clothes wiggle. And I was like, make a check it.
And you pushed away.
And I said, look, but I never pushed away like I'm better than this. I always said, I don't want to waste your time.
Right.
You know, I'll be wasting your time. I do not have the moves to wiggle like a fiber in a fab.
How do you know? You must be a fiber wiggler in this fiber.
Because all five of the other guys in with me, they were like professional dance guys. So I left. My agent got a call from the casting director that we're never bringing him in again. He embarrassed us in front of the client. I'm like, oh. And then it sort of shut down. I mean, you know, I didn't really get a lot of auditions.
That's what we were talking about before. You can't, you really can't stay up. You know,
right. You know, it's another problem with casting agents, which I'll tell you. But it's what to give them for the holiday. Isn't that wild? You don't want to overdo it, but you don't want to give them nothing either. And I always expected the guys who just could thread that needle really got all the jobs. I mean, maybe it's not that way. I was maybe, no,
this is a really good point you're making.
All right, we're live here. The rain is coming down, but we're talking about auditions, something more important than the rain. We're live on KFI, Caroline Thompson, KFI, AM 640. This KFI magically appears using nothing but your beautiful voice. Tell your house robot to play KFI AM 640.
KFI.
And KOSP HD2.
Los Angeles, Red County.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app. Big man in town. I'm Michael Berger, live from the KFI 24-hour news stream. Today, I'm announcing another restriction board. President Biden in Monterey Park speaking about gun violence and meeting with families impacted by the mass shooting at a dance studio where 11 people were killed earlier this year. He says his new executive order will accelerate and intensify the work to save more lives more quickly.
First, this executive order helps keep firearms out of dangerous hands. As I continue to call on Congress to require background checks for all firearms sales.
Biden says in the meantime, his executive order directs his attorney general to take every lawful action possible to move the U.S. as close as he can to universal background checks without new legislation. He says it's just common sense to check if someone is a felon before they buy a gun. Former Orange County Sheriff Sergeant says a comprehensive plan to address mass shootings will be better than new gun control laws. Cyber safety cop Clay Cranford says, for example, spotting a shooting signs of violence can allow for a search warrant.
When I was on the predecessor team here in Orange County, we would get permission, get in there, take a look around, and usually it's all right there. It's on their phone, it's collecting under their bed, perhaps, the weapons or tactical, outfit that they're going to wear on the day of the attack.
For now, Tuesday districts nationwide will have trained a threat assessment team of staff and a campaign encouraging students to report such crimes. Because schools, law enforcement, and mental health pros then need a plan that moves the student off the path to violence. 8 people and 8 dogs have been rescued from the rain-filled San Gabriel River in Azusa. Firefighters were called yesterday to an area near Encanto Park about several people being reflected to the river. People rescued were pulled out by a helicopter. The latest numbers show consumer price increases slightly from January to February, but still pointing to an elevated inflation rate, posing a challenge for the Federal Reserve. The government says prices increased 4.4% last month, which was just below January's 0.5% rise. Some economists say they expect the Fed to suspend its year-long streak of interest rate hikes when it meets this week, but focus more on boosting confidence in the financial system. This incident demonstrates a lack of confidence in addition to being unsafe and unprofessional. Russian fighters hit a U.S. surveillance drone over the Black Sea. The U.S. says the act was a brazen violation of international law, causing the U.S. to bring down the unmanned drone. Russia says it moved sharply after an escape jet, but insisted the warplanes did not hit the drone. Pentagon spokesman Brigadier General Pat Leiter says the U.S. will continue to operate in international airspace. While intercepts in and of themselves are not that uncommon, the fact that this type of behavior from these Russian pilots that is uncommon and unfortunate. Writers said U.S. calls on forces from Russia to conduct themselves in a safe manner. North Korea has kept fired 2 short-range ballistic missiles. It's the second launch in 2 days.
These rules become as the U.S. and South Korea conduct 11 days of military exercises. They've already begun. They're insisting that they're purely defensive, but the North, of course, sees it very differently.
The intelligence the U.S. has warned North Korea against potential escalation. He says the U.S. fears the country could resume nuclear tests in its military exercises. And UCLA created a first-of-its-kind humanoid robot that will compete in a soccer match in Europe.
The 85-pound human-like robot named Artemis can jump, walk, sprint, and can remain standing even when stuck. UCLA Samuel School of Engineering professor Dennis Hahn says the goal is to put robots to work in place of people in certain situations.
So dirty, dangerous. Things that humans don't want to do or probably can't be great. That's what areas that we want robots to do.
Hahn led the team of engineering students at the university who started building Artemis before the pandemic. The machine will place in similar box in France in July. Chris Adler, KFI News.
Rain all night, could be heavy at times. Be careful out there if you're driving. Lows above 50 degrees. Rain till on midday tomorrow, roughly. Then cloudy and a degree or two warmer. Highs mid-50s at beaches, mid-60s, Metro LA, Orange County, mid to upper 60s inland and higher in the valley. Around 60 in the Antelope Valley. Partly cloudy, most of the same temperatures after that to the weekend. Warmer Saturday. Right now in Fountain Valley, 58, Lake Forest 57, Margaritaville Lake 57, Manhattan Beach 56 degrees. KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorneys. Dow Jones up 336, NASDAQ was up 239, the S&P was up 65, the average price of regular gas in California, $4.90 a gallon.
Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
People stocked up in Port Rand.
This is the one in the queue. Looking around on that eastbound side. That's pretty heavy from Topanga Canyon. You're on the brakes and stretches as you roll towards the 210 freeway. We've got Mike O'Brien looking at Legion Park, KFI in the sky.
To drive from 110 southbound, Stewart's up at the 5. From the 5 is flowing almost all the way into Orange. It's going to Ebro. Now, the northbound side, a hair better, but not much. Northbound 110, loading up now, pretty much from the 91 up to Dodger Stadium as well. The toughest drive, all the outbounds are just beautiful. The 10 eastbound, jam now from Santa Monica, most of the way to West Covina. You get a little gap there for a few miles, and then back on pretty much from the 57 all the way into Redmond. 60 not much better. 50 eastbound, that's a jam up pretty much from East LA Interstate. On and off the brakes pretty much in the riverside. And they still have that closure. Highway 18 is closed to the mountain before, east between Stone Valley and Pittsburgh Dam. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Santa Ana on the 5 southbound, that drive is loading up, leaving the 5722. You're on the brakes ahead, finally opening up once you make your way towards Putney Road in Irvine. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. Spring's going to be here before you know it. To start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Call SolarMax, get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month for the most powerful solar panels on the market. Plus, you want to lock in those NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Save even more with a 30% federal tax credit in California solar rebate.
Call SolarMax, start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Dial pound 250 from your cell, say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250, SolarMax, or go to SolarMaxTech.com.
On IC's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more.
You can't sit back and think, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen.
Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Here's Jacob Amon. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-GIGA. Why do you turn crumpled up paper in a sleepwear?
Oh, you're the motorcycle then.
Why don't you rock, paper, scissors, make a stick? 1, 2, 3.
Okay, features pineapple again.
Why are you talking to fans?
I'm talking to a fan.
Why do we tell that joke? I stepped over a shrubbery yesterday. I think it was an ambush. Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Up to 18 years old and purchase player play.
Just
COVID. Absolutely. If you can beat it, settle. Call 833-422-4255. Plus, out of California Department of Public Health. More stimulating talk.
And I have radio stations.
Sounds like Mark Thompson is here. As the kids say, in the house. We got that rain. That rain everyone's talking about is going to get certain every night. And then we also have 7 Orange County restaurants. Talk about that in a bit. They were hit by burglars in 30 minutes. That's a lot. And then California court case rules over the Uber Lyft ride sharing case. We'll have that information on that. And then we got this big bank collapsing. It's getting crazy out there. Crazy, man. I don't know. It's a little wild out there. All right, one of my buddies who used to be with the bomb squad, and he retired at the age of 38. You can do that now. If you have a job as a cop or a fireman, wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, he was 38. He had 22 years in and retired. So, what is he doing anything now? He's coming on the line now? Yeah, he's a good guy. He put that bomb squad money to work for him. Is there $210,000 a year pension? All right, with us, Johnny Hampton's with us. How you, Bob?
What's up, Ball? How you doing, Mark?
Hey, you retired at what age? 38?
55.
55. Wow. You're like one of the geezers at the Sheriff's Department.
Oh, yeah, man. I stuck it out.
Good for you. So how many years into it with the Sheriff's Department?
Sheriff's Department, 32. Wow. Total of 35 with Tom.
So that means 35 years of always saying, I would love to take a hit, but I can't.
Exactly.
Yeah. What happens if you do get drug tested, you have weed in your system? What happens?
You just tell them that you went to a concert with Mark Thompson, and you please say no. You just have to go.
The contract high would be enough to blow them. I wonder how many guys the Sheriff's Department have been to concerts with Thompson.
That's a standard line
For you. All right, so you're enjoying retirement, huh?
I am, buddy. I spend my days at the Roundtree Garden and my house.
Very for you. You're a very loyal KFR listener.
That's pretty much what I do.
That's the greatest line I've heard in weeks. Hey, I gotta get. First of all, I'd like to say this. I know we joking kid about the pensions in California. I have a feeling that you could point to 9 million instances where you earned every dime of your pension in 1 second. Where you saved a kid's life, or you saved somebody from a burning car, or you saved somebody from getting hit by a car. And every dime of the pension that cops get, they deserve it, especially the way people treat them nowadays.
I don't even know if I could do the same job today that these Port Patrol deputies have to do. It's really tough, especially when, you do something right 100 days, and then one day you have a bad day. Phone camera, social media, and then all the rest of that.
I get it, buddy. All right, so you, with all the, the money you've amassed, off the public, what's the next word you're going to get? Yeah, what's the next word? You get gold, tube, blue, I don't know. But anyway, so you, a long time ago, you purchased a cabin up in the mountains, is that correct?
I did. I got a little place in Green Valley Lake, which is between Arrowhead and Big Bear.
Okay.
Just about 4 miles outside of Plains.
And it looks nice that you got your wife and your daughter to go up and spend time in the cabin with you. It looks beautiful. But so the first time you went up was last week after the big storm. Was it worse than you thought it was, or not a big deal?
Yeah, I've been going up there since I was 17. Wow. It's just vacation stuff. I've never seen this much snow in all those years. It was bad.
Yeah, bad.
I mean, at least, standing, once they clear the main roads, that snow is up on your driveway. You have no way to get from the street to your front door unless you spend 2-3 hours, shoveling.
Wow.
pretty bad.
And some of the older people, some of the senior citizens out there, they don't have, 3 hours of shoveling left in them. They're in their 70s and 80s.
And a lot of the companies that will clear your driveway, they're not going to, they don't clear half your door, they don't clear off your desk, they don't clear, pass out your back door, so you're pretty much stuck in there until you can get someone to shovel your front door out to the street, pretty much.
Did you check on elderly neighbors that you may have been worried about?
So there's on my street, there's one full-timer, he's a retired Army guy, and then a couple at the end of the street. We talked to them, and then our neighbor right next door, we talked to her. She had to take a ladder and climb onto the snowpack and walk to her front door. She said, I can't get anybody to shovel.
Oh, my God.
So, hey, we just came to check on her stuff. And then,
can I ask you a question, and I want you to just say no and pause for the answer, okay? Okay. Hey, Johnny, when you went up to the mountain, did you check on any elderly people that you may have been worried about?
Nah. Not me.
That's a better phrase. That's a better answer. No, I didn't. Yeah. No, I spent my life with the sheriff's department. I said, I've done my job. Yeah. But, all right, so what's the vibe up there? Are people okay? Do they need anything? Are there still people trapped?
Pretty much. So we have like a little volunteer fire department in Green Valley Lake. That was fully staffed. Had a snowcat up there, and probably 7 or 8 firefighters. There were a few guys from the state up there at Cal Fire. And Green Valley Lake's in good shape. Running Springs is in good shape. But the 330 closed at Snow Valley. So if you want to come up to 330 and make it all the way to Big River, turn you around.
Wait, that is today on literally on March 14th. It's still closed.
That stretch between Snow Valley and the dam and Big River Dam,
God,
is closed.
Why is that? That can't be that. No, what's the other way through block?
Avalanche and previous damage, rocks coming down. So they're still clearing that. And it's just bad. So if you come up, Run Springs is a clear shot, Green Valley Lake's a clear shot, and then if you want to get from Running Springs over to Arrowhead, it's a clear shot.
And what about grocery stores? What's the vibe up there with grocery stores?
So Jensen's and Running Springs is open. They're pretty well stocked. They have a couple coffee shops open. The Neo's Pizza's open. So, and they love for you to come up because we were in the coffee shop Sunday morning. There was 2 of us in. And the ladies were like, come on, eat, enjoy yourself. But a lot of locals are pissed because they feel like, all these people are going to come up. But, the stores and the restaurants need the money. Sure. So it's kind of a double-edged sword.
I mean, they've been closed in their peak time of the year for 2 weeks.
Yeah, and Summit's open, Bear Mountain's open, and Snow Valley's open. So they want the people to come up.
Yeah. Buddy, I appreciate you coming on. I also appreciate what you did for the county. You're completely deserving of everything you got. And thanks for phoning in, and thanks for being good.
But you know how the movie goes. Like they discovered some freaking thing up there.
Oh, yeah.
And the old guys in the bomb squad, that's the dust off the uniform.
That's right.
It was good. That kind of experience.
Yeah, and you know what the name of the special is?
Guys, I know guys.
You know what the name of the special is?
Boom!
Oh, okay. All right, buddy.
Shout out to Eagle and Sharon, and go Kings tonight against the Islanders.
Yeah, all right, buddy. You're the best, man. All right, there you go, Johnny Hanson with the bomb squad with the LA County Sheriff's Department. That guy's great, man. Those bomb squad guys have to get it right every single time. They're 100% of the time. That's too right. All right, we're live on KFI MC41 out close to KFI 20 Officials are reminding people of the state law allowing a parent to give up an infant within 72 hours, no questions asked, after a woman in Fullerton was charged with abandoning their newborn in a trash can. The feds are joining the lawsuit against Rite Aid, saying it ignored red flags by taking legally filled prescriptions for opioids and other medically unnecessary stuff. And the Prime Minister of the UK and his family have been scolded for letting their dog off its leash in London Hyde Park because they're currently was facing the destitution. We're checking 91 freeway. The last couple of years have taught us one thing, it's the value of things we can control, and addressing hair loss is no exception. Advanced hair to reverse years and even decades of hair loss with a simple one-day treatment. Your natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and it's all backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee, which for all sponsors, City Airlines, line spinning here, men, women, young, old, work for me. Top-rated physicians in advanced care have improved tens of thousands of people's lives, people just like you and I, who desire a full head of hair and deserve it. So schedule your free consultation right now by phoning up 844-333-HAIR. Slide in there. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair clips. You and I did value-free skin control. We start regrowing your own natural hair today with advanced hair. Phone number 844-333-HAIR. The before and after photos might help you make your decision. You can see them all at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com. Rainy, coolly tonight. Rain today. Still probably latest midday manana, then partly cloudy and a little bit warmer by weekend after that. This report brought to you by Leinster.com. These are slowly Carson.
Well, you're coming back to the drive on the 91 eastbound just away from June at the 110 freeway. But if you're going to ride it out all the way into Riverside where the 91 turns into the 215, and then take that 215 northbound to the 15 merge heading into the Cajon Pass, that is about a 78-mile drive, and it's going to take you, about 2 hours and roughly 40 minutes. We've got Michael Bryan checking out the Cajon Pass, KFI in the sky.
Well, we got the troubles on the 15 southbound at just about Kenwood. That's an overturned vehicle. Because he landed in the center divider, the back up through the 138, but before you get that far, the 15 southbound at about Ranchero, they're putting it to Southland for 2 left lanes. Very heavy out of this area there. 2, 3, 4 miles jam up. The north 15, heavy is stacked up. It's like 60 most of the way to the 138. A little chance up to 395, but it is just really both directions. Also, we have that closure in the mountains. It's like Highway 18 remain closed now between Big Bear Dam and Snow Valley. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Lieutenant Toledo crowding up 14 northbound leading the 5 to Philadelphia Canyon Road. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Ethan Martinez.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds were custom-made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and stay big at Blindster.com. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Want to stay big on custom forward blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Try Blindster today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick-and-mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at Blindster.com.
Attention Southern California. TRILLIONAIRE is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting, more than any solar company in California. No one works harder than Semper does with this free decor and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnaces AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com.
Join us this March to make March matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Every time you stop by or attend an event at a participating partner, they'll donate funds to support Children's Hospital Los Angeles. For more information, visit MakeMarchMatter.org. That's MakeMarchMatter.org.
Attorney Joe Cordell. Divorce forces a father to focus on what's most important, his children. You may no longer be a husband, but you'll always be a dad. In the divorce process, this comes down to 3 key concerns: physical custody, decision-making, as well as financial support. Each of these is important. It's important that you choose a lawyer that cares as much about these issues as you do. 1455 Frankie Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. CordellCordell.com. No one has to change cases to you. From the music you love, I can't live without. And only the iHeartRadio app has it all for free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Gen Z workers are trying to get bare minimum Mondays. Come on. What about bare minimum Mondays for doctors? Do you think they're going to work for our society where they can come to work and say, how dare you ask me to come in on Monday and work for my Give me my full pay.
Look, Kelly,
How dare you?
live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 Family Show. It's raining. Mark Thompson is here.
Yes.
We're going to say David Blaine injured in the Las Vegas show.
Well, I wish I knew more on that. Are you rounding up some details on that?
Yes.
I know you're enterprising that story.
As a matter of fact, we'll get that out.
Between the rain's a big story, let's be honest.
Yes, it is. Yeah. All right, I'll rack it, man. And then SVB collapse is an indicator of a much broader problem. All right, so look at David Blaine hurt in some kind of magic accident, I guess, right? Wow, what the hell happened to this guy? Find out. Oh, I see. Okay.
Well, he jumped from an 80-foot tall platform.
No, that's another one. He was trying to make the crystal ball at Times Square disappear, and it came down and hit him in the head. Listen again.
Yeah, you might not be saying exactly that if you were in there, but headline performer David Blaine Kitchen got fouled during his stage show inside the Zords World. Videos of this circulating around social media this week, and that video from the Zords World, getting fallen 80 feet into a stack of boxers. He ended up dislocating his shoulder. Multiple doctors from the audience ran up to treat him on stage. So you heard it there. Thankfully, there are those boxes there. After a brief delay, Blaine was able to finish the show. The show does return to the Ghost World at the end of April.
And then the doctors, they pulled off their outfits, and they were wearing bow ties and
You know, I have audio from when I was staying at the Venetian in Las Vegas, and I had 19 drinks on a Saturday night, and then I videotaped me on a Sunday morning. Yeah, me at the toilet.
The videos showed doctors massaging and tugging on Blaine's shoulder and arm as he lay on the stage, Tim. I'm just getting the details myself. As audience members looked on.
I know.
The procedure took about 30 minutes according to the video, after which the crowd erupted in applause. Now, I asked you, Jim Conway Jr.,
Yes, sir.
you're at the David Blaine show. Would you rather be at a David Blaine show that goes off smoothly without anything, or would you rather, this is a thing, it's an accident, people are going to come out with it, this is one you'll remember, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, look, everybody paid $300 to be at Siegfried and Roy, but the guys who got the $12,000 show was when one of the Tigers ate one of those. I mean, come on.
You feel that when Roy was chomped, the audience really got their money's worth.
Oh yeah. I mean, where else can you see a man get eaten by a tiger?
Yeah.
And
then go play slot.
And it's only a 2-3 tournament. That would have been wild.
Yeah, you're right.
Seeing that?
Yeah, I never heard that take on it. That's a really good point. I mean, those people really got a show.
Those people talk about it forever. The people that saw just the regular show, they may have mentioned it a couple of times. But the guy that sit in front row and saw Roy get eaten by a tiger, he's got memory.
Sure. In fact, when people say, I saw Siegfried and Roy, people always ask, well, were you there at the show where they were? No, I just saw Roy. Oh, okay. I'm sure it's good.
Yeah. But the 700 people who were at that show, that's when you put a pot of coffee on.
Yeah, you go, okay, tell me about it.
Here's what happened.
Yeah.
So we live in Bakersfield. We get in the car, and it was way back to, Wednesday, with his car. By Friday, it's like 3 hours later, there'll be anticipation. So the guy comes out, and he's like, I thought being aggressive with the tiger, and the tiger ate him. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, the tiger ate him. The tiger grabbed him.
That's right.
And pulled him off the stage with his mouth like he was a rag doll.
David Blaine said, even though I've trained much of my entire life, there's an implicit danger when you're pushing yourself to make possible what feels impossible.
Yes. But you know what? I thought those tigers probably were sick a lot longer before they attacked.
No, this was a long time in the making. You think that they dig doing like 2 shows a night? Come on.
And they proved it that night. That was the last show. That was a wrap. That's a nice show.
Oh, yeah.
You know, once the tigers start eating people, the fun's gone.
They're tigers and elephants. There were a lot of exotic animals in that area.
Yeah, but you know, they went the way of the dodo bird. You know, the circus went out of business. You know, it's very rare now to get animals to do tricks for you.
Yeah, and it's not cool. Animals are not there to do tricks for us. I know you.
I did love it. You've never made your cat like try to do something for you.
Oh yeah. Look, I had it in early on when the cats were young. I tried to teach them to make an espresso. But they didn't want to make any progress on it. I mean, over and over and over, they were no progress.
I will say that I've had some of my best days as a child at SeaWorld watching those whales.
Oh, don't even say that. I know you. This is awful. Please don't say it. Don't try on this, man. I really don't.
Flying next to the zone.
Yeah, they're flying through the air like that is the most inhuman thing down there.
Really?
Absolutely. 100%. Sorry.
And how the audience was it? They got lots of free food.
You know what? Don't you start it. Everybody enjoys it.
Constantly, the safety improvement around. You know what I always thought was true? They're one of the best restaurants in SeaWorld. Third Fish. One of the best restaurants. Because if you went to Wild Country Safari or the zoo, and you got a zebra burger, you know, it's even better. Is that when you eat in that restaurant, it's like the one that's right beside. This is the whale tank where they hop up and eating. You hop right into where your table is. You got to pay all electric for it. But
It's the whole place. Make a parking lot.
All right, we're getting a storm. We'll come back and talk about the Central Coast storm. That's a big problem in the Central Coast. How dare you? We're live on KFI. Cameron Thompson, more now with Frozen KFI 24-hour. President Biden's Florida Boys and Girls Club in Monterey Park to promote his new executive order, which he says will reduce gun violence. My executive order directs my attorney general to take every lawful action possible and move us as close as we can to universal background checks without new legislation. Biden says he wants to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. He also called on Congress to take action against gun violence. Police are looking for the hit-and-run driver who killed a man in Santa Fe Springs. Sunday's crash happened at the intersection of Shoemaker Avenue and Telegraph Road. The LA County Coroner's Office says the man died on a sidewalk after the driver struck him and then slammed into a bus stop. It says he died of multiple blunt traumatic injuries. They say they don't know yet, and they don't have a description of the driver who left the scene. Prosecutors in LA announced they will not retry race producer Harvey Weinstein on a series of sex-related charges. Jurors were unable to reach a verdict on the charges last year. He's now been formally dismissed. Weinstein was sentenced to 15 years in prison in February for sexually assaulting a model in a hotel room a decade ago. Novo Nordisk will start lowering some insulin prices in the U.S. up to 75% next year. The announcement comes after its rival Eli Lilly decided to lower its prices earlier this month. Novo Nordisk says pre-filled pens and vials of long and short-acting insulin will see list price reductions. Prices go into effect January 1st next year. And Sweden Prime Minister has acknowledged Finland will likely join NATO before his country does due to Turkey's opposition to Sweden's bid. Turkey accuses Sweden of being too soft on the group used to be terror organizations. Every country has to ratify for themselves. So it's nothing complicated. Sweden Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson says the possibility that Finland will join NATO before Sweden's increase. All 30 existing member nations have to approve a new member. Last month, Turkey said it had fewer problems with Finland joining the alliance. Rain, cool temps out there tonight. Overnight lows above 50 degrees. Chance of rain tomorrow. Still about the latest on midday. Then it'll stay cloudy and a little bit warmer, just degrees from the steak at max for the weekend. It's 58 in Costa Mesa, 59 in Palma. Things are slow and past 39.
The southeastbound side of the 210 that remains slow, approaching the 134. You're on the braking stretch is all the way 18 San Bernardino finally opens up once you pass Highway 18. Now shout out to Anaheim. We've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Trouble here, Angel Stadium, Angel. 57 southbound at Casella. We're filling out of the carpool lane there. Real tight stretch, back freeway for East Street from the 91. Now, even worse, on the North 57, that's going to load up at the beginning of the freeway there, right off the orange truck. And now you're in some kind of going all the way up to Diamond Bar, 2 grand in the bridge with the 60. About 5 northbound in Orange County, loading up at about Culver. And now it looks like some kind of going all the way to the 14 and the north south. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
In La Piñata, that's the 210, making your way westbound. It's a very slow drive. It's getting away from about Foothill Boulevard. That drive runs racing stretches all the way to Polk Street. KFI in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Hi, this is John. And Broadway here. This Satellite Eye Center offer has never been done before. It's offered for KFI friends and family like you. You can get this offer only if you're listening to KFI now. If you like $1,800 off LASIK, of course you would. Saddleback Eye Center is offering KFI listeners a certificate for up to $1,800 off LASIK with the friends and family certificate. I walked into Dr. Ray's office. My eyesight was 21,000. I left there better than 2020. John came in my office one day. He said, "Why do you have 9 pair of glasses on your bed?" I said, "I don't know. He said, call Dr. Man, my doctor." And I did, and I see beautifully. Anyway, call right now and get your friends and family certificate up to $1,800 off LASIK. We can give away only 10 discount certificates to KFI listeners to schedule a free LASIK exam. We can get out 10 $1,800 LASIK friends and family discount certificates. You must call them at 866-559-4444, 866-4444, 866-559-4444. Things on.
Jacoby and Myers is here to help you get the justice you deserve. We specialize in serious injury cases and have been fighting for our clients since 1972. Trust Jacoby and Myers to be your guide, your advocate, and your support system. With our unmatched experience and expertise, you can rest assured that you'll get the compensation you deserve. Plus, our consultation is always free. Call Jacoby and Myers today and let us help you navigate the legal process and get the justice you deserve. Jacoby and Myers, justice for you since 1972.
I realize the complexities of the human body and its ability to heal itself.
That's orthopedic surgeon Dr. John Herzog talking about regenerative medicine at QC Connect.
It's a very well thought out process, and they use it in all the professional teams around the world.
Regenerative medicine uses healing agents from your own body, like your blood or bone marrow, highly concentrated and delivered right to the aching joint.
Putting it in the spot where it can't normally get to, you can facilitate healing.
At QC Kinetics, they are the nation's leader in this exciting field of medicine. Lasting pain relief with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery.
People are very happy to have an opportunity to get better without going through the entirety of a medical procedure.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain are no longer the only way. Learn more about regenerative options that can help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN. Losing air conditioning on a hot summer day can be a bloody old nightmare, and no one wants that. Help your air conditioner last longer and reduce breakdown, give it a rejuvenation.
This critical adjustment so you'll stay cool, use less energy, and increase the life of your system.
We'll clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way.
Rejuvenation, just $129.
Gale Air Conditioning and Plumbing. ReallyPCL.com. We'll keep it cool, but it's hard to sell. Licensing number 1047-781. Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly cash distribution? With First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly tax distributions, and the potential for upside at exit. First National Realty Partners has thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to fnrtradio.com. That's fnrtradio.com. Choose your fully passive commercial real estate investment deal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including office principal. Tax distribution
Download the free iHeartRadio app for your music, radio, and podcast.
KFI AM 640 Conway, Mark Thompson's here. It's raining. It's going to get worse tonight. So if you're up in the mountains, be aware that flooding is an issue. We will keep an eye on that. Plus, SVB, the collapse of the big Silicon Valley bank, no good. And could be an indicator of bigger problems. And the baby clothing store called Carter's named it Baby of the Year. Big story. Baby of the Year. You know, I guess, huh? All right. Mark Thompson for not Baby of the Year, but Stud of the Year.
Well, Tim, thank you for mentioning my YouTube show, which is the Mark Thompson Show.
Yeah,
you can watch it anytime. Yeah. We just had 10,000 subscribers, and you helped us get there. Yeah.
All right.
We only went on the air for a short time, so it's kind of cool. But you can cost nothing to subscribe and check us out. You don't have to watch it in real time. We do it live from 10 to noon every day. Okay. You can watch it anytime. It's just, listen to Gary and Shannon 10 to noon. But my point is, you can then later in the evening or something, you can check us out on YouTube. So it's called the Mark Thompson Show.
As a veteran viewer of that show, I'm glad you got rid of the countdown spot at the beginning of it.
Oh, yeah. We did get rid of that.
But I still like that. We're putting on a show.
Yeah, we do a little brief thing. I like to have a start show. And you go up, you look, you look in on it.
All right, Steve Gregory is with us. Yeah. How you, Bob? What's up, boy?
Hey, what's wrong with you?
How's it going? Good. So you're on a big assignment today. You got the President of the United States.
Yeah, Joe and I were hanging at Monty Park here.
Wow.
He was there today to talk about his new executive order to keep the gun violence. And it was a series of different things he wants to have happen, all of which he can do without any kind of legislation or any kind of action.
What are some of them?
Well, he's directed his Attorney General, Merrick Garland, to crack down harder on background checks and stuff. And they want to push the limits of background checks right up to the point where they won't be any further legislation. They want to make red flag laws more robust. They want to basically, as the federal government, tell the states they need to do a better job of weeding through applicants and the red flag laws. They want to go after gun manufacturers. They want to do an independent government-funded study about the impact of gun manufacturers' financing, especially those that target young people and minors. And just a lot of administrators.
It's a very difficult area because there are more guns in the country than there are people.
Sure.
And I think it's 350 million guns and 325 million people.
Yeah, I think you work for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how would you get rid of all of them?
I do not know that. I don't know that it's not that you're going to get rid of them. It's that the president and lawmakers on his side of the camp say they don't want the wrong people.
That's right.
I don't think they want to eradicate them, but they just want to make sure the wrong people don't get them.
Okay.
Assault weapons, high-capacity magazines.
Right.
Those are all things. They want federal ban on assault weapons.
Okay, but there are very strict laws in the state of California.
Yeah, we have the strictest laws.
And you go to a state that has like fast and loose laws.
Well, they want it to be nationwide. They want nationwide gun laws, and that's the thing he said in the. I can't even say what it was.
Actually, you didn't know how close you can get.
I was just right there.
This is in Monterey Park, the building.
Yeah, it was inside this Boys and Girls Club.
Oh, with the shooting?
No, it was down the street from there. In fact, it was across the street from the City Hall police station. It was inside the gymnasium, and those gymnasiums are a little smaller than the Boys and Girls Club, so it was inside that gym. And did you see the president then? Oh, yeah, that's kind of cool. It's the conservative podium.
That's kind of cool. Oh, nice. All right, well, look at that.
So, yeah, I mean, it's just like being kind of the guy who's on Johnny.
To be in the president of the United States is pretty cool.
I've covered every president since Clinton.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're like Johnny Carson.
Yeah.
I'm trying to read it.
Yeah, I think it's Clinton. Yeah, when Clinton was first campaigning, I had to cover his campaign in Colorado.
Okay. All right, so Rand, you're a veteran.
Yeah, but it's been around a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've been around for Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump, and Biden.
Yeah, 5 presidents.
Wow. 5 presidents under your belt.
And they're all a big team.
Why? Why don't you have enthusiasm anymore? What happened to you?
Well, because
What happened to me?
because they have to secure this area. You're saying just
Hold on with the real stuff. To me, turn off your microphone right now.
Hey, Mark's got to shut his off. Okay.
Mine's off.
That's why. Oh, wait, you can't say that. Look at that. That's the building on TV on Channel 7 right now.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so traffic outside.
Yeah, Mark, so, yeah, I know where you're headed there. You gotta be down there really super early.
Do they do a background check on you before you?
What happens, you have to submit your information, your stuff ahead of time, and then they run a quick background check. Yes, they do.
You look at your camera and your equipment and everything?
Oh, good thing. So you have to go to 2 different checkpoints. And it's free if you have the vehicle.
Are the Secret Service easy to deal with?
Yeah, they actually, you're really cool.
Yeah.
So,
well, most of them, yeah, the Secret Service. I want to get back to the office because that's where they run all the other stuff they do. They got going on.
What about the highway patrol that runs the president's detail? Are they
so that was a little problem because they were 45 minutes late because the president was supposed to fly Marine One. He came up from San Diego. So Air Force One landed at LA. Or they're supposed to get Marine One from LAX to El Monte, and then you can motor fleet from El Monte over to the location.
Okay.
First start time was 12:45. Well, the weather, apparently Marine One, the air crew, flight crew said the ceiling is too low for visibility. So they opted out of Marine One. So they had to go motor fleet from LAX to
That's a long time.
and I had been told by the White House voters that they would have to air crew.
Oh, really?
So they had to do real-time closure.
Oh, no.
As opposed to the rolling time, the rolling one. They have to do a hard closure. They have to do real-time.
Yeah, but aren't those the guys who fly Marine One on the helicopter? Aren't they the best of the best pilots?
Right, which is why they probably opted not to do it.
But why, if they're that good of pilots, why don't they just say, screw it, take a chance?
Because when the last pilot who did that killed Kobe Bryant.
Oh, no, that's not true. That's not true.
It is for the NTSB system.
Really?
Yeah, he was human error.
Oh, I thought that was a different issue. I thought that
They flew in unsafe conditions.
oh, I see. Okay. All right, well, maybe
They're always going to err on the side of caution with the president,
Yeah, I'm with you, because most of those guys all have military flying experience.
well,
You would think they would just take off and
yeah, let's go. Let's go, dude. Come on, we can make it.
we can do it.
look, without, I don't know anything about flying helicopters, but doesn't it make sense that the 2 guys flying Marine One probably had a lot more experience than the pilots, that normally fly around LA?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
I bet you if you ask the Marine One pilots, hey, look, can you guys go for it? They're like, can do.
Yeah, they'll just go land their sucker on a dime. Yeah, they're that talented, but they also have a great responsibility.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, Mike, thanks for coming in.
Of course.
I really enjoy you coming in.
My pleasure. Have a wonderful evening.
There you go. See everybody. We're live on K5 Comedy Sounds. More now exposure. K5 24 News. LA County Metro has reached its 2023 ridership goal for the Go Pass pilot program 4 months ahead of schedule. The pilot program gives unlimited free rides to kindergarten through high school students as well as some community college students. U.S. officials say a Russian fighter jet has hit a U.S. surveillance drone in international waters, forcing it into the water. Russia says it didn't fire or hit the drone. And Vermont has agreed to allow a woman from Connecticut to be the first out-of-staters to take her own life. And Oregon currently allows non-residents to die by medically assisted suicide. We'll take a look at these 10 freeways coming up. All right, let's talk about Sunday, everybody. Yes. Sunday is very good at what they do. So if you have a home and it's older, or maybe in need of repair, and you're thinking of selling it, contact Sunday today, SUNDAE. Sunday's real estate marketplace is a unique way to sell your home as is fast and get the best possible price. Sunday connects homeowners with thousands of local buyers who bid on your home, ensuring that you get the highest possible price. On average, homeowners receive 22 cash offers within days. Sunday's local real estate experts have helped 900 families in the greater LA area, which area includes Orange County and Inland Empire. They move quickly and get to the best possible price for your home. The team has over 30 years experience of local real estate experience. It's unbelievable. So you got to phone them up. The best part, though, no showing, no repairs, and no cleanup. Plus, 0 fees to Sunday when you close, and you can close as quick as 10 days. Visit them online, SUNDAE, Sunday.com/offers, Sunday.com/offers, or to get started, phone them. 1-800-25-OFFER, 1-800-25-OFFER. Sunday, California License Real Estate Brigadier License Number. For more information, please visit Sunday.com/disclosure. Rainy and cool tonight. Rain's going to hang a little tomorrow until probably late about midday. Then partly cloudy and a degree or two warm rain take it into the weekend. Just before brought by Clark Pest Control from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. They'll take you. They control downtown.
Second on the 10 westbound before Champion Grove Street. At the lane to the left is blocked, so it's pushing back off the 101. Beyond the stall, the time remains full ahead all the way to the 405, keeping the way out of Santa Monica on the 10 eastbound. Loading up from Cloverfield, taking you all the way back to the 5. We've got Mike O'Brien, Fullerton, AFI in the sky.
Well, that's for the 91. 91 westbound at State Palace. The little closer to Raymond. Looks like they have fibers off of the white silver, but that's just very tough. 64 to 57 from Kramer's itself. And there's more showing ahead. It really continues, so working way out to the 710. Now, the 91 eastbound, on the breakdown, right out of the beginning of the freeway at the 110. There's pockets of stretches that continue all the way into Riverside. Really, just a few good ones, and they're few and far between. The South 57 has just about over Capella agent. Looks like they just cleared the display shoulder there. That's exercise on that stretch off the 91. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Michael Martinez. For over 60 years, Clark Pest Control has been California's leader in pest control technology. If you need help getting rid of pests, termites, rodents, mosquitoes, and much more, contact Clark Pest Control for a free estimate today. Call 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. That's 1-800-WE-NEED-YOU. Or visit ClarkPest.com.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. If you're like many people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive professionals. Well, at Blindster, if you have a tape measure and a screwdriver, you can install our custom blinds and save big. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com. Welcome to the CCAP Games live from the Heat bedroom. It's another eventful night, Bruce. It sure is, Ron. Steve has been flailing everywhere, struggling with his success. His wife, Michelle, is as tense as a fiddle string trying to contain her rage. Michelle's rolling Steve over. There he goes, and the mask is off. Oh, my, the snoring. Michelle throws at elbows. Now Michelle, she's leaving for the couch, taking her place as the Heat 100-pound lamb. That's from that dot track here. With all this struggle, he should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspire is a sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. That's right, a button. As you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and sleeping peacefully. There's no mask and no hose. Just sleep. Learn more at InspireSleep.com. That's InspireSleep.com.
Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Inspire is not for everyone. Ask your doctor to sleep is right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com. Hi everyone, I'm KCLA Senior Cortese, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
From Life and Fresh Life.
Populated here at Union State
45 here with you.
Seriously, KCLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain come through. We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KCLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KCLA is LA's very own.
Moment! Sunday on the CW. After the incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico, liftoff returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona, where golf is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Free play on the CW app and live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KCLA 5, the CW. I've been a small business person my entire life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, termination. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time At Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you start. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcast at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in as the best podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio tonight at 9.
Are you looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat oat milk. It's delicious in coffee, smoothies, cereal, or by the glass. Planet Oat oat milk tastes every bit as marvelous as the delicious moments it inspires. Pick it up in your local grocery store today.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
And now, a few words from your dog. Hey, it's Jennifer Jones. Will you join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd, for Pasadena Humane's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help take care of the hundreds of animals we take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle. KFI-AM640 or stimulating talk. KFI-AM640 Challenge. Mark Thompson is in the house.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yes. Every Tuesday with Mark Thompson. And it seems like almost every Tuesday somebody we're in the middle of a storm.
Well, we had one of those days, right? That's just been storm. I mean, honestly, it's almost you can just throw a dart at the calendar and you're likely seeing a storm day or rain day.
So we're working on that. We have 7 Orange County restaurants that have been hit by burglars in a 30-minute span. To TV ads, yeah, the multi-view streaming in for March Madness.
Oh, wow, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, you can see it anywhere.
That's my new platform, YouTube. That's where I am, so I'm loving YouTube.
Mark Thompson,
Right on YouTube, yeah.
and you're telling Mark.
So I have March Madness. You know what March Madness is? It's at the same time as March Madness. We play drops off against each other.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and so we have 2 drops each hour, and they play off against each other. So and if people fill out brackets, and we've got a March Madness merch store. It's pretty great.
Oh, that's great.
It's fun, yeah.
That's really cool. All right, here's a feel-good story for people who like to steal.
Thank you for explaining it.
There's some people who steal, right?
Yeah, but just I didn't know if you needed to explain it.
No, well, you're right. I guess you don't have to.
All right, it's a feel-good story for people who like to feel good.
Right. Some people out there that like to feel good. All right, it's the baby of the year. People like.
That we started to do, I like it so much work. We saw our nurse baby.
He's the baby of the year for Carter.
Oh, that's music.
Oh no! What did this baby overcome?
I'll say this. I'm sure I'll feel good by the end, but I'm not going to feel good for the next 15 seconds.
I think this baby's overcome something.
That's what I was saying a lot. I feel that the nurse was so like, are you alright? I was like, yeah, no way. The ball was gonna like say or something. I was like, no, I'm just coming up.
Maria has great personality. I actually feel very bad because every minute that we spend with him, he's always smiling, he's always like laughing at us, and it's just amazing to wake up and just to see him. For us, it's a miracle, honestly.
I was feeling something there's radically happened, and then he made it.
You know, it's just a blessing to be just peaceful. People smiling when everybody smiles at him, he smiles back. When we decided to have a baby, I woke up and I told my wife, you know what, I dreamt of a baby and that I was carrying a baby boy actually. And I told her, you know what, let's have a baby. And she said, like, you ready? All right, let's do it. So we tried one.
We didn't succeed. So we were hoping for a miracle, so we became actually parents. And during the pregnancy, the doctor told us that he got a water cyst in his brain.
Water cyst in his brain.
Oh no!
The doctor told us that he got a water cyst in his brain, and that we will have to wait to see if it kind of like disappear. But if it didn't disappear, that means that he will have like a DNA illness. So it was a stressful moment for us.
It was hard. It's just amazing what they can tell you before your baby's born nowadays.
That's true.
You know, before ultrasound, you ever heard the term trans-can baby?
No.
Well, before there was ultrasound, they had no idea they were twins. So baby would be born, and then a day or two later, a dead baby would fall out of the woman's uterus. And they would take that baby and throw it in the trash can. I know it sounds harsh, but that's what happened. And we have a woman who works here at KFI who is a trash can baby. They threw her into the trash can, and they heard her crying and picked her up, and she now works at KFI. Isn't that wild? That is wild. I get goosebumps when I find out that. That was pretty healthy for sure.
What part, because we thought that we were never going to have like a baby or he wasn't really healthy.
We were just praying and hoping that the viruses will disappear and that it's a healthy baby.
Oh, that's great. Got a great ending. Healthy baby. With the little baby, the Carter, and that's cool. All right, we're live on KFI AM 640.
We tried less stimulating talk. It ended poorly. KFI.
KOST,
Los Angeles, Orange County.
live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app. President Biden promoted a new executive order on gun control in Monterey Park. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Biden began by recounting the day 11 people were killed at a dance hall, having the man who opened fire should have never had a weapon.
I'm determined. Once again, to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines.
Biden says his new order will empower the Attorney General to crack down on background checks. He spoke here inside the gym at the Boys and Girls Club and left a final message for Congress.
Enough. Do something.
In Monterey Park, Gregory
Biden has boarded Air Force One on his way to Las Vegas. A retired Orange County Sheriff's Sergeant says school districts need a plan to stop mass gun control.
Gun laws are not going to fix the problem. Cyber safety cop Jake Ranfer says whether it's a gun, knife, or stick, a threat assessment team at every school is critical
To identify who these people are and then have a plan to manage them. And that's something that we've been lacking in.
Ranfer tours the nation teaching districts to have such teams looking for students posting or talking about violence.
And once the threat's identified, we need the school, law enforcement, and mental health to work together to come up with a plan to get that person off that path of violence.
Ranfer says it's important to also have a campus campaign encouraging students to report violent signs. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
San Francisco's African American Reparations Advisory Committee presented a draft proposal in front of the city's Board of Supervisors. The proposal includes a $5 million lump sum payment for each eligible black person, which would make San Francisco the first major city in the U.S. to fund reparations. The draft lists 100 recommendations ranging from offering grants to buying and maintaining homes to exempting black businesses from paying taxes. Supervisors can vote to adopt all, none, or some of the suggestions. The judge is scheduled to hear arguments in a lawsuit potentially posing a threat to abortion medication that assigned to a judge in Texas appointed by former President Trump. The FDA approved the drug mifepristone in 2000. The ruling could affect states regardless of whether abortion is legal. This will say medication accounts for more than half of abortions. The hearing is set for tomorrow, which was publicly announced when questions were raised about transparency. Transportation Secretary Chief Buttigieg says a series of close calls on flights across the U.S. are deeply troubling and deserve immediate attention. Comments come a day before the Federal Aviation Administration Safety Summit with airlines, unions, and airports.
These incidents are still extremely rare. We have about 45,000 flights a day, and it would be alarming to see more than one or two of these close calls a month.
Buttigieg says that's exactly why he's focused on it. He said this year airlines in the U.S. are on track to have more than 20 close calls. The United Nations Security Council held another meeting about Russia's war in Ukraine. Through an interpreter, Russia's representative Vasily Alexeyevich Nebenzia says Ukraine's regime is who Russia is fighting.
We're not concerned for ourselves, but whether we're trying to look at this for Ukraine, we're wondering what led them to this criminal Kiev regime.
Nebenzia says these criminal activity has been going on long before February last year, which is when Russia first invaded the country. The U.S. has said there's no doubt Russia has committed crimes against humanity during its war in Ukraine.
Space is undeniably a contested and congested warfighting domain.
And the Department of Air Forces announced a $259.3 billion budget request to continue advancing Space Force and Air. Chief of U.S. Space Operations General Bradley Chance Saltzman pitched the budget to senators and says money will go to cyber warfare activities, electronic attack platforms, lasers, sensors, and other defense programs.
Describing space threats, it's important to account for two kinds of threats. First, threats from space assets, and second, threats to space assets.
because the proposed budget would deliver $2.6 billion to the Space Force for 15 launches in 2024. The Space Force is focusing on cybersecurity, ground stations, data links, and satellites. We'll check the freeways next. Well, if you're in an accident beside your car being damaged, the injuries in the accident can have a ripple effect on your life. Well, it looks like we're getting a lot of rain out there, which means slicker roads and less visibility. So please drive safely out there. Sometimes, no matter how careful you drive, accidents happen. So if it happens to you and you get injured, you need to call our guys and gals, the accident attorneys that we recommend weekdays. 1-800-500-5200. Don't take this on alone. Let Sweet James Accident Attorneys help you get the medical care you need, also get your vehicle back up on its tires, and maximize your compensation. So if you're hurt, call the attorneys we recommend here at KFI, and of course, that's Sweet James Accident Attorneys. 1-800-500-5200. 800-500-5200. Website, sweetjames.com. Land weather from KFI. Rain all night. Could be heavy at times. Lows above 50 degrees. Tomorrow, rain should sort of dip until about midday. Then cloudy and a degree or two warmer. Highs mid-50s, mid-60s, Metro LA, Orange County, the upper 60s, inland and high valleys, around 60 in the high desert, Antelope Valley. Partly cloudy, mostly the same temperature getting to the weekend after that. Right now in Irvine, 58, Fullerton, 56, Burbank, 54, Torrance, 57 degrees. The KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorneys. Dow finished up 336. NASDAQ was up 239. S&P was up 55. The average price of regular gas in California for 90 a gallon.
No, wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. 53 years since 1972.
There's crash in Monrovia.
You can tell me too. Last time at Myrtle, the 2 by lanes have been blocked in the wake of dumping us out of Irwindale, getting away from Irwindale Avenue. It's the home path with Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Pretty much a no-pass angel. 15 southbound, just up Kenwood. They're putting up an overturned vehicle in the center divider. That stretch is heavy from the 138. But before you get that far, South 15, jams through this area. 2-3 mile stretch down to 395, almost Ranchero, where they play with the road work. 15 northbound, absolutely slammed pretty much from the 60 out of Ontario. Up into the path, and about the 138 at least you got another switch at the 395. I think they're wrapping up some road work there. 215 northbound about Little League Drive. They're showing up the last city there. There's up to the story there, back to the 210. And in the mountains, the mountain range there, the Highway 18, that is closed now between Snow Valley and Big Bear Dam. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Hawthorne remains full on the 105 eastbound, actually backing up out of El Segundo. With the from Sepulveda Boulevard, you're on the brakes all the way to the 605. KFI in the sky, hope to get you there faster. I'm Nicole Martinez.
This hour of the Conway Show is being brought to you by Purigan Water. Get a complete whole house water filtration system for $0 down and $49 a month. Go to PuriganWater.com.
I get it. Flip it, cup it, check it twice a day.
I get it. Flip it, cup it, check it in the morning and before dinner.
I get it. Flip it, cup it, check it, and share it with my doctor. Nearly 1 in 2 U.S. adults have high blood pressure. That's why it's important to self-monitor your blood pressure in 4 easy-to-remember steps. It starts with a monitor.
Now that I know my blood pressure numbers, I talk with my doctor. We're getting those numbers down.
Be next to talk to your doctor about your blood pressure numbers. Get down with your blood pressure. Self-monitoring is power. Learn more at manageability.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the American Heart Association, and the American Medical Association, in partnership with the Office of Minority Health and Health Resources and Services Administration.
American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com.
COVID-19 can stop the illness from getting serious and help you test negative as soon as you feel symptoms. or call 833-422-4255 to ask for medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health.
More stimulating talk.
And iHeart Radio station.
Mark Thompson is in the house. Oh, yeah. We are talking about the rain. The rain's a big, big deal here in Southern California. Another atmospheric river coming in. Yeah, this is going to last all night long into tomorrow. Well, it'll be tapering off late tonight into tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, all right. I'm just saying, yeah, but it will last. So you're right. It will last all the time. It's just that it will begin to taper. All right. I'm in Meta. You know, they do Facebook and Insta. Yeah, yeah. It's all about the grams. Oh, yeah. They're laying off 10,000 people. That seems like a lot of people. And then Pi Day, perfect excuse to celebrate eating pies. 314, right? 314? Mm-hmm. That's right. What is when they say it's all about the gram? Are they talking about cocaine or Instagram? I've never heard them say it, so I don't know. Is that what they say? Troy, you ever heard that term when they say in that song, it's all about the gram? You've never heard that? Not gram. Oh my God. I've heard things. You guys are like seniors. You know about that baby? Yeah, we're just not as hip as Tim. Okay, well, look. Then let me play something you're more familiar with. The two of you. Something more current? Yeah. Who's on first? Now, I want to find out. As long as those people are thinking about baseball. When you stand still, pick up your hat. Don't pick up your hat. Then you go and pay your popcorn and don't need to be acting anymore. No. You know, Space 19, they give you nowadays 32 names. Funny name, nicknames. That's not as funny as my name, because I can insinuate. Yes. Science and yes. On the St. Louis team, we have who's on first, what's on second. I don't know who's on third. That's what I want to find out. I want you to come in and answer the phone on the St. Louis team. I'm telling you, who's on first, what's on second. I don't know who's on third. You know the fellow's name? Yes. Well, then who's playing first? Yeah. I mean, the fellow's name on first base. Who? The fellow playing first base for St. Louis. Who? The guy on first base. Who is on first? Well, what are you asking me for? I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, who is on first? I'm asking you who's on first. That's the man's name. That's whose name? Yeah. Who? The guy on first. Who? The first base. Who is on first? Now, you got a first base and on first. Certainly. Then who's playing first? Absolutely. When you pay first base for every month, who gets the money? Every dollar of it. Why not the man's entitled to it? Who is that? So who gets it? What's your name? Sometimes his wife comes down and collects it. Who's wife? Yeah. Oh, man, earns it. Who does? Absolutely. Well, I'm trying to find out what's the guy's name on first base. Oh, no. What is on second base? I'm not asking you who's on second. That's what I'm trying to find out. Don't change the player. I'm not changing nobody. What's the guy's name on first base? What's the guy's name on second base? I'm not asking you who's on second. Who's on first? I don't know who's on first. We're not talking about him. Man, that is unbelievable how well that still holds up. Also, it's amazing they came up with that. It's such a simple concept, but it's all in the execution. And it was all done in one take. You know, back in Portola Junior High, when I was in drama class, I don't think anything else was available. And they said, hey, we're going to do a variety show. We're going to put on a show. Mm-hmm. And I said, oh, okay. And they said, come up with a minute's worth of material. And I said, I'll do the Who's On First for a buddy of mine. And the teacher's like, really? You're going to do Who's On First? He said, yeah, I'll do Who's On First. I've seen it before, and I'd like to for my audition. And okay. I went home. I looked it up. It's 5 pages. Single type. A long bit. And it's not only a long bit, but it's the comic timing of it is very, very difficult. For a 7th grader that has an attention disorder, God almighty. So I failed that. That didn't work out. But that's still a very funny bit. Absolutely. I mean, it's a classic bit. Yeah. Abbott and Costello. Yes. You mentioned his name. If I mention a first baseman's name, who should I say playing first? Oh, who's playing first? Say what's up first, will you? Now, what's the guy's name on first base? What's on second? I'm not asking you who's on second. Who's on third? I don't know. Who's on third? There I go, back on third again. So I can't change their names. Would you please stay on third base, Mr. Rod Hart? Now, what is it you want? What is the fella's name on first base? What is the fella's name on second base? It's great, man. It really is. Even, 50, 70, 80 years later, I don't know how long that ago that was, but man, that was a lot. And those guys were top of the game. Yes. Very, very fun. All right, Meta is Facebook and Insta. It's all about the gram, but they're laying people off. It's very sad. Very
Meta is preparing for another round of job cuts, as according to the Washington Post. Facebook's parent company is looking to downsize and restructure. Back in November, CEO Mark Zuckerberg slashed 11,000 jobs and assured workers that he didn't anticipate any more layoffs. So for more on this, I want to bring in Greg Hayes, who is a business reporter for Insider. So it looks like we're getting more layoffs here. What is the reason why? What is Meta looking to do with these cuts and staffing? Yeah, I think ultimately Meta is responding to the larger market.
So this is a 10,000 in addition to the 11,000 that they already fired. That's 21,000 people that they fired. And Meta. Now that's a great thing to have on your resume. That means you're young and smart. If I see somebody coming in here to iHeartMedia or KFI more specifically, and they said they'd have 4 years working at Meta, I would give them an honest shot at it. I would think, okay, they're smart, they're young, they're funny, they're hip.
Sure. I mean, they come out of the cutting edge technology place. You're saying Meta, Instagram, whatever. Yeah. I mean, the problem is in that world, if that's where they wanted to remain, there are just fewer jobs. And their gliders and their bloodletting in Silicon Valley is scary.
And I don't know where those people go. They're not trained to be waiters or waitresses. They're in the computer business.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the business they want to be in.
All right, we are going to take a small break. We're live on KFI N640. Keep an eye on the rain. We'll give you updates on where, when, how much. 2 to 4 inches in the valley, 3 to 6 inches of rain in the mountain communities. And it's not elevate that much rain, so look for flooding. We're live on KFI. More now with Trojan, KFI's 24-hour news. They're excited to charge 9 people in LA with sex trafficking, producing child pornography, and other stuff as part of Project Safe Childhood. The Justice Department's initiative to fight child exploitation crime. Ohio is suing Norfolk Southern over its train derailment last month to make sure it pays for the cleanup and environmental damage. And government archaeologists in Greece are protesting the assault of a colleague responsible for the end of music code for what they say is a mafia-style pressure to expand tourism for the area. We'll check the 605 freeway coming up. All right, let's talk about advanced hair. Yes. Fantastic company. Now, if you've been thinking about calling Advanced Hair Restoration, do yourself a favor and simply schedule your free consultation today. Find out if your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair is in fact optional. Imagine the relief. Just knowing that a full head of hair is a real possibility. Advanced Hair's one-day treatment, virtually pain-free, right? And new hair starts to regrow the very next day. It works for me, it works for tons of our listeners, and a lot of us thank you personally for inspiring them to take control. Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care also makes this the perfect time to pursue your needs. Do yourself a favor, simply schedule your free consultation right now, and if you choose to move forward, which I think you will, you're going to receive $250 off a $250 free hairdresser. That's huge. 844-333-HAIR. Making that call, literally the hardest part. Advanced Hair successfully restored my bald spot, and your new hair is also backed by their Advanced Hair Guarantee. Leading industry guarantee. So phone up 844-333-HAIR or website advancedhair.com. Just slow and no walk.
This is 605. You can really march down the Great Moving for 105 freeway all the way to the 10. And that southbound side is pretty much flowing through that same stretch through the 10 heading back towards the 5. It's tough along the 110 freeway. This is northbound moving the 91 heading out of Gardena all the way up through the 5 in Illusion Park. And southbound the road out of Illusion Park and just about Stadium Road to continue back towards the 405. They've matched into the Cajon Pass, just to northbound the road out of Ontario from the 10 to the 138. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Nico Martinez.
This is the world champion, Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The Lakers looking ahead to 3-game slide tonight against the Pelicans. Fielders supposed to follow in this for the Kings versus the Islanders. The Chargers agreed to terms with right tackle Trey Pipkins on a multi-year deal and release left guard Matt Filer. They were retaining kicker Cameron Dicker and tackle Austin Terrell. Big moves to the Cowboys. They get quarterback Stephon Gilmore from the Colts for a fifth-round pick and agree on a multi-year deal with voice actor Leighton Vander Esch.
This family takes turns turning heads. Brains, beauty, and athleticism. All they need now is for you to drive them up the lot. The Mercedes-Benz family of SUVs. A family of unrivaled vehicles waiting at your local dealer.
This report is sponsored by Amtrak. Spring break travel can't plan itself. So get going with your next adventure aboard Amtrak. You can save up to 20% when you book in advance at Amtrak.com. 7-day advance purchase required. Restrictions and exclusions apply. I am Kyle at Blinds.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blinds blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blinds.com. In this week's marketers report, Patricia Spanieletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Pray.com's meditative prayer contact is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. Each meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, sleep better, and more.
Close your eyes. Ask God to come and have something. Open yourself to the Holy Spirit.
To listen to meditative prayer on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
He's going to make climate change happen right now. We're going to deal with it right this second. We're going to do it maybe not right now, but it's going to be super, super important, and we're going to do it sometime. Bill Handel, even for those of you that are already Joe Biden fans, come on, guys. We have to be a little bit more forceful. Morning from 6 to 10 on KFI. It's just that I told myself I for that white color. This was them fun, them good, if I can have the court Johnson is here. Rain's a big deal. Orange County restaurants hit by burglars in a 30-minute span. That's another big huge deal, especially on one of those restaurants. And illusionist David Blaine injured in Las Vegas in a show falling 80 feet into boxes. That's odd. All right, this is the song that I was talking about, Mark Thompson. If you know it, it's called ROTHSCHILD. And I don't know when they're saying it's all about the gram. I don't know if they mean Instagram or cocaine. All right? Okay, here it is. There we go. All right, here we roll. Off of the gram. All right, but what's that beginning when they say it's all about the gram? It's all about the gram. I think it's cocaine. Really? Also the gram. You think it is? What do you think? It's Instagram. I know the song. You think it's all about? No, I know it's Instagram. I know the song. Oh, you know, okay. The judge's world is for Instagram. It would be odd to start with it. Yeah, I don't know. You don't know the song. Well, that's true. That's true. I don't know it when you don't know it. But in the entire song, it's all about getting high and having sex with a woman. It's not a complete departure from cocaine. Yeah, it's my mind. It's not cocaine. Yeah, it's fair, right? It's fair take. That's basically your point. It's all for the gram. It's all for the gram, but it's Instagram in this case. Yeah. All for the gram. Well, they don't call coke the gram either. So there's not. No,
So good job.
All right, let's talk about the Central Coast. Rain. No good.
The Pajaro looks like it is flooded all the way down the street. Every part of the community is under some part of water, and the flooding is expected to continue. Folks are not expected to be able to come home to live here for months. And some people right now are still trapped in their homes.
There's a neighbor's house, they can't get out the driveway, and it's just a giant lake for a mile in any direction.
Yeah, we're not getting as bad as they got up there in central and northern California. It's brutal up there. It continues to be brutal. You know, Mammoth is expecting 5 more feet of snow. Over the 700 inches they have. It's heavy snow, too, and this is kind of like a bummer because it's not the kind of light powder that, makes for a really great skiing experience or snowboarding experience. It's really heavy sort of Sierra cement type stuff. Oh, so this is like late winter, early spring stuff. Like not the stuff you get on like January 10th. Right. Yeah, I'm getting you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm picking up what you're putting down about me having put down stuff that you picked up. That's right. We put it in the layman's terms.
More than 2,000 people were forced from their homes by floodwaters fed by the atmospheric river and by the Pajaro River levee break that happened on Friday.
How does something like that begin? The atmospheric river. Did somebody say it and another person says it?
I think so. I think they decided to rebrand it this way. It's really always been. And when I first heard that, I thought, what is this thing? Atmospheric, and I thought in the LA Times, they go, another atmosphere. The problem is they're calling every storm, not the LA Times isn't doing this, but they're doing it once in a while, broadcasting say, calling every storm an atmospheric river. That's just not right. There's the real reason. It's not happening here. But I'm just saying that, you're right. It's had a virality to it. It just kind of picked up and went viral.
Here is something interesting. Jim Cramer Mad Money. This is great. This guy said, another great call from Jim Cramer. Silicon Valley Bank is being overly punished, and everyone should go back to normal.
Now, the new banks are like the litigants, but sometimes you might get convicted. I would get convicted for overly punished today, but who cares? I mean, think about it. The fear is too palpable. I also think the pin action and the rest of the bank is too severe. But unlike most public companies, they get the same stuff. They just say, hey, fire, we are in trouble.
All right, that audio comes after he suggested that the stock price of 320 was too low, and that stock SBC was going to. And they said it's a buy. Yeah, buy SBC. I love this bank. I love this stock. That's wild, man. And that's not inquisition. No, it was 6 weeks ago or 5 weeks ago. That is crazy. All right, here's an ATM scam you got to be aware of. ATM scam for, I think it's Chase Bank here.
Everyone was doing out, so how she got scammed with this ATM.
The man in line offered to buy. The fellow that was on the sidewalk came up and said, if you have the chip for your card, you can tap it.
So, Pamela tapped her card. This time it worked. She got her cash, thanks to the man, and walked off.
The next morning, I looked at my bank account.
To her shock, Pamela saw 3 more withdrawals from her account. $940 was gone.
I said, that guy scammed me last night at the ATM machine.
I didn't think anything of it. I thought he was just using the ATM. The same thing happened to Rob Bell at the same ATM. When the card reader didn't work, a man leaned in. That person said, there's a problem with the talk function. You have to use the tap function. Okay, here's the problem. When you use the tap function, when you slide the card, it closes out the window as soon as you're done. But if you tap it, it remains open even after you're done. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't either. And Neil Savager came in and told us that yesterday. I didn't know that. Wow. So be very careful. Don't use the tapping of your card at your ATM, because that window will stay open after you leave. That is great news I can use. Right. Maybe you could use this tomorrow on your program. I'm going to. The Mark Thompson show on YouTube. Yeah, I'll put it alongside all the other stuff that we talk about. Thank you, Barry. Although this will be kind of the typical response on your show. After you do that story, you'll see it on the crawl. It'll go $940. That's chump change. Why should you buy it? That's not true. That's not true. Yeah. all of the billionaires listening to the Mark Thompson. No. We get the full range. Just like they are. I get it. Yeah. But I didn't know this. I didn't either. Fields of Acres phone. Great information. It's great knowledge, as you always say. So, Rob snapped his card, took his cash, and walked off. Later, he found 2 accounts of big range. $565 gone.
My initial reaction was, wait a second. I definitely did not withdraw that much money. I had no need for $1,000 cash.
Justin Sindelar tapped his Apple Watch at that ATM and withdrew $40. Later, he found 5 more withdrawals in a row. Remember the old days when you went to the ATM and you were about 50-50 on whether they'll give you any money? Oh, yeah. Or do I ever? That was the worst, man. You know, of course, there used to be transactions there. They still, I don't use ATM anymore. They look like I don't see a lot of transaction fees if you use your own bank. Yeah. But I remember going to the ATM and you were embarrassed that it didn't give you any money. So to the hot girl that was behind you, you would just turn around and go, I'm just checking you out, balance. I didn't get posed just now that I couldn't take $20. Just made a big deposit. Yeah. I'll be moving on. Yeah, I hope you can get the comma after the second 3 zeros. That means what again? That's good, man. All right, we're live on KFI's Conference on some more Crozier. And KFI's 24 Newsroom. Class action lawsuits being filed against the parent company of Silicon Valley Bank and 2 of its top executives.
Shareholders accused them of concealing the risk the bank was facing from those higher interest rates.
ABC's Lindsay Watts says regulators also took control of Signature Bank over the weekend. The lawsuit against SVB Financial Group was filed in the Northern District of California, looking for unspecified damages to be awarded to those who invested in SVB between 2021 and 23. Silicon Valley Bank's last week is the second largest bank failure in U.S. history. This report brought to you by Jacoby and Myers injury attorneys. The City Council of Newport Beach and Balboa Island will consider banning fractional ownership properties during today's meeting at the Planning Commission's recommendation. The Council majority doesn't support the ban. Commissioners recommend at least putting a cap on the properties and allowing them only in areas that already have apartments. This will say the Council first heard about the topic in 2021 when there were 4 fractionally owned homes in Newport Beach. This has increased to a dozen. The chemical leak from a plant in New Albany, Indiana, has caused an orange cloud to disperse in the skies across the border from Kentucky. Bluegrass Chemicals Paul McCauley says in reaction proceeded at a faster rate, filling up the building before releasing into the atmosphere.
The top guys are not good. They are calling back on so what we do there is just not trading levels. We make a lot of little nitrate solutions that are used for everything.
McCauley says it's very difficult to measure the concentration, so once it leaves the building, it dissipates quickly. But he says inside the building, it is rather contaminated. And a ranking bulletin is holding a golf tournament to raise funds for equestrian therapy for children with disabilities. The mother of a rider, Ann Hefferson, says working with horses is hard, but the kids only see it as fun.
You have to do a lot of fine motor skills and physical strength, kneeling on the horse.
All money raised during the fundraiser May 1st will go to a nonprofit Paris Chance to help keep programs running for children with special needs, including kids with autism and those with suicidal thoughts. To get involved, people can visit parischance.org. We'll take a look at the 405 freeway next. It's not luck. They work harder at Morongo for you. That's why LA Times readers voted Morongo the best casino in the Southland. Ray Dunn gives giveaways. You get a toasty when you're in 500 points on your rewards card on the 20th or the 21st of March. Your choice. St. Patrick's Day freebie. Yes, you get a plush rainbow keychain on March 17th. That's this Friday. Tea drinks and beer Irish for the day. Corned beef and cabbage at Good Times Cafe. And discounts on draft beer and Irish whiskey on all the bars on St. Patty's Day. That's right. So trunk in Good Friday. You could win up to $1,500 in free play playing slots with your rewards card on Friday from 1 to 8 p.m. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Good times for everybody. Rain, cool temps tonight, overnight lows above 50. Chance of rain tomorrow too about midday. Some clouds and a tad warmer after that for the weekend. It's 57 in Placentia, 55 in Laguna Niguel. There's a stall West LA.
This is on the 405 and it's on the southbound side. So heads up, here is major ways to pass sunset. Let's flip back to the northbound side past sunset. left lane just blocks away to backing up off of the 10 freeway. But the southbound side of the 405, loading up out of the Sepulveda pass from Purple Center all the way to Global Center. You've got more flowing ahead, leaving Santa Monica Boulevard as you continue all the way to the 605 freeway. Pasadena still crowding up on the expressway before Pasadena. Let's take a look at the 210 to begin with. Eastbound flowing, moving the 134. These stretches all the way to Foothill Boulevard. But that 134 eastbound, that's pretty tough overall, leaving the 170 as you continue ahead towards the 210. Hey, FI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Hey, there's a better way to fly. You're probably fed up with being stuck in endless lines and packed planes. Try simplifying your travel with Surf Air. As a Surf Air member, you'll save an average of 2 hours on every flight and completely avoid busy airports. You can choose from thousands of aircraft and arrive at smaller airports closer to your home, all while flying on your own schedule. SurfAir.com, the best alternative to commercial air travel. There's a better way to fly. SurfAir.com. Hey y'all, you start the 2023 time for some changes at home, but when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard to find appliances, you're going to need my secret weapon, WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in stock and hard to find appliances than WDC. So to get that kitchen and bath done right, you're going to need more than just an appliance store. You need the expertise trusted for years, WDC. Find the one nearest you. WDCappliances.com, WDCappliances.com. Your solar with local and veteran-owned Skipper Solaris. Visit SkipperSolaris.com.
COVID-19 season, stop the illness from getting serious. And a flu, that's negative 2. As soon as you feel symptoms, visit youcanbeatit.org or call 833-422-4255 to ask for medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health.
In this week's marketer report, Patricia Sayaletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner and talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Why do you turn crumpled up paper into 3-pointers?
Oh, nothing but recycling then.
Why do we use rock, paper, scissors to make a ticket? Well, this is it.
Okay, keep your pineapple again.
Why are we talking to fans?
I'm talking into a fan.
Why do we sell bad deals? I checked over at Rabbi yesterday. I think it was an ambush. Why? For the same reason we play practice from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Up to 18 years old. Restricted players. But it's getting harder to find new customers. After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising, with experts ready to craft your message fast. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Or
KFI AM at 640 College. So Mark Thompson is here. The rain is the real big story. We're covering that. But also, David Blaine was injured in Las Vegas. That's a bad deal. And SVB, the collapse of the big banks up in Northern California, might be a broader indicator of some bigger. That's probably true.
Well, it certainly is. The problem is that anxiety is running through the banking system now, right?
Yeah. You know, people, as much as the government tells you it's all insured, nobody wants to die in an FDIC, people still don't. When it comes to their money, they don't trust anybody.
Sure, and they want to be 100% sure. You know, that's my bank.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. Now, like you're probably saying, oh, we talked to with your friends in the Silicon Valley. No. In fact, my bank's right down the street. But guess what? My bank was bought. It was acquired by SVB.
Oh, so you bank with SVB?
Yeah, but I didn't even know that. Because it's not the person I deal with. I don't, but they acquired my bank. So the reason I mention it is not like it's some weird,
So you're nervous?
Some weird brag. Hey, I am nervous, but also want to tell you what I received. I got 2 emails.
Wow.
Okay, one email was, I'm the new CEO and president, don't worry, we've got our act together, everything's fine, all of your deposits are going to be covered. And then the second email was, hey guys, let's not all start pulling our money out. I just told you, see email 1. We have our act together and we kind of lock things down. Still, all you guys are taking your money. So that's what's strange with central banks. Exactly. So those are the 2 correspondences I got from SVB. But I mean, I hate to say it, but I am pulling my money out.
Last week, I noticed on Thursday or Wednesday that Santa Anita canceled Friday and Saturday's races because of rain. And Friday it did rain a lot, but it didn't rain at all on Saturday, or vice versa, whatever it was. They canceled the weekend racing 4 days in advance, so 3 days in advance. That's tough to do. Conversely, at Churchill Downs in Kentucky, they raced between tornado warnings. It's like, hold on, you put tickets for the 3rd race until we see what the rest of the tornado is heading, and then we'll get this race underway immediately after that tornado passes over the barn. But man, it's a different culture, man. Different culture. Yeah. Now, I learned something during the break here about Mark Thompson, and I've known you how long? 20 years?
20 years.
Okay. I've known you 20 years. And I consider you one of my best pals. And I never knew this about you, which depresses me because I don't like finding out important things of people later on in life. I always thought you were good enough friends who told me that at one point. What is that? About Dodger Stadium.
The forecast at Dodger Stadium. When
this is really important. Listen to this. I know some people listen to this. This is really important.
This is how important it is. I felt important for what I was asked to do. And that is, when I was at Channel 11 doing the weather every night, Dodgers, I forget, I wish there was a to call me. Somebody called me from the Dodgers when it was kind of pardon the expression here, a dodgy situation with weather, meaning we weren't sure how much rain was going to fall, and the front was coming through, how soon can we get the game in, what do you think, how bad is it going to be, how long is it going to be bad? He asked me all these questions, and I felt so much pressure.
A lot of responsibility.
Yeah, I felt a lot of pressure, and I felt both honored, to be the guy who was go to, but I also felt tremendous amount of pressure. So, did you ever screw it up? I don't remember screwing it up. I don't remember.
There's no chance of any rain, and then
no, I don't think it was wiped out. No, normally I would say something like that. I think you can probably comfortably get through 7 innings before you have to worry about anything, and then probably the last couple of innings might be a little on the sketchy side. But it looks as though maybe you'll get some prefrontal showers around the 6th inning, but nothing to rain it out. So it was a lot of responsibility. I just remember being a bit intimidated almost.
But that is a huge, for them to come to you, it's incredible.
Yeah, it was really quite, it was quite cool, but it was also really intimidating.
And that lasted for a couple of years?
Yeah, a couple of seasons, yeah.
All right, let's do a whip around here. We got the whip around here. We'll do a quick, quick one. All right. How many total rainouts have happened at Dodger Stadium?
Oh, that's a great question.
How many total rainouts at Dodger Stadium? start with Crozier. Total rainouts at Dodger Stadium. All time? All time.
Oh my God.
One. One is wrong. Let's go with Jamie. How many total rainouts?
I would say 5.
5. Angel.
I'm gonna go Quattro. 4.
All right. And how about Crozier?
Crozier gets the
I'll
1.
go 6.
1. Okay. How about Mark?
Oh, wait a minute. You're talking about 6. They've been playing at Dodger Stadium?
Yes.
And you're talking about the game rained out completely. I mean, how can it be a low number? It's got to be more than that.
I'm going to say, here's your opportunity to jump in on it.
Okay, I'll say 40.
40. All right, Crozier.
42.
42. All right, Kelly.
A 35.
35. Is Rick in there?
Yep.
Rick,
I'm gonna say 20.
he said 20.
You say Crozier.
Crozier. 0. All right. The actual retail number, 17.
Oh, wow.
Crozier wins.
Actually, Crozier, you won a couple of times. 17 right now. Dodger Stadium opened on April 10th, 1962. Wow. The first rainout was in 1967. There have been 17 rainouts in the stadium's 59-year history. 17 rainouts. I'm going to go 17. One every 3 years.
Wow.
Isn't that wild?
I was thinking at least if you wanted to. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. So when you break it down on it.
Not too many in July.
It's true.
Yeah, I think 0.
Yeah, good point.
I
I
get
get the rainy season.
Yeah,
August is the time to get it. There you go.
All right. Break down.
I'll keep talking. We'll go to commercial.
Keep talking. Okay. I'm going to go 10. 10 is today.
I'll let you guess it.
Right. What's going on with the news, folks? Officials are reminding people of state law allowing a parent to give up an infant within 72 hours, no questions asked, after a woman in Fullerton was charged with abandoning her newborn in a trash can last week. The pet is joining a lawsuit against Rite Aid, saying it ignored red flags as it illegally filled prescriptions for opioids and other medically unnecessary stuff. The Prime Minister of the UK and his family have been scolded for letting their dog off its leash in London's Hyde Park. We'll check the freeway. TRILLIONAIRE. All right, you want to sell your home, right? You maybe have an older home, or perhaps, I don't know, you just don't want to do any repairs. You're a little lazy like I am. And you think about selling, you got to contact Sunday, sundae.com, sunday.com/offers. Sunday's real estate marketplace, unique way to sell your home as is fast and get the best possible price. Sunday connects you with homeowners with thousands of local buyers who bid on your home, ensuring you get the best possible price. On the average, homeowners receive 22 cash offers within days. So Sunday's local real estate experts have helped over 900 families in the greater LA area move quickly and get the best possible price for their home. The team has over 30 years of local real estate experience. That's a lot. Best part? No showing, no repairs, no cleaning at all. Plus, you're going to pay 0 fees for Sunday, and you can close in a quick of 10 days. Visit them online, sunday.com/offers, sundae.com/offers, or call them. 1-800-25-OFFER, 1-800-25-OFFER. Sunday's licensed real estate broker. For more information, please visit sunday.com/disclosure. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. Roll the Cajon hat.
Making available that northbound side of the leaving the 210 freeway all the way through the 138. Southbound is crowding up, leaving the 138 as you roll back towards Kenwood. And you're in the high desert coming up on Oak Hill, it's in a work zone, 2 left off limits both directions. Northbound side is going from Oak Hill to about the 395 and southbound from Main Street back to the 395, really tough. Mid-City, 10 eastbound, loading up from Robertson all the way to the 5. The 5 goes southbound out of Burbank. Crowding up at Alameda, delays taking you all the way to Imperial Highway in Norwalk. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Inka Martinez.
This is football with Sean Lane. It was Frigate from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
The Warriors looking ahead at a 3-game slide tonight against the Pelicans. They'll look close to shallow in this for the Kings versus the Islanders. The Chargers agree to terms with right tackle Trey Pipkins on a multi-year deal and release left guard Matt Filer. They're retaining kicker Cameron Dicker and tackle Dr. Terrell. Big moves to the Cowboys. They get quarterback Stephon Gilmore from the Colts for a fifth-round pick. And they're bringing a multi-year deal with linebacker Leighton evangelist. I'm Spike Garrett. During Staples Teacher-Palooza, teachers say big or do big. Save 25% on classroom decor and up to 40% on brands like Post-it, Papermate, and helmets. Since store only, offer M4 while supplies last. Help your favorite teachers stock the classroom at Staples.
This report is sponsored by Vanguard University in Orange County. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University. Ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit vanguard.edu to learn more.
What I would tell people is that you don't have to be in pain anymore. Meet Dr. Justin Garzone, Medical Director at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using advanced regenerative medicine to give people lasting relief from chronic joint pain. What's exciting is that I get to see patients with our treatment actually get better. Have you discovered regenerative medicine? It's an all-natural way to use the power of your own body to restore and repair damaged tissue. We're using things that are already in your body, and we're simply concentrating them and then put it in an area of your body that you're having the pain so that your body can start the regenerative process, the healing process.
For pain in your knees, hips, back, shoulders, don't assume the old treatments are the only treatment. Avoid drugs and surgery and get lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN. iHeartRadio icons with the Edge, celebrating U2's Songs of Surrender, their new 40-song reimagined collection. U2's The Edge joins Jim Kerr to do a deep dive into the making and remake of U2 classics on Songs of Surrender.
Songs working on the book. There was 4 chapters. Well, let's see if there are 4 these 2 songs that we can reimagine.
Don't miss it. Friday, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on a classic rock channel on iHeartRadio. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively. Across radio, digital, podcasting, and radio. We'd love to take you out iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today. iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Why should we start crumpled up zippers and sphere players? Oh, nothing but recycling then. Why do we use rock, paper, scissors to make the studio free? Okay, teachers, pineapple. Why do we talk to the fans? I'm talking them to a fan. Why do we tell dad jokes? I took over at Rabbi yesterday. I think it was an ambush. Why? The same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play the funky. Must be 18 years old. Let's just play it play. It's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patricia Spangoletta, the Chief Marketing Officer, Direct Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which was one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio was a core part of that. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just the media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. And now, a few words from your dog. Will you join me and my team of Wake Up Girl Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena's named Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help them care for the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle. KFIAM640 or stimulating your here. Rain, rain, rain. That's the big story. And that will be the story throughout the evening. You'll probably do 3 hours of telling you where it's going to be. Because I think that the majority of the rain is coming in is tonight. Right, it's this evening.
Yeah, in fact, even late tonight, overnight, it'll start to taper off, kind of go showery, and then to the first part of the day, showery, and then we're done.
We're talking. Well, let me give you a quick update on the weather here. For the San Fernando Valley,
I thought I just did that.
no, you're supposed to the San Fernando Valley is going to be from now until midnight.
What does the cartoon say now? I'm looking at the phone. The San Fernando Valley.
But it's going to continue all the way till 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Let's go for an update. Isn't it safe? It's Tim Conway Jr. Yes, thank you, Bob. Just looking here, it's a cloud with some really like a lot of lines out of it.
Look at on TV. Look, it's going down.
And then there's a cloud with not as many lines out of it. We should see that.
All right. So we were talking about earlier that song Rothschild, and it's all about the gram. And you said nobody talks about cocaine by saying, they call it the gram or all about the gram.
Yeah, they say bump or flow or rail. They'll do a rail or whatever.
And Crozier, who's sitting in here, said, well, two things. One, we don't do it enough to know what it's called and what it's not called, right? Which is a smoke on you. And number two is the last line of that song is, I want to stay up all night, right?
Yeah, that could be a reference to something else. I don't want to get into it right now.
In the gram.
No, it's going to be a sexual reference.
Well, but is that the gram?
The gram. Dude, it's definitely Instagram.
That's the way the kids speak. Ask Mo Kelly. Mo Kelly.
He's in touch with the kids.
Mo, are you familiar with the song Roxanne where it goes, you don't have to be better. No, let me see. Let me play it for you. I'm going to play the clean version for you. And I'm sure you know it. Is it UTFO, Roxanne? No, it goes, Roxanne, you don't know I'm trying to find it for rendition. I'm trying to find the clean version, like this one. All right, I'm going to find you the clean version of it. And then I'm going to ask you if you know about what this lyric is. Because I thought it was about cocaine.
I got it for you.
Here it is. All right. I thought it was about cocaine. Here we go. All right. Get up here. All right, here we go, everybody.
Off to the ground. Love the ground.
Oh, wait. Never gonna love me if that's all right. You think I'm it? Okay, so at the beginning of the song, when they say this, it's all for the gram. It's for Instagram. Huh?
That's just for the gram. What I like about Mo Kelly is when you look over at him, and I'm looking like, it's obviously Instagram, right? It's like he will not let on. He's like, he had stone face. He wasn't going to judge. He wasn't going to hand down his judgment until you were finished. And then he said, it's Instagram.
Right, but I've noticed that's a tell for him when he doesn't know he's talking. It's true. I can't play poker with him.
Yeah, man.
So just rain. Just rain. And we'll also have to comment on David Blaine. I know you're commenting on it. He talked to us a couple months ago. He specifically talked about the time in which he got treated.
Wow.
Really? His concerns on that. So we're going to that. I don't know about all that. But just an insight. Oh, man. Strong. Sally out. What happened?
Kelly has David Blaine on.
Yeah, we had the audio of a Carter baby.
Who's on first?
Yeah. He's talking about the gram. So you're going to play audio back from him on the house? There's two things. If you're one who was worried about that particular stunt, and also he was talking about how he was injured, seriously injured, for the course of the show.
Really?
Yeah. So he did. I don't know if what are you talking about? What out? It'll be the third out. Sorry.
stuff. Can you just move that around? You can look in the M-Drive, the audio is there if you want to do that. It's in the later Mo Kelly photo. Don't share, you listen to Mo. Okay. All right, Mo Kelly's up next, right here on KFI AM 64. Thanks, Mark. Don't focus yesterday. Just tell it what to play. Okay, Google, what's KFI AM 640?
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the radio app.
More control. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. And Biden has used the backdrop of a Boys and Girls Club in Monterey Park to promote his executive order on gun control.
CEO Mark Zuckerberg. The president says it's time for Congress to act, but until they do, his new order will begin the process of stopping gun violence.
Does that by calling out for an independent government study that analyzes and exposes how gun manufacturers aggressively market firearms to civilians, especially minors.
Biden says his new order will also allow the Attorney General to crack down on background checks without new legislation. In Monterey Park, Chief Gregory KFI News.
Southern California is being hit with another atmospheric river storm with heavy rain expected through tomorrow morning. Up to 3 inches of rain is expected to fall in the valleys and coastal areas by the time this one moves out. The number of people in the state reporting damage to their cars from potholes has peaked following one of the biggest storms in California history. The Auto Club of Southern California's Shoot says potholes can not only damage tire rims, but suspension too.
On average, the cost of a pothole repair, it varies between $250 to more than $1,000.
Shoot says they're seeing potholes all over Southern California. With more atmospheric rivers on the way, CalFam says it's working hard to respond to emergencies. When it comes to the state's snowpack, we're number 9. California is experiencing one of the snowiest seasons to date.
651 inches, which is just an absolutely massive amount of snow.
Andrew Schwartz with UC Berkeley Central Snow Lab has recorded a snow water equivalent of 63 inches compared to the normal 34 inches. That's nearly double what's expected for this time of year. So far, this is the 9th snowiest season since the snow lab was built in 1946. Overall, the snowiest winter was in 1951, with more than 67 feet of snow. Jennifer Jones, KFI News. Facebook parent Meta is cutting another 10,000 jobs and will not fill 5,000 open positions. The company announced 11,000 job cuts in November, about 14% of its workforce at the time.
CEO Mark Zuckerberg making the announcement in a message to staff, saying it's part of his effort to make 2023 the company's year of efficiency.
ABC's Mark Rabbi says that the company is trimming $5 billion in expenses. Meta says it will reduce the size of its recruiting team and make more cuts in its tech group. Etsy says some of its sellers have had trouble getting their payments after Silicon Valley bank failure. It says about 0.5% of its seller base had their payments delayed Friday. The company says it's working to pay the sellers and have already started processing payments via another payment partner yesterday. Some sellers shared on Reddit their payments were scheduled for today, but others are still waiting. UCLA has created the first ever running robot and is gearing up to play soccer in the Robo Cup. The machine is named Artemis. It can kick, sprint, and walk on uneven surfaces. Researchers at UCLA say it's the fastest walking human-like bot in the world.
Just because you have a walking, running human robot does not mean that we'll be able to use this in 5 years in your own. You've still got a long way to go, but we need to start somewhere, sometime, so that's now.
Professor Dennis Hahn with Samueli Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering at UCLA says the bot will compete in a soccer match in France this summer. We'll take some problems on the 101 next.
Mo Kelly here. First, it was just me. Now I got my wife using Field of Greens. Now I got Koala using Field of Greens, and next you will be too. And here's the best thing. You have absolutely nothing to lose. Where else can you get the recommended 6 daily servings of fruits and vegetables in just one city? Let's be honest, you're not going to get them anywhere else. So let Field of Greens fill in the gaps in your diet, just like it did with mine, with just one scoop in the drink of your choice. It comes in a variety of flavors that taste good, which is a combination of the very specific fruits and vegetables for improved heart function, liver function, kidney function, and so much more. But like I said earlier, you have absolutely nothing to lose. Here's why. Put Field of Greens to the test with this better health problem. And look at your next doctor's visit. If your doctor isn't over the moon with your improved health numbers, you can return it for a full refund. I got you 15% subscribe. Visit fieldofgreens.com and use promo code KFI. I said fieldofgreens.com, promo code KFI.
Southland weather from KFI. Rain tonight, lows in the 40s and 50s. The wind advisory is in effect until 10 tonight, with gusts up to about 40 miles per hour possible in the Antelope Valley. Rain tomorrow morning, tapering off in the afternoon, highs in the 50s to low 60s. Mostly cloudy Thursday and Friday with highs in the 50s to low 60s again. And then it's going to stay mostly cloudy through the weekend with a slight chance of rain on Saturday night. It's 57 in Dana Point, 58 Long Beach, 54 in Santa Clarita, 56 in Rancho Santa Margarita. The KFI Financial Update sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow ended the day up 336 points. The NASDAQ added to 239 and S&P 500 gained 64. The average price for regular unleaded gas in California, $4.91 a gallon. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Texas for you since 1972. At a solid Studio C on the 101.
Now heading southbound just before Laurel Canyon is blocking the left lane, so you're seeing delays from about Van Nuys Boulevard. Hawthorne on the 405 northbound just after El Segundo Boulevard. Crash there, blocking the right lane, causing some slowing from about Artesia Boulevard. And then Pacoima on the 118, that's westbound before San Fernando Road. Right there, blocking the right lane, causing a bit of slowing as you approach that area. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. This hour is sponsored by Advanced Hair Restoration.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Oh no.
You spend so much money. LifeLock by Ultimate aims you to help protect yourself. If you become a victim of reward cards. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
iHeartRadio icons with the Edge, celebrating U2's Songs of Surrender, their new 40-song reimagined collection. U2's The Edge joins Jim Kerr to do a deep dive into the making and remaking of U2 classics on Songs of Surrender. Well, let's see if there are 40 U2 songs that we can realize. Don't miss them. Friday, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on a classic rock channel on iHeartRadio.
This is Jacob Amani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to me right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. Get started today. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
If you test positive for COVID, ask for medication. Visit YouCanBeatIt.org. Call 833-422-4255. Plus, by the California Department of Public Health. More stimulating talk.
On iHeartRadio station.
It's later with Mo Kelly, KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Some of the top stories that we're following. Magician David Blaine was injured in one of his stunts and magic tricks, if you will. Today, we have audio from when he actually predicted that it might happen or it could happen. He most recently spoke up. The DOJ has sued Rite Aid for missing opioid red flags in California, as you've been hearing with Tim Conway Jr. and others. We've been hit by our 11th atmospheric river storm, bringing heavy rain and forcing evacuations. We'll be following that throughout the week. And there's this. President Biden landed in L.A. today around lunchtime. And he was greeted by Brandon Say. You may remember Brandon Say was one of the people Monterey Park shooter. And President Biden also had an executive order in result of that targeting gun sales specifically. And he announced his executive order, quote unquote, with the goal of increasing the number of background checks conducted before firearm sales, moving the U.S. as close to universal background checks as possible without additional legislation. That's coming from the White House. Now, to get a little deeper into it, the order will instruct the Attorney General to ensure that firearm sellers who are ignorant of background check requirements or ignoring them to come into compliance. That's a little vague. You don't know how that's going to be enforced, what enforcement mechanisms that people have, if any, but it goes on. The order will also direct members of the cabinet to work with local communities and law enforcement where red flag laws are in effect, allowing residents to petition a court to determine if a person presents a public danger, allowing weapons to be temporarily removed from the person's possession. And the order will also direct the Departments of Transportation and Justice to work on a plan to reduce the loss or theft of firearms during shipment and bolster the reporting of such losses and thefts. According to the White House, there has been a 250% increase in the number of firearms reported lost or stolen during shipment between federally licensed firearms dealers between 2018 and 2022. And it goes on. The order will also include various other provisions, including authorizing the public release of inspection records for firearms dealers cited for violating federal firearms laws, accelerating federal law enforcement reporting of ballistic data in hopes of catching shooters, improving federal support for gun violence survivors, and advancing efforts to prevent the proliferation of weapons that are undetectable by metal detectors. Yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. I understand why the president is doing this. I'm not so sure that it's going to make a measurable or notable impact in gun violence around the country. I know that as far as Democratic voters, that's something that they want him to bring. They want to bring back the assault weapons ban that's probably never going to come back. But here's what I do know. Until we get tired of gun violence as a country, not in terms of government speeches, but until we get tired of gun violence as a country, that we will continue to deal with gun violence. It's a cultural thing. We have a cultural affinity for guns. We have a cultural affinity for violence. When we put together, we have a cultural affinity for gun violence. That's not anything new. That's not anything surprising. So even when we get tired, if we get sick and tired of being sick and tired, if we get sick and tired of gun violence, we must do something about it. In the way that we got sick and tired of drag shows in Tennessee, so what they do, we'll pass laws against it. You say what you want about that, but when we want to act, we will act. We are actually about the business of acting. Now, whether this executive action is legal, whether it will be challenged in court, I don't know. There's a political side to this. Just about anything the president does will be challenged by the Republicans. We expect that. But I don't know if there's any legal ground to challenge it on. You can kind of say, all the verbiage, whether it has any constitutional sticking points. But the president was in town today, and you combine that with the rain, it was a real difficult drive on. Let me just tell you that. Whenever the president is in town, it makes it almost impossible to get here. Anything, first, let me say that even you, was your drive impacted by anything other than the weather?
Not just slow because of the water.
Okay, and then you were lucky. I had to take 30 feet all the way in.
Oh, geez.
Oh, yeah.
It took you like 2 hours?
No, it took me a little bit over an hour, and I was actually fortunate, I believe. I took Western North all the way up into Hollywood, and I jumped on the 101 and came around the farm, and jumped up, and it looped around to Warner Brothers Studios, and then to iHeart.
Any new people?
Not that I fell into, but that was, I didn't see any sinkholes. There were definitely potholes, and that's the push for giving, just that you have to give and get with the drive in. If you're not on the freeways, you're not necessarily worried about spinning out. You're not necessarily worried about the chain reaction of an accident due to the weather. But when you're on the Purpose Street, it is a slow slog, and there are potholes every 6 feet that you have to be conscious of while you're driving, or you're going to ruin your tires, your alignment, and everything else about the car.
Just had a story in the news line. It doesn't only affect your rims and paint, it mess up your whole suspension, and like you mentioned, when we have heavy rains like this, the sinkholes, or not sinkholes, the potholes, I'm thinking sinkholes, there's the new one in Beverly Hills 6. The potholes just pop up everywhere.
And they're not exactly filled in quickly. Now, in some areas they are, but for the most part, they cannot fill them in quickly enough because, one, the rain comes back like a week and a half later. It seems like we're getting rain every single week. So any potholes, which car now, that cannot be fixed for the most part, because that asphalt doesn't settle in very quickly.
Well, and even when they are fixed, probably, because I used to do surface streets all the time, when they are fixed, the asphalt or whatever they pack in there gets weighted.
It's almost like they don't do, I'm not saying they don't do a good job, but it just seems like it's not a good job because it's not even. And so it just almost seems like it lends itself to another pothole coming.
Yeah, yeah, and I think, like you said, they fill them in. I think that they do as good as they can with the number of them that open up and stuff. But when you don't have the time to just let it set, it's going to get mangled, for lack of a better word.
And so we're going to have rain the rest of the week, aren't we? Most of the week?
No, rain's going to end by tomorrow.
Okay, and we'll get it back again, I think, on Sunday, if I'm not mistaken.
Just slight chance of showers now on Saturday night. But just mostly cloudy for the rest of the week.
Thank goodness. It's Larry with Bo Kelly. KFIN, before we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and when we come back, I was right. The LA Times did an expose on what it was like to really ride the metro. And let me tell you, those green, bright green ambassador people, they're not going to be enough. We'll tell you in just a moment. Now, it's the KFI 45-hour news from the main.
I mentioned sinkholes a second ago. One was opened up in Beverly Hills, which was temporarily closed northbound Beverly Drive to Coldwater Canyon. And it advises people to avoid the area and find other ways around. Train service has been cut off between Glendale and downtown Burbank because a Metrolink train crashed into a vehicle on the track this afternoon. The car was pushed off the track and into a chain link fence. There's no word on whether anybody was in the car or was injured. The train was headed to Ventura County. The White House says it won't be intimidated after 2 Russian jets took down a U.S. drone. And National Security Spokesman John Kirby said the U.S. will keep flying in international airspace over the Black Sea like it has been for quite some time. Rain tonight and tomorrow morning, lows in the 40s and 50s, highs in the 50s and 60s, with rain ending late tomorrow. This report has been brought to you by California DMV. We've got Charlotte here in the city on the 101.
They're putting southbound just before Laurel Canyon, then moved out of lanes off to the right shoulder now. You drivers recovering from Coldwater Canyon. But going off on the 118 heading westbound before San Fernando, you're going to see a crash that's in the left lane, causing some delays as you approach there. And in Highland Park, 110 southbound, that's just before Avenue 43, a crash is taking away those 2 right lanes, so your drive starting to back up right around Avenue 52. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ga.gov/online. This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect you while business getting with food and coverage options. If you can use mobilized, personalized discounts and more. Get quotes with as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections are available in all states and situations. Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. So Rosettes don't have to transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blinds.com. At Blinds, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including forward blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blinds.com. Bring home a man called Kyle. The joyous and wise up marine comedy starring Tom Hanks that critics and audiences are raving about with an incredible 97% Rotten Tomatoes audience score. A man called Kyle. Rated PG-13. Buy now on digital, Blu-ray, and DVD.
Could you use some extra help meeting basic needs, like putting food on the table or paying your rent, keeping your home warm and the lights on, buying new shoes for growing trees, or help with medical needs? Find out about the Supplemental Security Income Program, SSI, administered by Social Security. It's money you can use to help pay for basic needs like food, clothing, shelter, or medical needs. You can receive monthly SSI payments if your income and financial resources are low, and you're 65 or older. or an adult or child with a disability or who is blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI to learn more about SSI and start the application process today. That's ssa.gov/SSI. This message produced by Social Security and U.S. Taxpayers Tax.
Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Take it with you anywhere and listen anytime. Plus, the thousands of other stations and playlists all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Results kicked off at LAPD claiming they didn't offer me housing and they offered me housing. Yeah, they didn't offer me housing either when I came here. I had to go to work and buy a house on my own. Did you learn that as a little kid? God, and then you complain? Oh, wait a second, you didn't give me a free house. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 is great with most channels alive everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Some stories that we're watching right now. Metro Express in Glendale leads car flipped over. The injuries are unknown at this point. And Disneyland Resort is California's most Googled tourist attraction. And there's this. Some days ago, maybe a week or so ago, we talked about these Metro ambassadors. These folks in bright green, lime green, Dayglow green, I don't know what color green, but it's green shirts. We're going to go around and chronicle passenger experiences. And if you have a question or an issue, you're supposed to let one of the green shirts know, and I guess they would run it up the can. And I would say my years of riding on public transportation to and from this place of business was a crapshoot. It was dangerous, and I said it's a joke that you just want to offer us these Metro ambassadors in green shirts, when it's very obvious to anyone who has ever ridden these trains or buses that not only are they unclean, they're unsafe. And until you want to get to the real heart of the matter and offer real solutions, you can keep the damn green shirt. The LA Times came out with an expose detailing what I was saying in many ways, and also other horror stories which were more emblematic of more recent issues. Let me give you an example from the LA Times. Drug use is rampant in the metro system since January. 22 people have died on metro buses. Died. Mostly from suspected overdoses. More people than all of 2022. Serious crime soared 24% last year compared with the previous. Oh, it gets better. Earlier in a given day, as the red line subway went away, he saw a train operator saw a man masturbating in his seat and so of what he called troopers, people who get high and nod off on the train. Well, we don't see any business people anymore. We don't see anybody going to Universal at the Universal Studios. It's just people who have no other choice than to ride the system, homeless people, and drug users. For January, ridership on the gold line was 30% of the pre-pandemic level, and the red line was 10% of pre-pandemic level. The new $2.1 billion Crenshaw line that officials tout as the bright spot with little crime had fewer than 2,100 average weekday boardings that month. The LA County Metropolitan Transportation Authority reported that between November 2022 and January 2023, there were 26 medical emergencies at the station, the majority of them suspected drug overdoses. And that's the situation at MacArthur Park Western Station. Last year, there were 6 deaths and 1 shooting, nearly all related to suspected drug activity. Earlier this year, just in March, earlier this year, a 28-year-old man was fatally stabbed out in a breezeway of the station. Now, tell me why green shirts to go out there and collate all this data, collect all this data about what it means to ride the Metro bus at work train. What is
ambiance? What's the aroma like? What is it you need from me? You tell me you need to hear from me talk to a green shirt when this was done just by a casual observer that's been doing an expose for the other time. You don't know that our metro system is physically dangerous and unsafe, that people are literally dying on the train. They didn't take a report for that. You saying you need a green shirt to confirm the death, to confirm the murder, to confirm the stabbing? Are you saying you needed more information? Are you saying you're not quite sure you just needed a little bit more to be sure that it was really as unsafe and unclean and ungodly as Mo Kelly was saying? You just weren't sure, you just needed another opinion? There's no way. On God's green earth. But I get back on the metro. And I'm a guy who has always ridden public transportation. Be it in high school, because I wasn't one of those kids who got a car when I was in high school. Oh, no. My only form of transportation was if my parents could take me, which wasn't all the time, that's the damn sure. And if I had a job that I had money for the bus. Because I didn't get my first car until I was 22 years old. Now I might have had access to a car on certain occasions, like my father's car or my mother's car. But as far as me going where I wanted to go, it was Torrance RTD all the way. That's all there was to it. And maybe a little bit of the LA Metro back then. I'm talking about the bus. We didn't have the subway back then. In the 80s, we just had the bus. And that was my form of transportation. And then I went to college. Washington, D.C. has a great subway and bus system. Great! You have no problems in Washington, D.C. because it's not Washington, D.C. This is Los Angeles. And so all this talk about having a viable subway system that still doesn't even freaking go to the airport. How can you have a subway system in a major city, the number 2 city in America, and it doesn't even go directly to the airport? You got to get a bus. You got to catch a shuttle to get it. It takes you close to the airport, somewhat close. It's fundamentally unfunctional as a transportation entity. Not only is it inconvenient and it's not necessarily reliable because someone is usually getting killed on the tracks. And you ever taken the subway and someone wants to kill him or herself? I'm being serious. Track is set down obviously for many hours, and that really messed with. But we got green shirts, Koala. Green shirts to the rescue.
I remember on SoCal Saturday, I had talked about it. I can't remember which congressman, I think it up now, he was actually the one that started this off. And this is like the cross metro initiative, and the plan was
Mark Takama. Yes, Takama. The one. Yes, Takama.
And my original thought, even what drew my attention to the story, is because his plan was to give an accurate assessment of what needed to provide security at shuttle stops or at bus stops and train stations, and to actually be able to justify the expenditure. Because my son keeps saying, "Daddy, I don't have to wait for you. Can I just catch the bus home?" And I'm like, no, you can't. The bus is one of the most dangerous places in which you're confined and it's filled with pure murder. No, maybe not that extreme, but no, we'll go. You can get grabbed, you can get mugged, you can get just whatever can happen.
People getting mugged, people getting shanked, people are ODing and dying, and dying. And COVID, no, I'm feeling in damn bus. This is the green person. And this is not, we're not exaggerating this. This is just something that the LA Times was able to document in their investigation. This is not including my anecdotal stories of the things I saw. Now, when I was writing, I didn't have to deal with as many homeless people as there are now. And it's not their fault that they're homeless, but it is Metro's fault that they're not dealing with it within the confines of the public transit system. And when I was writing, there wasn't as often overt drug use and abuse and the overdoses that we're seeing now. But yes, it was definitely drug use. Sorry, I'm not putting myself in that situation. I try not to be around drug addicted people because they're usually unpredictable and sometimes very violent.
For me, riding train is because I've seen the Metro cops all the time to get on when they get off the next stop. And but the crazy people, and I'm sorry for calling them crazy people, the people are on there shouting about, it's killing time. You know what I'm saying? It's killing time. So first and last time I rode the show, it's down to down to the museum. Lots of train down to the museum with the family for MLK Day, going to the Black History Museum. And I was so laughed. I was like, you know what? That's fast. Because I'm going to end up as a statistic. It's not going to be on a metro bus. It's not going to be a train. It's going to be something like, I don't know, I was on a TV show like Fear Factor trying to compete for $2 million or something. There has to be something in it for me. There's no point on me like playing Survivor on the LA Metro. There's no grand prize at the end. It's later with most LA. KFI for you live everywhere. I mean, I talk radio app. When we come back, we have to talk about California, how it's ruled that Uber and Lyft have labeled beat workers as contractors. So I'm going to get off the Metro and maybe get into an Uber. I don't know. It's fast, not so sure. Before the KFI 24-hour news room and anything.
Students at a high school in Pasadena have been released from an hours-long lockdown over rumors of a gun on campus. The students and before rumors circulated around 10 this morning and police showed up on campus, which prompted the lockdown. Rumors saying that there were two kids having a weapon. A weapon? It was a gun? And we were just stuck inside for 5 hours with no lunch, no food, no bathroom breaks, nothing. A teacher from Pasadena High School went out to the TV around 10:30 saying students were sheltering in place. Students were released to their parents this afternoon. Officials say police are still investigating to see if a gun was on campus. A senior caretaker in LA and 3 managers have been criminally charged in connection with a deadly COVID-19 outbreak.
14 people were killed and more than 100 were sickened in the outbreak. LA County DA George Gaston says the patient from New York was admitted to Silverado Beverly Place in 2020. He says the patient was not tested nor required to quarantine.
The protocols were intended to slow the spread of this dangerous virus, especially in working with vulnerable populations.
The patient tested positive for COVID-19 the day after they were admitted. The 14 deaths include the nurse who admitted that patient in LA, Blake Stroll, and KFI News.
Silverado says its top priority has always been providing world-class care to people and denies all charges filed against them. Inflation has eased a little bit from January to February, but the latest numbers show an elevated inflation rate, which is posing a challenge to the Federal Reserve. The government says prices increased 0.4% last month, which was just below January's 0.5% hike. Some economists say they expect the Fed to suspend its year-long streak of interest rate hikes when it meets next week, so it can focus more on boosting confidence in the financial system. Ohio has filed a lawsuit against Railroad Norfolk Southern to make sure it pays for the cleanup and environmental damage caused by a fiery train derailment and toxic chemical release in East Palestine. Ohio Attorney General Dave Root says federal lawsuit asks the company to pay for groundwater and soil monitoring, along with economic losses. No one was hurt in the derailment last month, but half the population of East Palestine had to evacuate for days when officials did a controlled release of chemicals from some of the train's cars. Animal shelters in Long Beach and Hawthorne will be celebrating St. Patty's Day by cutting adoption fees for pit bulls and pit bull mixes. The Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, LA, says it's offering $25 donations to adopt pits on St. Patty's Day. Those adoption centers are open Wednesday through Sunday from 11 to 3. You can see available dogs and adoption requirements at scala.com. Southside weather from KFI, rain tonight and tomorrow morning, overnight lows in the 40s and 50s, highs in the 50s and 60s. Rain should end late tomorrow, and we have mostly cloudy skies Thursday and right on through the weekend, highs in the 50s and 60s, with a slight chance of some showers on Saturday evening. It's 57 in Fullerton, 56 in Cypress. We've got a crash in Highland Park on the 110.
We're heading southbound just before Avenue 43. It's taking away the 2 right lanes, so you drive back up right around Via Marisol. Santa Clarita, 14 southbound and Newhall Avenue. Crash there, blocking the carpool lane, so you're seeing some heavy traffic. Power up right around South Vega Canyon. And in Arcadia, 210 heading westbound before Baldwin Avenue. Safety has all lanes blocked right now as Captain Crew is trying to fill in some potholes there with a heavy rise on Huntington Drive. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
Hi everyone, I'm Pedro Winston at the Cortez. Here to tell you your afternoon just got a lot smarter.
From live here, press
Have
live.
the latest hurricane
Putting live here, we're doing
Seriously, HOA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain comes through. We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought after news team, the most local news in Southern California. HOA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why HLA is LA's very own.
I love including incredible starts this season in Manitoba, Mexico, with Lift Golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona, Lift Golf is live all season long. So battles for the most prize money in golf history. It's Lift Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Free play on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on PTI Guide, the CW. At Jacoby Myers, our 5-star reviews attest to our commitment to excellence and our success in delivering life-changing results for our clients. 50-plus years of experience, $1 billion in settlements, and voted #1 for 4 years in a row. Our team's expertise is unmatched. Call Jacoby Myers. Justice for you since 1972. If you own a small business and you got through COVID, and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's 301. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the CPP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure weekend. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. I'm Attorney Gary Capanosis, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one looks good in handcuffs. Let's hear you do that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. Plan on having a drink or two? Take a minute and plan on having a designated sober driver. Text a friend. Use a ride-share service. Get a ride on the bus or train. Whatever you do, don't let drunk drive. And remember, driving under the influence of anything is illegal for your family and yourself. Choose a safer way to go. Go safely, California. From Caltrans and the California Office of Traffic Safety. For official rules and more information about contacts on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. Hey, follow us on all these things at KFIAM640. This radio will most KFI AM640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Whose stores for following California's community colleges could soon offer free textbooks and Pope Francis. Get this. Paul Catholic Church's ban on priests having sex. Temporary. All right now, get the party started. The ban is temporary. The priests are going to be getting in soon enough. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Anyhow, California News. Uber Technology, Lyft, and other gig economy companies scored a victory after a California appeals court upheld the current law classifying gig workers as independent contractors instead of employees. The decision yesterday struck down a lower court ruling that found Proposition 22, the state measure that lets companies treat workers as independent contractors, said that it violated California's Constitution. The passing of Prop 22, you may remember back in November 2020, exempted the gig economy businesses from a state labor law requiring more companies to hire workers as employees and provide them benefits. Now, I know, Koala, for a time you were working as an Uber driver, and Stephanie, you're presently still working as an Uber driver, is that correct? Yes. Okay, about how many hours do you put it in this week? Let me get all of you this compared. Right now, it's close to 30, 40 hours, but before when I was full-time, it was close to 80 hours. Man, what do you sleep? That's harder than that. That's 2 full jobs. You got 2 full jobs, Ron? All right, so when you're driving, what time of the day are you usually driving? I think that's important to have. So I would take the early mornings, so I would get up around 3, 4 in the morning, and I suggest people going to airport, and I would be done around 3 to 4 p.m. And then you hustle over here, or that's just on the weekend. Okay, now it's just the weekend. Now, was there any time when you personally wanted to be treated as an employee as opposed to a 1099 independent contractor? Absolutely not. And this was about 22 came out, and it was complete. There was a mess. There was nothing that would actually help subscribers. Because the whole point of that job is like it's a way to make extra money. Or if it's a full-time job, whenever you want to do that. All right, so but there was also the issue of benefits. And if you were an employee and if you worked 40 hours or what have you, you may have been entitled to some form of benefits with health care or vision or something. They would have to provide a benefits package to you. Do you think that would have been attractive to you or other drivers in a general? Because I know you can't speak for everybody, but general. Well, yeah, generally, I would say no, because that's really kind of stuff, because that's what you have to remember. This is the extra amount of money that you can make for the week, so you can't expect them to have benefits and other stuff when there's people that are working like now the way that I am on the weekend. Okay, what about, was there any fear that if this was not struck down or overruled, that you were still considered employees, that Uber would be able to tell you when you could work? Because then you were an employee and then you were at the behest and the whims of your employer, right? Exactly. And then that's when I think I would actually consider going somewhere else, for the most part. You know? So I'll get your business, because when you were driving, I know we talked casually in the general license that benefits do matter, and benefits, especially given your life, your history, your medical history, have to always be taken into consideration. Yep. Would it make a difference to you if they said, hey, you're an employee now, and they're going to start offering you benefits? Would you have taken a more serious look at driving more with Uber? That would have been a step towards saying, hey, this is a job. So Stephen's point, when I was doing it, I was doing it because I was wanting something on the side that was extra. I wasn't looking at Uber. When I was just driving, there was no Lyft. It was just Uber, and it was just rolling out. And the lure of doing something extra, like, hey, you got a job, you can pick up some extra money on the side. That was when practice set your own hours. Almost super personal, meeting people. It was a fun thing to do. Then, when they started saying things like, oh, your insurance, you're having to add some ungodly amount of money towards your insurance. And we're not doing this. I'm like, wait a minute. You're treating this like this is a job for me. This isn't a job. I'm doing this on the side. And they started trying to put all these restrictions. And I was like, nah, that's already not safe enough for me. I'm okay. I'm good. What do you think wasn't safe enough for you? Just for me, the fact that there was no protection for me as a driver. I didn't feel that I was safe. I didn't think that Uber did a good job of setting up assurances that the person who orders the trip was the person who was getting in the car. They think it was with the Metro, and you wouldn't have to worry about it. Okay, there was no free shirt in my back. So at the end of the day, is it fair to say that Uber and Lyft drivers, for either one of you, applaud this ruling and welcome it? That if anything, it's the status quo. It's preserve that the independent contractors, they can keep on, they can do their 15 hours a week, and they can do it on the weekends, or they can do it 45 hours a week whenever they want, at 4 in the morning, and that's what they signed up for originally, and that's what they want to keep. I know Uber is happy about this, only because they're not trying to pay anybody benefits, they're not trying to pay payroll taxes, they don't want to do anything like that. I forget, I just thought Uber just past week was going to my car, and the guy that was giving me the trip, he kept going on and on about it, and he was figuring the same. If they change this up, I might as well go and get a day job. Now, what people don't know, a lot of people who listen to Later with Montelli are Uber drivers, and that's one of the reasons why we are covering this. So, Uber and Lyft, they spend a lot of time listening to Later with Montelli, and they call in, so we hear you, and we appreciate you, and so I get to work out okay. Is that fair to say? I would say so. There it is, most of it. KFI AM 240, we're live everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app, when we come back, we're going to talk about a torrent flight tool, which hopes to help alleviate pilot shortages. We'll tell you how in just a moment. Now from the KFI 44-hour newsroom and Amy Queen.
Bay Area is getting planned for the latest atmospheric river storm. Dangerous wind with gusts over 50 miles per hour are blowing and have knocked out power to more than 300,000 customers. The special prosecutor in the Alec Baldwin Rush case has resigned, saying she didn't want her dual roles as prosecutor and legislator to cloud the issue. Hillary Reid was elected to New Mexico's House of Representatives a few months after she had to lead the prosecution team. Oprah Winfrey's announced her 100th book club hit is Ann Napolitano's Hello Beautiful, a modern-day take on Little Women, and that's from the author of the best-selling Dear Edward, which is now streaming on Apple Plus. Rain tonight with lows in the 40s and 50s, rain tomorrow morning, and tapering off in the afternoon, highs 80s, 50s, and 60s. This report brought to you by Blindster.com. From Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, let's go places. Got a crashing Diamond Bar on 60.
That's heading eastbound just out away from the middle lane, so you'll be seeing delays coming across Diamond Bar Boulevard. And some good news if you're on the 91 eastbound in Anaheim Hills at the 241, saw a car there has been moved out of lane. You guys recovering, but still pretty slow from Weir Canyon Road. And if you're on past 15 southbound just before Kenwood, a crash is blocking the left lane. You'll be seeing a pretty slow drive as you come away from the 215. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including forward blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com. This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance. Flexes for future business needs. From quick repairs to accessible coverages and even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Work today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Yeah, visit HoustonFeedit.org or call 823-422-4255. That's the dedication to COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. iHeartRadio icons with the Edge, celebrating U2's Songs of Surrender, their new 40-song reimagined collection. U2's The Edge joins Jim Kirk to do a deep dive into the making and remaking of U2 classics, Songs of Surrender. Bono's working on his book. There was 14 chapters. Well, let's see if there are 4 U2 songs that we can reimagine. Don't miss it. Friday, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on a Classic Rock Show on iHeartRadio. You lost your head up the tree?
Yeah, he's right up there. He's scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where is he camouflage? And where is your mask and coat?
What? Oh, yeah, your mom and dad called us to clean out your showers, and
What?
they were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your skin was really strong. That's enough. And we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your vaginal.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you don't have a cloud king, all your hero coming in air. Go online at RootedHeroes.com.
All of our listeners who are understandably struggling with hair loss. Conway here. Now, there's 5 lotions, pills, creams, and potions, right? If somebody asks you out there, who are you going to trust? What's really going to grow your hair back? The groundbreaking FUE treatment with advanced hair is an incredible breakthrough. Receiving hairline, thinning hair, bald spot, advanced hair's simple, quick, one-day treatment has your own natural hair growing back the very next day. Advanced hair is the best of the best. And they're committed to the highest standard of care, has and always will exceed the CDC guidelines. I've had the treatment, and I know that reversing hair loss is truly life-changing. You deserve to know what this feels like. The first 10 callers get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 844 Rolling Hills, Orange County, and Ontario. One-day treatment, life-changing results. Your new hair is 100% guaranteed to grow. 844-333-HAIR or go to advancedhair.com.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have a price.
No. You've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the smell this summer.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99.
If you haven't seen it,
Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer closet. The smell this summer at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drains for $99.
almost.
Yeah, there are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to thesmellgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you're like up front and everything. I just told a guy named Rabbi who wouldn't tell me anything.
No brothers here, ma'am. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclogged drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446-MIKE. Contact your relationship with 917.
Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcast at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in. It's the best podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio tonight at 9.
Considering an EV for yourself or your business? Consider the benefits of subscriptions. I'm Scott Reeser, CEO of Autonomy, where an EV subscription is like a lease but way more flexible. It's a debt-free way to get month-to-month access to a new EV. You can even pay with your credit card. Learn more at autonomy.com. And now, a few words from your dog.
Please join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena and Maine's ViralRabbi. To raise funds to help take care for the hundreds of animals we take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Did you know that more than 700 people gathered at Torrance Airport this past Saturday, March 11th, to find out what it's like to be a pilot? Did you know that there is a worldwide pilot shortage? And the Torrance Flight School at Torrance Airport is giving away, the Spring Pilot Academy is giving away 200 free flights to high school juniors and seniors and college students to encourage them to pursue a career as a pilot. Staff from SkyWest Airlines will present to answer questions from future young pilots who are representatives from Unity Aviation, the 99 Professional Asian Pilot Association, Latino Pilot Association, and other associations. The organizer awarded 2 scholarships worth $18,000 to Cameron Chris from Cal State LA and Heaven Valenzuela from Marietta High School. Now, if you had not considered becoming a pilot, listen to this. Boeing 2022 Pilot and Technician Outlook forecasts that the industry will need to fill 2.1 million new aviation jobs over the next 20 years to fully support commercial air travel recovery and meet rising long-term growth. According to Boeing, 602,000 pilots, 10,000 maintenance technicians, and 899,000 cabin crew members will be needed over the next 2 decades. So if you're worried about a growth industry or having a job in perpetuity, you might want to consider a career in aviation.
I hope they keep the standards up there, though, and don't just let anybody in.
Well,
It's a very hard job.
no, it's a very hard job, but it's also a job which pays very good money. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, airline pilots, co-pilots, and flight engineers made a median salary of $202,180 in 2021.
Well, think of it. Every time they take off, they've got a couple hundred lives in their hands.
Oh, the responsibility is no joke. I have no problem with that. It's just something that
if you hadn't considered it before, this might be a good reason to consider it. Yes, you go through a lot of training. Yes, you are at the top of the profession. But, I know when I was in school, I didn't consider being a pilot because, one, we didn't have the internet, we didn't have these types of things that were available. And I know I wasn't exposed to it. A lot of times you just have to be exposed to it. I didn't need any pilots.
Well, I think a lot of pilots used to come out of the military. And that was their big feeder market. That was, and that's a painting for either we have more planes or fewer pilots coming out.
It might be a combination of both. I think the airline industry around it, because this is a worldwide thing, not just the United States, when you say coming out of the military. There's a worldwide pilot shortage. So I think it goes beyond just how, I'll say, military recruitment in the United States may ebb and flow. And I think as a commercial industry, it has to be much bigger, I think, now than it was 20 years ago. There were more airlines before, but I think they were flying fewer routes, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I was wondering, because we talk about this a lot, we talk about how if a pilot gets sick, then that messes everything up. And when you look at the recent, even, computer aside, when you look at so many flights that are canceled all the time, I wonder if it's because you have fewer pilots who are available to pick up flights. Like say if there's a delay, is it because you're having trouble finding a full cabin crew for a certain flight?
I know for a fact you're 100% correct. I can't give you all the exact numbers, but for pilots, if they fly, there's a certain amount of hours that they must be quote unquote off and not working. If they do an 8-hour shift, don't put on the numbers. Let's say, like if they did an 8-hour flying shift, they have to be off like 11 hours or something like that. It's not like you can call them in at the last second. And if they got delayed or something, that may extend the time in which they're off.
Well, they used to have it so that they had those reserves, because they had the standby pilots. The same thing I had friends who were flight attendants, where they could get called in kind of at the last second to replace crews because they didn't have like set assigned schedules. Their job was to be there.
Well,
I don't think they have that reserve.
Yeah, I think you're right. It would be only because with the number of flight cancellations that we've seen, not bigger weather, but to the system and not having available crews, it's into I don't want to say cost cutting measures here, because I think it's more like crew cost cutting measures, where there's fewer people available to any team. But I will take the story at its word as far as being a worldwide shortage. And we're, 16, 17, and I didn't have this version of fly. I would consider it. I would. I mean, there's few opportunities, I think, where you can say, look, you get into the career, you can easily be making over $200,000.
And it's a long haul, too. I don't know what the requirements are, but, again, they used to come from the military, so they had tons and tons and tons of training.
Look, they're about to see a doctor. You can be in school for some 7, 8 years, at least after high school.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming, let's just say it's a similar stretch to being an airline pilot as far as the amount of training in flight hours. So, yeah, let's hope that. Oh, I'm pretty sure I do.
About what early this year, I think it's
They've had a number of incidents over the past 5 or 6 weeks because the FAA chairman was just testifying on Capitol Hill.
right. So I would hope that this comes along with a FD, maybe, I don't know, creation or an interest in it. Hey, you want this to be as easy for you as possible so you can hope.
So I don't have to worry about my work. So think of it this way. Just because there's a worldwide shortage, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily dropping their standards. They want to be able to have a wider base of people to choose from. If you have more people who are petitioning, then you're not just choosing whoever's, filling up. You have actually a larger talent base, a competition base to choose from. Look, if you're trying to interview for a job, any job, and you only have 15 people coming out, well, you might choose the best of the 15. If you have 1,500 people come out, there's a degree of competition there, so you get the best of the best. There's so much trust we have to put in someone's life. So much. Yeah, there's yet to be a time in which I've actually met and had an interview with a of the training that I was on. And it's not like this. Can I see your resume? Are there any demerits? You had any issues with coming in to work wrong? I've never, it's all about trust. That's all you can do. It's not like you've seen the maintenance record of the plane that you're on. What are you going to do? You know, are you sure that it passed all the background checks, the flight personnel, the plane has been serviced properly and consistently? All about that. That's what I mean, look, you know, that's why I don't like to fly. I have to fly, but I don't like to fly. Just rather not. So like, go do it. I have to clean this up. If I answer for you, I'm going to talk movies and streaming with Chris Wilson when we come back. We're live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. AM 640, the news, what it means, why it matters. KFI. EOSP 82.
Los Angeles and Times.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
A plan for more control. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. President Biden has promoted his new executive order on gun control in Monterey Park.
Biden began by recounting the day 11 people were killed at a dance hall, adding the man who opened fire should have never had a weapon. I'm determined. Once again, the ban of assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. Biden says his new order will empower the attorney general to crack down on background checks. He spoke here inside the gym at the Boys and Girls Club and left a final message for Congress. Enough. Good stuff. Monterey Park team Gregory
Lieutenant Sheriff Luna says he supports the president's new executive order. Luna says the idea of people getting assault weapons who shouldn't have them hit close to home.
I've spoken to 6 deputies that were shot at in 2 different incidences by suspects who were either under the influence of methamphetamine, could be mentally ill, but they both had assault rifles.
Luna says we look forward to enforcing any new laws that save people's lives. A new atmospheric river is found in parts of the state like Santa Cruz and Monterey counties.
Still levels are going to be rising today, so that means there's going to be another warm rain event. That means that these rivers are going to be likely to flood.
ABC Rob Marciano says they expect more towns to flood today because of the heavy rain. And people had to be rescued along the San Gabriel River last night because of the flooding. A car crashed into a fountain at Plaza Park in Orange. Sergeant Phil McMullen with the Orange Police Department says an officer noticed a suspicious car leaving the area with its headlights off yesterday. So the officer headed after the car when it accelerated and crashed into the fountain inside the traffic circle. McMullen says the driver had a handgun without a serial number and a high-capacity magazine. The driver was already on probation for contact. A post office in Nova Linda will soon be sending out thoughts, prayers, and packages in honor of 2 local fallen veterans.
It's the sacrifice. Congresswoman Young Kim says the post office on Eureka Avenue will be officially renamed Friday the Carlson County Post Office Building.
After U.S. Marine Corps Sergeant Major Robert J. Cuttle and Lance Corporal Rick Santani, who lost their lives together in combat in Afghanistan during Operation Enduring Freedom.
The 2 decorated Marines from York Melinda were killed in 2010 by a bomb. Santani has recently graduated from Esperanza High School, and Cottle was the first LAPD officer killed in combat since the 9/11 terror in York Melinda. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A Russian fighter jet had hit a U.S. surveillance drone over the Black Sea, what the U.S. says was a brazen violation of international law. The crash forced the U.S. to bring down the unmanned drone in international waters.
There have been other intercepts. But this one, obviously, is noteworthy because of how unsafe and unprofessional it was. Indeed, reckless that it was.
National Security Council John Kirby says the incident was unique in that accounting of the drone. Kirby emphasized the crash would not deter the U.S. from missions in the area. Novo Nordisk will start lowering its insulin prices in the U.S. up to 75% next year. The announcement comes after its rival Eli Lilly decided to lower its prices earlier this month. Novo Nordisk, with pre-filled pens and vials of long and short-acting insulin, will see list price reductions.
How you doing? How you doing, Brandon Davis Jr.? You're a talented individual, first and foremost. I want you to know that. Secondly, I want you to know that I feel like people like you should get paid for the work that they do, and the people who stream their music, you should get it. I have a problem with Spotify and YouTube and all the other channels that when I listen to a song, and it says that I listen to it all the way through, the total place does not go up by 1, and I can't trust the numbers. And if I were in your boat, or I were a creator, I'd be getting pissed off. Pandora's way, Spotify this way, Apple Music is this way. When you listen to a track, it should go up by 1. When you listen to it twice, it should go up by 2. When you listen do a check on repeat 15 times, that should go up. The fact that it doesn't means on the back end, on the API, on their servers, they're playing with your numbers, and that's playing with your money, and I don't like that.
Slight chance of rain Saturday night. We're going to see highs for the next 2 days in 50s to low 60s. 56 in Nova Linda, 58 Irvine, 7 in Huntington Beach. We've got a crashing Keno on the 60s.
That's westbound just before the 71. That's just blocking the right lane, the two right lanes, so it's a heavy ride from Reservoir. Pomona on the 71 northbound, that's in between Holt Avenue and the 10. Watch out for some potholes in lanes there. You'll be tapping your brakes as you approach. And the wet weather not helping you drive on the southbound out of downtown LA. It's going to be a very slow crawl into Norwalk. Speeds up right around Rosecrans. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. And Pedro Moreno.
Transit systems can attack anywhere, like on a city street. Now, you can get fast relief anywhere with new approved Primatine. The only FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. So whether you need relief or symptoms of acquired flu, or it's a kitchen table, Primatine Mist starts working quickly, opening up your airways to restore free breathing. For temporary relief of mild symptoms of intermittent asthma, use Primatine Mist and breathe easy again. Available at CVS, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. Use it directed. I thought learning a language would be too much work, but Babbel makes learning fun. Yes.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes, and soon you suddenly realize, hey, I'm starting to speak another language. How'd that happen?
Babbel isn't robot talking. You learn words and phrases from real native speakers. I was ready for real-life conversations in just a few weeks. So easy. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com. What language is learning? Or Stone.com. Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/trial. That's ZipRecruiter.com/trial.
Is it getting harder to find a new customer? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to me right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. From yourself, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
More stimulating talk.
And iHeartMedia station.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for movies. It's time for music. It's time for Mo Kelly. KFI AM 640. It's later with Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and it's customary on a Tuesday evening. We're joined to talk some movies by Chris Wilson, Senior Director of Institute for the Soul Entertainment. Let me just say, it's March Madness, and I think it might be in order. You have a good sports movie here or there. Chris, what do you have for me?
I have got some college basketball extravaganza going for you on Crackle this month. I know you are a huge basketball fan.
Huge.
I, on the other hand, was born in Indiana, the birthplace of basketball. And when they saw me play, they actually asked me to leave the state. So, yeah. So I moved to California and have never betrayed the basketball court since.
Why do you think there is this love affair between movies and sports? I can name any number of movies which have enchanted us, which have enthralled us, which have encouraged us not to have an alliteration as far as the indomitable human spirit to overcome the seemingly insurmountable odds. What is it about cinema and sports which seem to go well together?
I think it's I feel like sports is such a visceral event, especially for Americans, that when you couple that
our love and passion for sports, when you couple that with a compelling story of people and struggles, I think we can all sort of draw parallels in our own lives to what we see those people struggling with. While we may not have it on the same level as a professional sports athlete, we can feel that struggle ourselves, and it makes things super emotional for us. I mean, whether it's Cruisers, one of my favorite movies of all time, not just because I was born in Indiana,
Even whatever you sport.
Rudy, which I will ugly cry through the entire film, or The Natural, whatever sport it is, I feel like we can all make a connection, even if we're not good at that particular sport.
Okay, let's get into it. Let's start with Crackle, and I would say it's March Madness selection and collection, which is available on Crackle this week. What do you got for me?
We've got a ton of great kind of college-based titles. We have an award-winning Crackle original series called On Point, which is a phenomenal docu-series that follows the early career of Romeo Langford, who I'm sure you've heard of, and his journey through the AAU basketball tournament. And so it kind of follows him through, encouraging beginnings. He's got a lot of things kind of standing in his way, and a lot of things that could possibly keep him from a professional career. And you watch him go through the AAU league tournament, and it's super inspirational, and it's just a beautiful story.
I also see on this list documentaries, and I think there's something which is also very, very appealing about documentaries, because it's not only a sports story, you get an honest look and an unvarnished view. It's not dramatized, it's just life as it is. And I remember the first time, and I've seen it many times, but the first time I watched Hoop Dreams, and then I watched it years later, and I went back and checked on what happened to Arthur Agee and so forth. When you see Hoop Dreams even now, what comes to mind?
I think life with On Point Hoop Dreams is ridiculously encouraging, and just watching what those two young men had to overcome in order to, they didn't end up in the NBA, but they ended up, I think, probably in the place that both of them would admit was probably maybe better for their lives. I mean, Willie Gates is a pastor, and there's, told untold number of people. I think it's a beautiful film, and as documentaries go, it's one of my favorite sports documentaries of all time.
I actually back up. Hoop Dreams follows the life and growth of two kids from inner city Chicago as they try to make their way through high school, hopefully into college ball, and hopefully into the NBA. And it's very unforgiving what happens to two young men and how life comes at them in very different ways. And it is a stark reminder of the unlikelihood of making it to the NBA, and how life can get in the way, and how, even though you may feel that you are good enough, oftentimes you're not, and you better have that proverbial backup plan. That's why I just want to add that.
Absolutely. And another one that we have, not a documentary, but it is based on true events, is a film called 1001, and that's the Corey Weissman story, and it's based on the true story of Corey Weissman, who was a basketball player, a young kid at a small college program, and had a terrible stroke while he was practicing one day, and was actually paralyzed. And the movie is called 1001 because he was told that was his chances of ever playing basketball again, but also because he scored over 1,000 points in his high school career, and he said he was not going to finish his college career without scoring a point. And so it's the story of him coming back from being completely paralyzed to playing in the last game of his senior year. And I'm not going to blow it for you. I want you to watch the film, but keep that box of Kleenex next to you, that's for sure.
It's almost like you knew what I was going to talk about, because all of these movies, well, most of them I have seen, but all of them are tearjerkers, and touches your heart only because, one, they are true stories, and also they talk about the frailty of the human condition. And now sports is about success and failure. It's a zero-sum game, pun intended, where you get everything and you may not get everything in return. Sometimes you just don't make it to the mountaintop. Sometimes you don't win the championship. And I think that's part of the reason why some of these dramas and also documentaries are so powerful. Would you agree?
Yes, absolutely. It just reminds me of the saying, it's about the journey, not the destination. Because at the end of a lot of these, as you rightly point out, they don't get to the NBA or they don't get, win the championship. Movies, he just gets out on the field and like everybody's falling at the end of the film and he's just running around like a doofus with his taking with his head cut off, not really knowing what he's doing because he's so excited to get out on the field. And really that's the win is this journey that the fact that they didn't give up, that they persevered, that they showed personal strength and character. I think those are the things that really triggered us personally.
Chris, when we come back, let's talk about what's on Redbox this week that you're featuring, and also take it in a slightly different direction. Maybe go on an adventure or two or three. Can you do that for me?
100%. Can't live here.
It's later with Mo Kelly. KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. Let's toss it over to the KFI 24-hour newsroom at ABC.
President Biden has left LA at the victory Monterey Park this afternoon to announce a new executive order to tighten gun control following the deadly shooting at a dance studio during a Lunar New Year celebration. His next stop is Las Vegas. A committee in San Francisco has made more than 100 recommendations for how the city can make reparations to Black people. Ideas include a $5 million one-time payment to every eligible adult, eliminating personal and tax debts, and homes in San Francisco for just $1 per family. The parent company of Facebook has announced another 10,000 layoffs. CEO Mark Zuckerberg announced the latest round of layoffs in a blog post. He says Meta is focused on streamlining the organization with more belt-tightening planned for the coming months. Rain tonight and tomorrow morning, lows in the 40s and 50s, highs in the 50s and 60s, with rain ending late tomorrow. That's back in Carson on 405.
That's heading northbound just before Carson Street. It's blocking the carpool lane, so it's a busy ride as you come away from Wilmington Avenue. Traveling on the 60 heading westbound to Encino just before the 71. Track there still blocking the two right lanes, so it's a heavy ride from Reservoir. And as you make your way on the 60 westbound in East LA just before Indiana Street, crash at the right lane block. It has you slowly falling from Downey Road. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster on Pedro Moreno.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
If you've been thinking about calling Advanced Hair Restoration, do yourself a favor and simply schedule your free consultation today. Find out if your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair is in fact optional. Imagine the relief just knowing that a full head of hair is a real possibility. Advanced Hair's one-day treatment is virtually pain-free, and your new hair starts growing back the very next day. It worked for me, and dozens of our listeners have thanked me personally for inspiring them to take control. Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care also makes this the perfect time to pursue your needs. Do yourself a favor and schedule your free consultation right now. If you choose to move forward, you're also going to receive $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's huge! Call 844-333-HAIR. Scheduling a consultation is literally the hardest part. Advanced Hair successfully restored my bald spot, and they even guarantee that your new hair will also grow. 844-333-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Over the years, I've devoured thousands of inspiring and thought-provoking quotes, and now, firsthand, and now, on in my new daily life, I see clearly. Let me dive in. I'll break down why these words matter and reveal personal stories that show their impact in my life. Listen to IT Squared News every weekday on the iHeartRadio app or Apple Podcast or wherever you get your podcast.
Oh, good times are waiting on St. Patty's Day. Now this top reaches the digital media.
St. Patrick's Day freezing. Get a free plus rain with PK March 17th.
Number 2.
Get a coast to coast so when you earn 5 was on the Lord's card. The 20th or 21st.
And the number one reason.
We worked hard for you. That's why LA County readers voted us the best casino in the Southland.
Rolando, good time. At Jacoby Myers, our top-star reviews attest to our commitment to excellence and a success in delivering life-changing results for our clients. 50-plus years of experience, $1 billion in settlements, and voted number one for 4 years in a row. Our team's expertise is unmatched. Call Jacoby Myers. Justice for you since 1972.
Hi everyone, I'm JCLA Senior Secretary today, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
Putting live here in Fresh
Have the latest hair news and
Putting live here in Laguna Beach.
seriously, JCLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain comes through. We're covering more stories from more places, more options with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. JCLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why JCLA is LA's very own.
We want a moment. Hard after an incredible start to the season in Maricopa, Mexico, and this golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona, Live Golf is live all season long to battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? I'm ready on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on TCLA 5, the CW.
Pray.com's meditative prayer podcast is the best way to bring God's perfect peace into your life. Each meditative prayer helps you focus on God, fight anxiety, and better feel bad.
Close your eyes. Ask God to come and have fellowship with you. And open yourself to the Holy Spirit. And ask Him to minister to you.
To listen to meditative prayer on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Did you see any news stories of any reactions from anybody in the elected office? Where's Karen Bass? Where is she? Nothing, just silent. And in a day, everybody will forget the story. There are obviously plenty of countries and plenty of cities with a lot of poor people. Jonathan, there are not many places in the world like this. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, this is Later with Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and as we continue to check in with Chris Woolsey, who is the City Director of Communications for Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment, we're now going to talk about Redbox. We talked about Crackle and March Madness in the previous segment, and now we're going to talk about Redbox and its adventure offering this week. Chris, let me get out of the way and let you tell us what adventure we're getting ready to go on.
So we are going on an adventure that is for sure. So, as we talked about before, everyone knows Redbox, 34,000 kiosks around the country where you can rent physical DVDs and Blu-rays for just a few bucks. But we also have a free streaming service that is able to be accessed on pretty much any device that you've got. So your favorite app store and download free app for free entertainment and adventure content. This is really the wheelhouse of Redbox.
Okay, I see a couple of your titles here. Let's say, if I said Rescue Dawn, what would you tell me?
Oh, I would tell you Christian Bale at his finest. So this is actually based on a true story as well. We just talked about TV sports channels that are based on true stories. But Rescue Dawn is based on the story of a pilot named Peter Daimler who was shot down over Laos in 1966 during the height of the Vietnam War. And he was taken captive, put into a Vietnamese prisoner of war camp, and actually escaped, helping several other prisoners escape. It's got Steve Dawn in it. It's just, I think, bizarre story. Steve Dawn always plays like a Lodi or some Jesus, and he's unbelievably great in
jungle itself is trying to kill him at every turn.
What about the canyon?
This one is phenomenal. So I love camping, but every time I go camping with my family, I always run the worst case scenario through my head. And this is it's not based on a true story, but it's a story of a young married couple that decides to take a mule train trip down to the base of the Grand Canyon, which my wife and I and our kids did a few years back. And when I was there, I picked up a book that catalogs every single person who has died in the Grand Canyon. You would be amazed at just how many people die every year in the Grand Canyon.
I would not be amazed because it's the Grand Canyon, so people falling to their death or coming to an untimely end would not surprise me. But see, that's why I usually stay my ass at home. I don't go camping. I don't go skydiving. I don't go bungee jumping. I don't do any of those things because I don't want to end up dead accidentally or even intentionally. But that's just me. So let me go to one more before we get out of here. I know you're very busy on this day. Tell me about Bell.
So I think this one it's based on the Stephen King novel bestseller. Obviously, anything Stephen King writes, he could write some spoilers this morning. He'd be a bestseller by tomorrow. But this one is great. So this is starring John Cusack and Sam Jackson. And everybody's freaking out right now about The Last of Us, the zombie series. So I thought I would throw in a sort of a zombie adventure story in there as well. But John Cusack plays a businessman. He's on a business trip, has his cell phone. Somehow, some entity, whether it's a person or a group, kind of learning to go through the film, takes over the world's cell phone network and uses it to basically zombify the entire planet. So anybody that is on their cell phone when this signal goes through turns into a zombie, and it's sort of an us versus them post-apocalyptic journey as John Cusack and Sam Jackson are battling through these crazy monster people to get back to their family.
I'm actually not even familiar with that movie, and you've given me every reason to check it out. That is just truly amazing. Before I let you go, I have to go back to where we started. We were talking about sports and March Madness. You said you were born in Indiana and you couldn't play basketball at all, so they kicked you out of the state. So I'm curious, what position did you play before they kicked you out?
I think I was 33 bench warmer. I was getting the lime flavored Gatorade for the players. That's where they had me. That's where my strongest play was getting the Gatorade for the other players. But my dad was actually at the Hoosier game, the actual game portrayed in the movie.
You mean like the history game?
Yeah. We would watch that film at least once a year and just both sit on the couch and fall like a couple of idiots. Such a great movie. Dennis Hopper, unbeatable in that film.
It's one of my favorites as well, and you, and I mean this sincerely, Chris Wolf, you're one of my favorites as we talk about movies and streaming every single week with Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment. Real quickly before I let you go, I always ask, and I want people to remember how they can find you.
They can find me on all the social platforms. I use ViralRabbi on Twitter. I'm on Facebook, Instagram, CFWolfie. Look me up, pick me up, and I love to talk movies. So,
Chris, always good to see you. It's Radio with Mo Kelly, KFI AM 640, but live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now, let's go to the KFI 24-hour newsroom and TV.
Thousands of people along the Central Coast are under evacuation orders because of flooding caused by a levee breach. The breach on Saturday on the Pajaro River was 100 feet. It's grown to 400 feet, and another storm is pounding the area. Hundreds of people in Monterey County have left their homes and are in shelters. More than 300,000 people are without power.
Oh, I cried like a picture. Was crying in the day, it's bad.
A county water resources engineer says high water levels have created challenging conditions for crews trying to repair the breach. It was brought to you by Mike Diamond, the Smell Good Plumber. New York County Board of Supervisors has banned TikTok for government workers on the job. The board approved a proposal to ban the popular social media app to make sure the safety and security of county data is is guaranteed. The ban is on county-owned equipment. Critics of TikTok say they're worried with how much access the company based in China has to users' information and data. The special prosecutor for the Rush movie set shooting case has stepped down. The decision came over a motion filed by Alec Baldwin's legal team saying the New Mexico Constitution prevents Andrea Reed from holding a position in the judicial or executive branch of government while she's also a state lawmaker. Baldwin was charged with involuntary manslaughter in connection with the deadly accidental shooting of the film's cinematographer in 2021. Former LA County Supervisor Gloria Molina has announced she's battling terminal cancer. 74-year-old says she's been getting treatment for 3 years, but this cancer is very aggressive. She says as she enters this transition in her life, she's feeling so fortunate. Molina also served in the state assembly and on the LA City Council. She spent more than 2 decades on the board of supervisors. North Korea has test-fired 2 short-range ballistic missiles, its second launch in 2 days.
These launches come as the US and South Korea conduct 11 days of military exercises they've already begun. They're insisting that they're purely defensive, but the North, of course, do things very differently.
ABC's Ian Hannell says the U.S. has warned North Korea against potential escalation. He says the U.S. fears the country could resume nuclear tests during its military exercises. Sweden's Prime Minister has acknowledged Finland will likely join NATO before Sweden does due to Turkey's opposition to Sweden's bid. Turkey has accused Sweden of being too soft on groups it deems to be terror organizations.
Every country has to ratify for themselves, so it's nothing complicated.
Sweden's Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson says the possibility Finland will join NATO before Sweden has increased. All 30 existing member nations have to approve a new member. Last month, Turkey said it had fewer problems with Finland joining the alliance. Coors Light has created popsicles in honor of the NCAA basketball tournament. The beer company says Coorsicles taste like you've cracked open an ice-cold beer, but there's no booze in it. The limited edition non-alcoholic frozen treats can be found at more than 800 bars in the U.S. from now until the end of March 9th. Southland weather from KFI. Rain tonight and tomorrow morning. Overnight lows in the 40s and 50s. Tomorrow highs in the 50s and 60s. Rain should end by late tomorrow afternoon. Then we'll have mostly cloudy skies Thursday and right on through the weekend. Highs in the 50s and 60s. Quite potential showers on Saturday night. It's 52 in Brea, 53 in Mahabra. Better traffic in Carson on the 405.
They're heading northbound before Carson Street. It's still blocking the carpool lane, so you drive stacks up from Wilmington Avenue. Compton on the 91 westbound just after Central Avenue. A crash there has the carpool lane blocked, so you're seeing some slowing as you come up to Wilmington Avenue. And if you're on the 210 heading westbound in Upland, this mountain, you'll see a crash there. Involving the big rig has the carpool and left lane blocked, so your drive starts to stack up as you come away from Campus Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
Oh, no, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problem. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs. Ox gets free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-301-4089. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now, 800-301-4089.
So I'm saying we needed this unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care 301-4089. And this Chief Marketer support. Patricia Spanioletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery. Leans in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy. And we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner accountant. As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Imagine air travel that's simple and hassle-free. That's Surf Air. Save hours on every trip. Fly on your own schedule. Avoid crowded terminals. And never stand in another line again. As a Surf Air member, you're in control of your travel day. SurfAir.com. Stress-free, easy air travel. Get a free
quote on your next flight at surfair.com. There's a better way to fly. Surfair.com. What would you do if the secret cabal of the most powerful in the United States told you, hey, let's start a coup? Back in the 1930s, a man named Jeffrey Butler was all that stood between the U.S. and fascism. I'm Ben Bowling. I'm Alex Christian. And Medley Butler. Join us for this sordid tale of ambition, treason, and what happens when evil tycoons have too much time on their hands. Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio. Set a Stone. The language is learned. SetAstone.com. Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. Get started today. From yourself, $9.50 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results. KFI AM 640. The news. What it means. Why it matters. It's ready with Motel and KFI AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. We're going to talk about Playboy and their digital on endeavor online in just a moment, but there's some other headlines that we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. California community colleges could soon offer free textbooks. The DOJ is suing Rite Aid for missing the opioid red flag. Then there's this. Let's talk about Playboy. Playboy Digital has launched. And, well, they're trying to compete with OnlyFans. Here's the thing. They're 2 years too late. You would think that Playboy would have tried to own the online content creator space a decade ago, but for some reason they never went down that path. The magazine itself is no more, and now they don't have any online presence to speak of. This revamped Playboy magazine, which stopped being by 2020, is going to officially relaunch later this year. The online format for the magazine will allow users to access the brand's creator platform, which the company is striving to brand as an elevated, safe, and exclusive alternative to OnlyFans. Instead of the brand's signature bunnies, users will now be able to interact with creators who will post adult content on their pages and get subscribers with exclusive access into their lives, in addition to posing for the magazine's digital coverage. Yeah, it's a nice idea, but it's too little too late. OnlyFans has redefined that online space because content creators make so much freaking money. Why would I go to Playboy when their brand doesn't have the cachet, the notoriety, the visibility? It doesn't have anything that it once had 15, 20 years ago, and not make any semblance of the money that not me, but air quotes, could make on OnlyFans. When I saw this story, the thing that shocked me the most is that Playboy still exists in any form. When I thought that was Playboy what? Not the old magazine that went out. I mean, it's not even a series on VH1 anymore. No one's talking about Playboy. Not since FS, not since anything. There is no relevancy for Playboy. It almost seems like anyone that is in the OnlyFans space would look at this and say, isn't that thing that like Grandpa used to be down with way back? And they're explicit with it. Like OnlyFans, users would be able to subscribe and pay to view adult content and interact with the women creating it. Those who pay for it will also be granted access to the daily, lives of the models. So Playboy says, to your point, instead of creating your own thing, come over here and latch yourself onto our played out brand. Latch yourself onto the brand, and the brand really can't do anything for you. OnlyFans is all about, no, you are your own brand. You will be a millionaire overnight. In the OnlyFans that I think Playboy doesn't seem to get. Yes, there are bunches and bunches of people, both men and women on OnlyFans, who are
may be pushing the sexual envelope. But there are also people on OnlyFans that there are women who have pages where they're just eating stuff. Literally, it's just eating, sandwiches or whatever. You say, what would you like to eat today? Ribs? Gotcha. There are people who are starting to not there.
That's what makes it so ridiculous.
There are OnlyFans where women are showing their feet. There are OnlyFans for hand models, like, and squeezing Play-Doh, running their hands through rice, all types of weird things that I don't have an OnlyFans yet. When I look at what it is that I originally thought it was just a sex thing, but it's not. It's primarily that's the draw. That's what I would say, like, people go to first and foremost. But there's a lot of folks who are on here that do whatever.
I don't think you know with OnlyFans pages until you subscribe to that user's account. So you don't think it's only sexual, and then you start showing you the inviting things.
Well, some of them, as you know, they have free subscriptions and they'll allow some content to be aware, to be available for that. Oh, like that. But, that's very Playboy's 1970s music is. There it is. And it gives you a sense of, now, when Playboy was at its peak in the 1970s and 80s, I would say, they owned that market. Yes, there were other magazines, but Playboy offered something, a style, a degree of cool that no one else could. I mean, you had Penthouse, you had you had All Players magazine, you had all sorts of other magazines out there, but they didn't have the type of style and class, if you will, of Playboy. Now, Playboy wants to try to get in this market late, and there's really no way for them to differentiate themselves. It's not like they have a brand in that space. I mean, if they were to go even hardcore pornography, they would not be able to compete with the likes of Pornhub, honestly. Yeah. I mean, Playboy is a relic of the past, and to your point, they've been out of the game for about 3 years now. It doesn't mean anything to anyone other than a Wikipedia reference for the most part, or memories from, our childhood, if you're old enough to remember. Folks like you and I also have been to the man. Music rock shows. And we hung out with them. Yeah. True story. There's that. So, that's also as someone who has been there, who has put into the waters of the grotto. Just to say, yeah, that's cold. Yeah. I've been to the grotto. I have dipped my toe in the water. I have hung out with you and did a thing with smoking jacket. Yeah. I've been on the ground where they have like a whole zoo. Yeah. I've seen the couch. I've seen all that. But that doesn't mean that someone who's 25 years old. Right. And he's I'm not even saying there's a boat. If you're above a certain age, then you would think, okay, I know what he's referring to. And you're not 20-something. I would say you're maybe 30-something now?
Maybe 32.
Okay, you're 32. Does any of that Playboy mean anything to you?
No, not at all.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I mean, other than nostalgia for older people, Playboy getting in the online space, they have absolutely no competitive advantage at all. And they can't do OnlyFans better or as well as OnlyFans. Because OnlyFans, like Playboy back in the day, created their own space and their own thing for which they are known. Now, you don't have to like or love OnlyFans, but you know what it is, and they offer something that is so very unique. Even though you may find it disgusting or distasteful, it is so specific and unique. They own that space. You can't take it from them now. I don't think you can even improve it upon it because OnlyFans says come one, come all. I don't care what you're saying, it's up to you. Yeah, something people want, more power to you. And Playboy's trying to be much more narrow in nature, and they don't have that luxury anymore. Their time is past. It's like, I got a picture with someone I know like you, because it was one of the parties I was at for Galvin the Great, who's a member of Jodeci. That's not the hero. There was an album release party, and our friend Rick Moon and other people were there. We were hosting the album release party at the Playboy Mansion, and the Lakers were there. All I do is the picture. If you go to my Instagram, I'll have to put it up. But there's a picture of me, downtown Phil Brown, and Carmen Electra, one on both sides of me. Like, I was too happy. Man, I was living it up that night. I have some stories, but all I'm saying is, yes, Lord, you're talking about the free, being able to have sex? All I'm saying is,
the whole idea of the Playboy Mansion, Hugh Hefner, all that is of Hollywood past. Yeah, it's not 21st century stuff. It's radio remote show. It's by AM640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. So it's by 24-hour newsroom and anything.
Evacuations have been ordered in parts of Santa Barbara County burned by wildfires because of an increased risk of flash floods and debris flows thanks to the latest atmospheric river storm moving through California. LA School District Union employees will hold a rally in Grand Park tomorrow in downtown LA. Two unions representing the workers are trying to negotiate new labor pacts with the district, and if they don't get them, they could announce plans to strike. This could close down schools. Southwest says it plans to hire more people, upgrade its scheduling system, and buy more equipment during the winter to avoid mass cancellations such as experienced in December. Southwest lost more than $200 million in the fourth quarter of last year because of cancellations. We're also expecting to have a loss this quarter. Rain tonight with lows in the 40s and 50s. Rain tomorrow morning, then tapering off in the afternoon. Highs in the 50s and 60s. Got a crash in going to pass on the 101.
Heading northbound just before Farnham. It's blocking the two right lanes, so your guys start to stack up once you get to Vine Street. Pomona on the 71 northbound, that's in between Holt Avenue and the 10th. A large pothole that's in the right lane causing some problems. Several cars along the right shoulder with flat tires. Lots of slowing there. And if you're in upland on the 210 westbound just after Mountain Avenue, traffic involving a big rig has the carpool and left lane shut down, so it's a heavy ride from Campus Avenue. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster on Pedro Moreno. This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their families put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
The podcast Let's Start a Coup wonders what if the secret cabal of the nation's most powerful people tried to overthrow the president? Explore how it almost happened to FDR in the 1930s in this darkly comedic retelling of one of American history's weirdest scenes.
And for you, Major General Smedley Butler did nothing when every week he did. Why? Is it something bad?
Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Yep.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Could you use some extra help meeting basic needs, like putting food on the table or paying the rent, keeping your home warm and the lights on, buying new shoes for growing teeth, or help with medical needs? Find out about the Supplemental Security Income Program, SSI, administered by Social Security. It's money you can use to help pay for basic needs like food, clothing, shelter, or medical needs. You can receive monthly SSI payments if your income and financial resources are low, and you're 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability, or who is blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI to learn more about SSI and start the application process today. That's ssa.gov/SSI. This message produced by Social Security and U.S. Taxpayers Trust.
You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah,
No.
he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Yes, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
Why?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your vacuum.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing dogs.
It's one of your dogs.
If you don't have a clogged drain, call Reader Hero Plumbing and Air. Go online at ReaderHero.com.
I'm Attorney Gary Capanelli, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut off. It doesn't make you look guilty. song reimagined collection. YouTube The Edge joins Jim Kerr to do a deep dive into the making and remaking of YouTube classics on Songs of Pleasure. Well, let's see if there are 4 people who songs that we can reenact. Don't miss it. Friday, St. Patrick's Day at 7 p.m. Eastern on a classic rock channel on iHeartRadio. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Hunter Biden, while Joe Biden was vice president, was on the board of a retrial and getting billions of dollars, and he didn't tell his kids, stay the hell away from all of that. By law, his family shouldn't be involved in foreign companies. Bill handled the optics alone are horrible, and frankly, I think the tactics are horrible. Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI. KFI AM 640 is living with Motel. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Some stories we are following. LA senior facility managers facing criminal charges for 14 COVID deaths. This is according to DA George Stepstone. And Anaheim employees a step closer to hospitality worker Bill of Rights. Will be following that. And if you've been following this show, we have told you how bad Netflix messed up that whole password sharing lockdown idea they had. We told you this was a bad idea. You're going to lose subscribers, and you're going to regret it. We said as much on this show. And I'm not saying we're the only show that said it, but I'm saying that we did say that specifically. If they do this, it's a bad idea. It's going to ruin Netflix's name. To which they tried to put it up, and then they pulled it right back down as far as what the proposed password sharing parameters were going to be. What happened? They said, well, that was a mistake. That wasn't supposed to go up. It was just like a test. It was something they were banning about. They were just, tossing around. And it never came back. Have you seen anything anywhere about password sharing? It's almost like that never happened. It's just like, it's pretty funny about it. You never thought about password sharing lockdown? So, since that time, Netflix has been in damage control to help its brand visibility, its brand identity, and now they're bending over backwards to support subscribers again. They're going in the other direction. I wonder who told them that. Netflix now is going to offer 1 year free thanks to this new partnership with Verizon. Verizon and Netflix are looking to what they call juice their subscriber numbers by bringing back a popular offer that will get you 1 year of Netflix premium subscription for free. The deal, as it reads, will save you $240 over the course of 12 months and allow you to stream everything in the Netflix library on all of your devices, up to 4 simultaneous streams. That doesn't sound like password lockdown. Not at all. You can watch in 4K Ultra HD resolution and download content for offline viewing. In other words, there are 0 restrictions whatsoever. And the free Netflix offer is now available, and it's open to Verizon Wireless, 5G Home, and LTE Home customers that purchase at least 1 annual subscription from their Play Hub from a selection that includes AMC Plus, blah, blah, blah. And they have even other options that they're throwing in. They are bending over backwards to give you even more Netflix. As opposed to less because they're worried about you sharing your password. Let's get your password to your grandmother, your mother, your friend, your child who may be in college in Texas or something like that. Now they're saying, go ahead, do it. And in fact, this is your free year of Netflix if you bundle it with your Verizon Wireless. Try to tell them. We try to tell them. And I say this as a fan of Netflix. I like what Netflix has.
Oh my God, I found it.
Holy fuck. Stupid idea believe that password lockdowns in which they would lock your account if you did not log into your account from the registered Wi-Fi address at least once every 31 days. It would lock down your account if there were other password logins. You were sharing that login. Try to tell them that was going to be a horrendous idea. I know that they were probably losing money
Like people who were illegally password sharing. I'm not talking about the family who was letting their child use it when they're, going away to college or something. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking, who I'm talking about. The people who just randomly give out the passwords to anyone and everyone, everyone at the office, whatever. They're just sharing it like, they're passing around a block. Hey, I've never seen such and such endless passwords. You got to figure out. Right. Yeah, we understand that that takes money away from Netflix. But we also understood, more importantly, they would stand to lose even more money if they tried to implement this system-wide password monitoring, if you will, and preclude people from using it in even genuine instances. Like, for example, if I pay for my mother's subscription to Netflix, are you saying she has to come to my house to log in? Or am I going to have to log in for her on my home Wi-Fi system so her account is not locked down or my account is not locked down for illegally sharing passwords? No one's going to go for that. You would stand to lose more subscribers, not actually gain more revenue, because what they were hoping was to can't share passwords. That means people would have to buy their own subscriptions. People are not going to do that. They're just not. Just because you think you're losing money because of password sharing, it doesn't mean that. Like, I'll give you a perfect example. If you're old enough to remember this, it used to be a time where you could go down to any corner in the hood and you could find the guy who was selling the DVDs of the latest movie. Oh, yeah. Or the VHS copies, the illegal copies. And yes, was that cannibalizing the actual box office receipt? Yes. But at the same time, you weren't going to get their money. It wasn't like the guy who was going to buy the movie for $2.50 or $3 on the corner was going to spend $12 in the theater. You weren't going to get his money. It's almost like you almost have to take into account that there's some money you're not going to get, that there's going to be some copyright infringement and sharing of media that you can't control. To control it, the more ill will I think you engender with customers. And there's a backlash. I'm not saying it's fair, but I am saying it's a fact. And this password sharing lockdown proposition, this plan, was perfect example of you're just going to piss off customers more than you think you're going to endear them. And stuff like this, free for a year plan, you're not buying anyone back. Anyone who's kept it has it. And I don't watch Netflix, and I was too busy on your Master Business Plus. But to your point, no one knew is going to sign up for this. Anyone you lost, so far at least, you haven't offered anything on Netflix to bring it back. The Chris Rock thing, no. That's the one shot you tell you what that is. No one's like, I got to sign back up to get it. No. They're going to have to do a lot more this year. The crucial customers, they want to expand their growth. They're going to have to do a lot more to just grow meaningful movement. You try to tell them. You try to tell them. That's why you got to listen. The later was more telling. KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Will become sisters. Their season finale is tomorrow night. So that's next. So keep it right here. More stimulating talk without even lifting a finger. Thanks, wrong finger. Just tell your smart device to play KFI AM 640.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
4-hour newsroom. Today, in Monterey Park, he met with families impacted by the mass shooting at a dance studio when 11 people were killed. He says his new executive order will accelerate and intensify the work to save more lives.
As I continue to call on Congress to require background checks for all firearms sales.
Biden says the Biden's executive order directs the Attorney General to take every lawful action possible to move the U.S. as close as we can to universal background checks with the new or without new legislation. He says it's just common sense to check if someone is a felon before they can buy a gun. A retired Orange County Sheriff Sergeant says school districts need to plan to stop mass shootings, not gun control.
Gun laws are not going to fix this problem. Cyber safety cop Clay Cranford says whether it's a gun, knife, or stick, a threat assessment team at every school is critical to identify who these people are and then have a plan to manage them. And that's something that we've been lacking in. Cranford tours the nation teaching districts to have such teams looking for students posting or talking about violence. And once the threat's identified, we need the school
law enforcement and mental health will work together to come up with a plan to get that person off that path of violence. Samantha says it's important to also have a campus campaign encouraging students to report violent signs. In Orange County, Corbin Carpenter.
And says pharmacy deputies responded to the car lot on Main Street this morning. It says it doesn't look like anything is stolen from the vehicles. No one has been arrested in connection with the event. The U.S. says it has been forced to bring down one of our unmanned drones after a Russian fighter jet dumped fuel in front of the surveillance drone and damaged one of its propellers over the Black Sea.
This incident demonstrates a lack of competence in addition to being unsafe and unprofessional.
Pentagon spokesman Brigadier General Pat Ryder says the U.S. is going to continue operating in international airspace.
While intercepts in and of themselves are not that uncommon, the fact that this type of behavior from these Russian pilots, that is uncommon and unfortunate.
Ryder says the U.S. calls on forces from Russia to conduct themselves in a safe manner. Russia's ambassador, Anatoly Antonov, says Russia doesn't want confrontation with the U.S., but according to him, American aircraft have no business being near the Russian border. A chemical leak from a plant in New Albany, Indiana, has caused an orange cloud to form in the skies across the border from Kentucky. Bluegrass Chemicals, Paul McCauley, says the chemical spread through the building before it was released.
The coordinators for Fox guys would like to do, they are calling back on us, and what we do there is that's not trading that with chemical items, little light-based solutions that are used for everything.
McCauley says it's very difficult to measure the concentration of the orange cloud once it leaves the building. It dissipates very quickly. But he says inside the building, it was rather intense. UCLA has created a first-of-its-kind humanoid robot that will compete in a soccer match in Europe. The 85-pound human-like robot named Artemis can jump, walk, sprint, and can remain standing even when he does. UCLA Samuel School of Engineering professor Dennis Hahn says the goal is to put robots to work in place of people in certain situations.
So dirty, dangerous. Things that humans don't want to do or probably be doing, that's where areas that we want to do.
Hahn led the team of engineering students at the university who started building Artemis before the pandemic. The machine will plant a similar box in France in July. The Sadler KFI News. Well, Nicholas, slowing down on the 210 next.
Field of Green, first week 15. Now I got my wife using Field of Green. I got the wallet on it. Maybe I'll even get producer Taylor. But I want you to as well. And here's the thing, you have nothing to lose, absolutely nothing. Where else can you get the rest of your 6 daily servings of fruits and vegetables in just one sitting? You can. Let's be honest, you're not even going to try. Let Field of Green fill in the gaps in your diet like it did mine with just one scoop in the drink of your choice. It comes in a variety of flavors and it's a combination of very specific fruits and vegetables for improved heart function, liver function, kidney function, and even more. But like I said earlier, you have absolutely nothing to lose. Put Field of Green to the test with its better health promise. And if you're at your next doctor's visit, and your doctor uses only the right credit with your improved health numbers, the difference will go promo code FI. FieldofGreen.com, promo code FI.
Southland Motors and KFI. A wind advisory is up for about another hour. The Antelope Valley with convective winds up to about 40 miles per hour. Mostly cloudy for Thursday and Friday with highs from the 50s to low 60s. It's going to be mostly cloudy through the weekend with a chance of rain on Saturday night. It's 57 in Anaheim, 54 in Redondo Beach, 56 West Covina, 55 Rancho Cucamonga. Got a big rig causing big problems in Upland on the 210.
Heading westbound just after Nelson Avenue, it still has the carpool and left lane set down, so you'll start seeing delays coming away from Campus Avenue. You're slowly calling in Long Beach if you're on the 91 heading westbound, approaching Cherry Avenue. That's free flow through just after the 710, and some about Highland Avenue. KFI in the Sky helps get the disasters by Pedro Moreno. Jacoby is here to help you get the justice you deserve. We specialize in serious injury cases and have been fighting for our clients since 1972. Trust Jacoby Myers to be your guide, your advocate, and your support system. With our unmatched experience and expertise, I'd rest assured that you'll get the compensation you deserve. Plus, you get the justice you deserve. Jacoby Myers, justice for you since 1972. Our second guest in the for PI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribes Creon and Prolactin, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats CPI, cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Prion may increase the chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or swelling or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Prion as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not take caffeine as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Prion.
Prion is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Prion for EPI and visit PrionInfo.com or call 800-833-9110 to learn more. That's PREONinfo.com.
Rosetta Stone, where language is learning. RosettaStone.com. More stimulating talk.
And iHeart radio station.
KFI FM 640 relies everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's later with Mo Kelly. Noby Brown presently stars as Sabrina Hollins in the hugely successful TV show Tyler Perry's Sisters, which is, of course, executive produced, directed, and written by Tyler Perry. The one-hour drama follows a group of single women navigating complicated love lives, careers, friendships, through the ups and downs of living in a modern world of social media and unrealistic relationship goals. The season finale of Tyler Perry's Sisters airs tomorrow at 9 p.m. Pacific on BBC. And joining me right now on the line is Noby Brown. Thank you so much for coming on this evening.
Good night, good night. How is everybody doing? I'm so grateful to be here.
Thank you for coming on. Given you were born in Berlin and spent many of your formative years bouncing back and forth between Germany and the United States, first off, let me ask you, how is your German and how did living abroad influence, if at all, your desire to act?
Mein Deutsch ist eigentlich sehr, sehr gut. Immer noch. Ich kann Deutsch sprechen, kein Problem. So, my German is intact. And my first language, okay. I have dual citizenship. So it's been really, really awesome. And I always thank my mother for being such an adventurer and being such a global woman. It was because of her and just her moving to Germany, me being born there, and then my early life traveling a lot is what I really wanted bigger things for myself. I saw myself in a bigger space. I saw myself in a global and international space. And so this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to be an art activist and a visual artist. And yeah, that's what I am doing today, all because of my mother. So shout out to my mom. It really does start at home.
I love that. And I saw you recently in an interview with Kelly Clarkson, and you characterized Tyler Perry's Sisters as Sex in the City, but in Atlanta. And I think that's such a great characterization of the show. But my question is, what is it about this universality of single women in maybe their late 30s or so trying to find their way in the world of relationships? What are the commonalities as it relates to dating and life?
The show is so relatable because a lot of the stories are real stories from our producers and things of that nature. And, it's so interesting when it comes to love and relationships. People feel that people in their 30s need to have all the answers, and that's just not true, and that's not realistic.
Mm-hmm.
And so what the show is stating is, as you said, it's unrealistic couple goals, unrealistic relationship goals. Because at the end of the day, it's the relationship you have to yourself, right? The relationship, the boundaries that you put to yourself. It's how you love yourself. At the end of the day, the show is showing you that journey. And as other people come in, they might validate or they might invalidate how you feel. But that doesn't mean that we need to falter and we need to, put ourselves or lower our standards when it comes to how we want to show up in this lifetime. And that's why I feel the show is such a success, because one, it's about people in their 30s, because a lot of shows are not geared towards that demographic of people. Mm-hmm. Which is so weird, because there's so many of us in our 30s. And then obviously, Black women, right, we don't have enough shows about Black women, and that's starting to turn a page again. And then dating. Dating, I don't care what age you are. It's messy, it's confusing, but it's also fun.
And so that's what makes the show such a hit.
But unlike Sex in the City, let me take it one step further, or unlike Girlfriends, or unlike Living Single, Tyler Perry's Sisters deals with far more drama, infidelity, and intrigue. Like, there are alleged bank robberies, folks ended up in prison, fights in a restaurant. Mary Bradshaw didn't have to deal with all that, did she?
She did not. She did not have to do it. I'm sorry you're cracking me up because it's so true. But yes, our show is a nighttime show. So there's going to be a lot more twists and turns. I try to tell people Tyler's middle name is Cliffhanger. He loves keeping people on the edge of their seat. And yeah, it's been such a joy to do some stunts myself in this work. You know what I'm saying? To really have to crack somebody over the head. And that's been really awesome. A couple times now that I think about it. Hold on, y'all don't just bring it up straight now. He just showing up. But and so yeah, it's been a whirlwind. It definitely feels just like, as you said, a lot of drama as well, and a lot of real topics. It deals with sexuality. It deals with money. It deals with betrayal. It deals with infidelity. So there's just so many relatable topics in there.
The season finale of Tyler Perry's Sisters, which is titled Too Little Too Late, airs tomorrow on BBC at 9 p.m. Pacific. What can you tell us and what can you not tell us about Tyler Cliffhanger Perry and what he has in store for his viewers?
You know, I'm not going to say anything. I don't even tell my mama. Okay? No one in my family knows what I do. Like, because you know why? I honestly, truly, I feel joy seeing people see the end result. You know, the process is for me and what I go through and studying the lines and all that other stuff. But seeing people's reaction, especially my family members, like, I really want to show them, like, nah, I'm an actor, y'all. Y'all really need to get into this skill that I have. Because all these years I've been telling people I can act, right? But then now there's finally proof of it. So I don't like to give anybody anything. My manager doesn't know what's going on. Nobody. When I tell you only cast and crew that knows, not even the crew half the time. It's just us, the cast, that knows what's going on. So it's really exciting because I just love seeing the reactions. That's one of the reasons why I do what I do.
One of my reactions when I watched Tyler Perry's Sisters, and I think this is true for other people, but tell me if I'm wrong. I think the appeal of the show is that if you are a woman, you see yourself in one of the characters, and if you're a man, you probably dated one of the characters. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. Or you might have been all of them at some point. You know, I can absolutely see yourself. These women represent, and this is what I need people to understand too. They are in a phase of their life. This is an evolutionary phase, and what we don't really understand about vulnerability and humanity is you're dealing with someone's process and how they handle life. You know, at the end of the day, whatever, and that's why I try to tell my friends, whoever you end up marrying, make sure you know how they deal with the ups and the downs, and that's what's really, really cool about this show, and that's how people see themselves. I've had plenty of people say, "Oh my God, I used to be Danny," or "I used to be Pam," you know, and I feel like that's why there's such visceral reactions to this show because it's personal.
Talk to me about how Tyler Perry interacts with the cast or the production, because he's a man of many talents. He wears many hats. He's executive producer, he's director, he's writer on all of his work. He seems like he wouldn't have time to be able to focus on any one project. So talk to me, if you can, if you will, about his level of involvement or how he works with having such a success with his television show.
If I'm not mistaken, Sisters, I think is his most successful show out of so many things that he's done, which is crazy to say. And so he's very hands-on. I think a lot of people thought we didn't work with him, but he's been there every single season, except for one, like a couple weeks or a couple days, you know, if you have to go do something else and then come back. But he is there, he's hands-on. We're working with him directly, and especially during quarantine, he was there with us physically in the bubble, putting his life at risk just like the rest of us were doing. So I feel like that's why his fans love his work so much, because you see his personal touch.
Tyler Perry's Sisters, the season finale, airs tomorrow at 9 p.m. Pacific on BBC. Nobi Brown stars as Sabrina Holland. Nobi, thank you so much for coming on this evening, and I appreciate you giving me the German lesson. I think you said something to the effect of my German is still good, right? Yes.
Thank you so much. That was so funny because that's why I always tell people don't underestimate.
This is later with Mo Kelly. KFI AM 640. I still enjoyed that conversation. We're live.
Train service has been cut off between Glendale and downtown Burbank because a Metrolink train has crashed into a vehicle on the headed against Stark County. There's no word on whether there were any injuries. A sinkhole was opened up in Beverly Hills. Police say they have temporarily closed northbound Beverly to Coldwater Canyon because of the sinkhole, and they're advising people to avoid the area and find other ways around. The White House says it will not do Russian jets put down a U.S. drone. National Security spokesman John Kirby said the U.S. will keep flying in international airspace over the Black Sea. Rain tonight with lows in the 40s and 50s. Rain tomorrow morning, then tapering off in the afternoon with highs in the 50s and 60s. Got a pothole in Pomona on the 71.
Heading northbound in between Holt Avenue and the 10th is reported in the right lane. Several cars off to the right shoulder with flat tires. Watch for delays there. If you're in Upland, 210 westbound after Mountain Avenue, a crash involving a big rig still has the carpool lane as well as the left lane blocked off, so you'll see delays just after Campus Avenue. And some good news in Ontario on the 60 westbound just before Laredo.
This report is sponsored by the California DMV. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like the annual registration, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online. Oh, good times are waiting on St. Patty's Day. Now get top reaching to visit Bermuda.
St. Patrick's Day preview. Get a free plus Rainbow Tuesday, March 17th.
Number 2.
Get a toast to toast so when you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 20th and 21st.
And the number 1 reason.
We work hard for you. That's why LA Times readers voted us the best casino in the Southland.
Rolando, good time. In this week's marketing report, Patricia Sayalena, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build with the audio talent. As the number 1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore. My mechanic just suggested. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs, Ox gets it fixed, free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? Yeah, you don't pay. Ox Pay. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies. The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote, 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-301-4089. 800-301-4089. On the free iHeartRadio app, you never play to hear what you love and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Have you seen this? Kissing device. You kiss the phone and the other person kisses the phone and it vibrates.
One vibrates, it picks up the audio and it sends speech.
Can you put a little piece of steak in those lips? How's your steak, bro? Well, here, I'll just stick it in the eyelid. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. Where are we? Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and I encourage you, if you should miss Radio with Mo Kelly, check out the podcast. We have a very cool podcast which is put together by Wallace Duck, and also some of our conversations and interviews could become newsworthy later on. If you've been listening, then you know what I'm getting ready to play very severely. Performing a stunt last night, and he was injured jumping off a tower into a vat, if you will, of cardboard boxes. Now, there's video, which is available from any number of angles, but I'm just going to play to you just the audio of it happening. The people are going to be counting down for David Blaine to jump off this tower into the cardboard boxes. That's what you're going to hear. I'm going to use this for context. stop the sound of people touching. We try to pull them out from the boxes. Okay, he dislocated his shoulder and he asked people, it's literally, if there's a doctor in the house, they had 4 or 5 doctors who are in the audience come up to the stage area and help relocate his dislocated shoulder. This stunt, as far as jumping off the tower into these cardboard boxes, when he came on later with ROTHSCHILD, I asked him specifically about how he imagines his stunts or comes up with the ideas for stunts. Listen to what he said.
I saw a seagull land on top of a really tall pole. I looked at that and said, that looks pretty amazing. And then I started to research it and found that the killer saints have done similar things, but they stay up there for years and years. So I started thinking into cardboard boxes like the old Buster Keaton type stunt guys used to do. And only the difference, that's not magic. You have to disappear and reappear at the bottom. I was stuck on the idea of jumping because I thought it would be so amazing to learn. And then at the end of the stunt, when I finally did jump, of course, physically, it's a nightmare spot. From a magical point of view, everybody thought I was a hologram on top of the pillar anyway. So if I wasn't actually jumping down and I did vanish and reappear, they would be certain that I was never there. So kind of keeping it real is part of it.
So that stunt he was talking about here on KFI recording later with ROTHSCHILD, that stunt of jumping off the tower into the cardboard boxes is what happened and led to his injury last night. Now, beyond that, I also asked him about just the dangers of the stunt. You know, what goes through his mind, the likelihood of being injured. Listen to what he had to say. What I also admire about your work is that the danger is real. The stress on your body is real. Your life is in real danger. Have you considered any stunts and maybe had a friend or family member say, no, if you didn't do that, David, and talk you out of doing it in advance?
Yeah, that's this show called In Stage in Las Vegas. It was horrible. Out of 6 shows, I've already had 3 injuries. I should have shut the show down, but I kept going. And there's another 40. You know, there's a bunch of shows left, hopefully. So if I could make it, each show is that challenge that you're talking about.
So there you have it. There was a premonition or anything like that, but there was high risk, there was high danger to the stunt. And the video's out there. You can find it easily on Twitter or YouTube, where he dislocated his shoulder and it was instantaneous. You saw when he hit that he was immediately hurt.
Yeah, so it's interesting, not from the issue, but how very real the conversation that he had with me for the exact same thing that he was discussing and possibilities. That was like, yeah, I wasn't playing around with that son exactly. That's how real it was, and to me, that's one of those, oh, you're a trooper, because going into it, you knew that that was a possibility, and you still did that.
I don't know how high it was. I guess you can look it up. You can look at the tape. It's more than 100 feet, and it's straight down. And cardboard boxes are not falling into a bunch of pillows. And cardboard boxes are not exactly soft. It's not like hitting the ground, but it's a surface which doesn't offer a lot of give. Now, I understand his desire to let people know that he's the one who's actually doing the stuff. 80 feet, okay. That's a long way down. But the longest I've ever jumped is a 10-meter diving board. That's it. And that's about, 30 feet. That's it. higher than that. And that was into a pool with a little bit more gear. You see cardboard boxes in the ground. And if you get a chance to see the video, I give it to David Blaine because it's one thing to do illusions and tricks. It's another thing to do stunts where there is physical danger involved. He does both. And I think he's the preeminent illusionist of our time, bar none. I think there's no one out there who's even close, but the danger is very real. And I also asked him in the conversation what, he's a father, and whether his daughter comes into mind. He said, yes, absolutely. He doesn't approach the sons the same way because, the danger is real and there's consequences not only for him, but, that's why you need to listen to Label with Motel. You have not only great conversations, but they're also topical and timely. That's why you got to listen to a podcast. So make sure you listen to the podcast. You don't do it live. Be sure to check out the podcast at KFI840.com. Well, Tracy does a wonderful job with that. It's Label with Motel at KFI840. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And, as another nod to Koala, when we come back, whenever I mention the zombie apocalypse, it's because Koala put it in the show. Let's be clear. That's the only reason. I don't talk about any damn zombie apocalypse unless Koala put it in the show. And he put it in the show again. And if you want to make sure that you are prepared for a zombie apocalypse, it's best if you live in certain states or don't live in certain states. That's all I can tell you now. We'll tell you it all when we come back. Now, to the KFI 24-hour newsroom, here in the
A class action lawsuit is being filed against the parent company of Silicon Valley Bank and two of its top executives.
Shareholders accused them of concealing the risk the bank was facing from those higher interest rates.
ABC Ruth His regulators also took control of Signature Bank over the weekend. The lawsuit against SVB Financial Group is filed in the Northern District of California. It's seeking unspecified damages to be awarded to those who invested in SVB between 2021 and 23. Silicon Valley Bank collapsed last week. It's the second largest bank failure in U.S. history. San Francisco's African American Reparations Advisory Committee is presenting a draft proposal to the City Board of Supervisors. The proposal includes a $5 million lump sum payment for each eligible Black person, which would make San Francisco the first major city in the U.S. to fund reparations. The draft lists 100 recommendations ranging from offering grants to buying and maintaining homes to exempting Black businesses from paying taxes. Supervisors can vote to adopt all, none, or some of the suggestions. Students at a high school in Pasadena have been released from an hours-long lockdown after rumors surfaced of a gun on campus. The student tells NBC4 the rumors started around 10 this morning, and police showed up on campus, which prompted the lockdown.
I heard rumors saying that there were 2 kids having a weapon. Oh, a weapon? It was a gun? And we were just stuck in class for 5 hours with no lunch, no food, no bathroom breaks, nothing.
A tweet from Pasadena High School went out this morning around 10:30 from students for sheltering in place. Students were released to their parents this afternoon while police continue to investigate. The city says police found a replica gun on campus. Federal officials have charged 9 people in Los Angeles with crimes including sex trafficking, enticing a minor to engage in criminal sexual activity, and producing child pornography. 5 of the 8 cases filed in recent weeks were the result of FBI-led investigations. The cases are part of Project Safe Childhood, which is the Justice Department's initiative to combat the ongoing epidemic of child exploitation. FBI's Donald Alway says the charges announced today are a reminder of the constant threat minors face. A nonprofit in Fullerton is hosting a golf tournament to raise money for equestrian therapy for kids with special needs.
One of the writers, 19-year-old Val Pepperin, has a genetic disease that causes brain tumors, and he says working with the horses at Paris Cannes still limits chance of life.
I started on this program having very weak fine motor skills because of my 4 brain surgeries, which really impaired my muscles.
Proceeds from the fundraiser on May 1st will help the ranch provide therapy for disadvantaged children like Val, including those with autism. To participate or donate, you can visit pariscamps.org. In Fullerton, Chris Adler, KFI News.
Southline weather from KFI, rain tonight and tomorrow morning could be heavy at times, overnight lows in the 40s and 50s, tomorrow's highs in the 50s and 60s. The rain should end by late tomorrow afternoon, picking up rain on Saturday night. 56 in Los Alamitos, 66 in Woods. I've got a pass in Fontana on the 10.
So heading west on Red Ferry Avenue, blocking the two right lanes, causing some stop-and-go traffic from Citrus. And it looks like the crash involving a big rig in upland on the 610 westbound. As they move out of the carpool and left lane, that's just after Mountain Avenue. Still seeing a little bit of slowing as you approach there. And some pockets of slowing on the 101 southbound, heading out of Hollywood, approaching Vermont Avenue, and it clears up, approaching the 110. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno.
Hi everyone, I'm KTLA Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
Putting lights in fresh
At the latest here at Unity.
Putting lights here in the movie.
Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain comes through. Covering more stories from more places, more options, with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
I love it. After the incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico, the liftoff returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona, Live Golf is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Free play on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5. The CW. Attorney Gary Capanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-CUSS, reminding you to exercise your life and just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-CUSS, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUSS.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have a price.
Whoa, you've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the Silver Plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99.
If you haven't seen it.
Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stopper. The Snow Good Plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99.
Almost.
Yeah, there are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to thesnowgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you went up front and everything. I just told a guy named Bubba who wouldn't tell me anything.
No Bubba's here, ma'am. With professional plumbers who show up on time, no good, and unclogged drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446-MIKE.
Contractor license number 39917.
1-775-1-775.
Car prices at an all-time high. Our donors are now getting higher for D7. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. Schedule a home furnished safety check for just $77 with Ruta Zero Plumbing and Air.
KFI.
PM 640.
And I have a radio station.
Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. It's Radio with Marcel and KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
You can always follow me on social media at Mr. Moselli on Twitter, Instagram, and all those good places. TikTok. Let's start a conversation or continue one if you already follow me. And if you've ever followed me in my radio shows, you know that Koala Shark, who's worked with me for more than a decade, is convinced that we must be prepared for the zombie apocalypse, or known as the Zombie. And so he has submitted this very insightful list as to the best practices for preparing for a zombie attack, which he thinks is imminent on some levels. And there are better locations and worse locations, better states and worse states. Now, where can you survive the impending zombie invasion? To find out which states which would make a good sanctuary from a horde of the Walking Dead, researchers analyzed more than 1,200 Google search terms related to preparing for a zombie apocalypse. The team also compared those results to each state's population, revealing that Americans in Wyoming appear to have zombies on the mind a lot. And Quality State ranks number one in terms of being prepared, or most prepared, for the oncoming zombie invasion.
That's because they all got done.
That's true. And also, it's not a highly popular state. You don't want
If the zombies are going for me, they're going to head to the city first.
Yeah, the cities are where it's at when it comes to a zombie invasion or apocalypse. Now, if you want to move somewhere where that's a little more remote along those lines, you want to maybe move to Alaska, which is second on the list. Vermont, North Dakota, and South Dakota round out the top 5 most prepared states in the nation. Now,
yeah, but Alaska, you got there, so no.
Oh, that would be the least of my concerns if you're talking about an actual zombie apocalypse. Yeah. Because the bears pretty much are not going to bother you. The zombies are going to come try to get you.
Okay.
Now, if you happen to live in a place which is less prepared for zombies, then you might be concerned. California comes in last.
City is the least prepared.
For a zombie invasion. Texas, Florida, New York, and Pennsylvania round out the bottom 5 in terms of zombie preparation. And I think that has to do largely with per capita, we would deal with more zombies than most places. Those are the most popular states.
And you also, in Texas, you have more people who are disbelieving of the government. The government would say, hey, if there's an outbreak, you just watch out. Florida as well. And that's people who would believe something like an announcement from the CDC. They would say, no, we think it's a lie.
Now, as far as weapons combating zombies, for those who are already counting the days until you'll need to start slaying zombies or zombies at your door, Americans say their go-to zombie killing weapon is a shotgun. And yes, you don't have to be too accurate. Yeah, that's exactly. Handguns, baseball bats, machetes, and crossbows top the list of favorite zombie-slaying weaponry. I'm not using a crossbow for anything. Some of that has been popularized by the Walking Dead and stuff like that. A shotgun, you need a good spray, you need something that's going to be able to knock it back. You don't have to be accurate. If you can get a rapid-fire shotgun, you are aces, but just in regular buckshot, you got something that will slow them down, give you enough time to get away. Yeah. Americans also chose swords, axes, knives, and even a grenade.
I was thinking grenades. Just blow them up.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but it's more people are kill themselves with grenades. And also, I mean, unless they're all in one location, a grenade is not going to be all that efficient killing. At a distance, and all you're going to do is you're going to call someone to yourself. Sword, no, way too much swinging and going back and forth with the sword. No, you're not going to be able to stab them. A hacking tool like an axe, short range, you can pull back quickly. Definitely get to that.
You gotta get your cooking. I know, that's what I'm saying.
No, the thing about this now, it depends on what type of outbreak we're dealing with.
Oh, here we go.
That definitely depends, but it's actually something you can keep on you. You can put it on your tool belt. You definitely need that for the night packet. But up close, when they're getting on you, you're going to need to go away halfway the jaw.
Only the brain only kills them. The brain is the only thing.
The thing is, but you want to try to mitigate the amount of damage that they can. If you can hack away the jaw, there's less chance of infection on you, unless it is a blood pathogen, and you definitely don't want that, but you do need some close combat weapons.
I would rather not live through a zombie apocalypse. That's just me. You may just turn this whole situation. I hope not. I don't want kids running around here that don't need to take care. No. See, that's the thing. When you continue I am legend world or a post-World War Z world.
I agree. People now.
Look, I understand.
Let me know, because you're trying to fight all those zombies.
I understand you're not wanting to do this. And again, I don't know how long I will make it. I'm going to really have to do a lot of raids on pharmacies. I definitely know how to do that. All I'm saying is,
It's post-apocalypse. You can't.
It's not about that. It is about seeing how it all ends. All the way up until we may be cornered and hacking away.
No, sir. Can't do it.
But hey, look, all I'm saying is, I am not alone. I know these numbers are anecdotal, but in a poll of like already 1,000 Americans, state to state, Americans are done. More than 58% of us believe that this can happen within the next 30 years.
What? More than 50%?
Yes, 58%. I said Americans are dumb, all right? Americans are dumb, yet you want to go full on in with your assertion of unidentified lineup. There's evidence to that. Okay. The government even acknowledged it. We have not covered the stories of the zombie bees, the zombie deer, all of the parasitic outbreaks that have happened within this country. America. You already gave me the story of America. The scientists up and did the brass scientists have even confirmed that the possibilities of this is real. George Norris is next hour, not this hour. In fact, we'll talk to the next segment and we'll ask him about the probability of a zombie apocalypse. You know what, probably say very high. I don't know about that. Very high. But look, there's more evidence to UFOs than there is now. No. They tried to deny it like you're denying it right now. I'm not denying it. No, I'm saying that I don't want to live after one. Of course the world can end tomorrow with a zombie apocalypse. Hell, the meteor that's going to pass us in 2046 could end everything. Well, obviously that doesn't mean that. I don't know. You're very healthy. You're I'm trying to hold on. So, right now, there's talking about me doing picture on. They're talking about me doing pictures in the studio. Yeah, I don't know about saying that, so I'm just trying to, have a modicum of mobility to take it over. That's all. I'm not trying to get any fights anymore. I'm too old. But your training cannot be wasted. No, it's not going to be wasted. And 5 different degrees of ass kickery. You need to be around for the zombie pop. Why? What do you need the individuals rise up to the post-apocalypse? That we know of. There's all types of post-apocalypse. Never mind. First order when we come back. This regular motel. If I answer for you live the way I can't really laugh now.
Per hour are flowing and have knocked out power to more than 300,000 customers. Almost 2 months after a deadly mass shooting at a dance studio in Monterey Park, President Biden has visited the community and announced an executive order requiring background checks, increasing awareness of Red Book Club tips. It's Ann Napolitano's Hello Beautiful. It's a modern-day take on Little Women, and it's from the author of the best-selling Dear Edward, which is now become a TV series, and it's streaming on Apple Plus. Rain tonight and tomorrow morning, lows in the 40s and 50s, highs tomorrow in 50s and 60s. Rain should end by late tomorrow afternoon. Got a crash?
All lanes blocked right now. If I get that out of lane, traffic is pretty heavy from the 605. Traffic in Fontana, on the 10 heading westbound at Terry is blocking the 2 right lanes that crash, so it's causing some flowing from about Citrus. And if you're in Riverside on the 60 westbound before Market Street, crash is the 2 left lanes blocked, causing delays from about Main Street. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Pedro Moreno. This report is sponsored by the California DMV. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list.
So, my friend in the audience, his name is Marco Rosell. He's new to the NFC space with brand new friends just met on Twitter, but he saw that I was in the space and he didn't really know anything about NFC. And I told him, we don't really talk about NFC. We're here to support each other's community, whether it's music, whether it's ideas, it's a philosophy. And I just didn't want him to feel, a stranger anymore. And I said, if it was all right with him, I would introduce him to him. Is there anything to just welcome him into the family a little bit? So shout out to Marco Rosell from the Angry Ape family. I don't know, but I could certainly help him with it.
Homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. There's a better way to fly. Your problem is set up with being stuck in endless lines and packed planes. Try simplifying your travel with Surfair. As a Surfair member, you'll save an average of 2 hours on every flight and completely avoid busy airports. You can choose from thousands of aircraft and arrive at smaller airports closer to your home, all while flying on your own schedule. Surfair.com, the best alternative to commercial air travel.
some extra help meeting basic needs, like putting food on the table or paying the rent, keeping your home warm and the lights on, buying new shoes for growing teeth, or help with medical needs. Find out about the Supplemental Security Income Program, SSI, administered by Social Security. It's money you can use to help pay for basic needs like food, clothing, shelter, or medical needs. You can receive monthly SSI payments if your income and financial resources are low, and you're 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability, or who is blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI to learn more about SSI and start the application process today. That's ssa.gov/SSI. This message produced by Social Security and U.S. Taxpayers Trust.
And now, a few words from your dog.
I'm gonna go outside.
Hey, it's Jennifer Jones. Will you join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena Sunday, April 2nd?
Do you have a MetaMask account?
Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help them care for the hundreds of animals they take
That's
care
okay.
of.
I can help you offline. I did it in one night, and somebody did this to me. So I can help them with that. What you want to do is download an app called MetaMask, and it doesn't force you, if I recall correctly, to get that passphrase initially. You can log in with a regular password, and so I bet you did what I did. I could be wrong. Well, you just used a normal password and did not create that passphrase, but we can check offline if you
Finance support is regular help them rely everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And before the break, Paul Chuck was regaling us with his knowledge of the impending zombie apocalypse. We're talking about the states which were arguably best prepared, and it's more like best suited for an outbreak, a zombie attack. Where would you go? What would you do? And with a show like The Last of Us, which had its season finale Sunday night, I guess it puts it back in perspective as far as why people would be talking about this. And we're looking for George Norrie right now. We're trying to connect with him. But the serious part of me says that yes, we could have a full-blown packaging of some kind. It doesn't necessarily even need to be something which turns people into zombies. It could be something which is so highly contagious, yes, that it overruns society, regardless of however that looks. And I'm at a point
people
in my life
recommend
where
even metal
I'm not
plates
trying
in
to
case your
live
house burns
in a
down.
Mad Max, Beyond Thunderdome, Bartertown dystopia. You never know. The desire to live, the will to keep going, the will to fight, sometimes that may take over. Not for me, it's only because, presumably, I can't protect all my family. I can't get me and everyone I love to safety. And I'm not trying to live in a world where society has completely broken down. They try to romanticize what that's like in movies, but the reality is I'm not that guy. I'm not trying to stay around just because life goes on. It doesn't mean it's going on for me. That's not. Oh, you are literally one of the captains on my survival squad. Well, y'all are not going to live. If I'm a captain, the team is going down. The team is losing. I'm not. Well, you're damn near irreplaceable. But we will have to find someone to take your spot. Okay, let me ask you this. Yeah. If heaven forbid one of your children were dead, I would be heartbroken. Right?
Look at that. What a beautiful, beautiful community. Beautiful, beautiful community. I thank you on behalf of the community for being so generous. It's so kind of you.
Keep your infected zombie children with you as like a trophy or something? No, just maybe ward off other zombies. Michelle did it.
Jonathan Smoke, Rabbi on your team? I'm not right. Thank you.
It's not knowing how to fight.
I don't know how to survive.
But no, it is about that natural survival skill. It is about someone who is calm, who is going to be ready for not just those that are infected with whatever. It is also about people who are going to keep the team strong, keep eyes on the prize. Stuff like that. That's what we need to do.
a lot of these states where they say, Wyoming is one of the best. So also because you have a lot of preppers there. You have a lot of individuals in some of these states who are already ready. The only problem is that they plan on just staying there. They're not as mobile as they need to be. I'm sure there are lots that can be, but not enough people drive around and are plotting out what they're going to do when you go. Yeah, but it's more sparsely populated. I would say that's more attractive, if you will, to surviving the zombie apocalypse. Because the zombie apocalypse, we're right out in LA, you couldn't get to anyone, or I couldn't even get to the other side of the city instead of 2 hours during rush hour. How am I going to get there during the zombie apocalypse?
Will there be potholes in the zombie apocalypse?
There might be sinkholes. Ooh, and the filled with zombies. Filled with zombies.
Like in the last of us.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. And you want to stay around the back. Coming out of the ground.
What are you going to eat? There's going to be no restaurants. It's not
about
no restaurants. What are you going to do?
You don't want anyone coming. This is roughly the stage. This isn't we're going fine dining during the apocalypse. We are surviving.
Oh, yeah.
Who wants to rough it? That sounds horrible. Hey, There's no upside to this game. There's absolutely no upside to surviving, air quotes, the zombie apocalypse. No, I've been trying to find a blue audio the entire time I can't find one. Because this is blue. The whole idea of you're going to do what? You're part of what is the point of it all? It's one thing to say, yeah, I want to survive back to the Stone Age. There are people that survived the Stone Age and then gave us this age that we're in now. Not having this, okay? If you were born in the Stone Age and you don't know anything but the Stone Age, that's one thing. But, okay, if you know nothing but going to the bathroom in a hole, you're not missing anything. You'll be fine. Hell, the kids that were stuck in the high school today, they had to throw in a bucket. 5 hours. 5 hours. And we're not talking about the rest of your life. We're talking about 5 hours. You need to find I don't want to get used to that stuff.
5 hours?
I'm bougie. No. There won't be any water. No, it will be like the Wild West when all the dark eaters when knights were wearing armor all day and then funky, and they still got the princess. No, they didn't. So while you talk about limitless all the time in your show, and now you're just learning this. No. I talk about what we need to do is caring about the unhoused. Yes, we do need to provide more for the unhoused. This is not shaming the unhoused, and I'm not shaming for or saying by the unhoused. I want to be able to help these individuals while we can. But we might need to make friends with some of our unhoused citizens so you can learn how to live off the land. Now, I'm not eating trash. I'm not eating bugs. I'm not going a whole week without showering. I'm not built for that. More for me. I'm not. More bugs. That's for me. That's why I don't go camping. I don't do great outdoors. I don't just do that stuff. That's why I couldn't even do it. The whole idea, I watch movies, and I think like a movie like Predator. Yeah. They're in the bush. Yeah. South African bush for like a week at a time. I think like, they're down there the whole time without one shower. I think that's when they didn't brush their teeth. They're all kind of face and nothing like I couldn't like that. They're the same body. Feel me now.
It smells so bad because the zombies stink too. I'm sure they're staying. And then you stink. No, stay.
Okay. And very quickly, are you trying to survive this zombie apocalypse, or are you like just gonna throw your cards in?
I think I'm probably going to throw in the towel.
I just want to thank some people who I asked offline to retweet my tweet for World Peace. Mr. Influential, thank you so much for helping. Randy Davis Jr., a bunch of other people. I can't name them all, but I just wanted you guys to know I really appreciate it. And just shout out to you. This is the kind of community that we have here. If you ask for something, somebody will help you. And if anybody ever needs anything from me, I'm always here to help you. Thank you so much for everyone. I just love this community. I want to throw that love out there.
That's why I said I'm going to Catalina. I can walk through Catalina here and feel a boat. And make sure you have
absolutely. We'll be able to chop it up. Any way you want. You want it in 20s, 100s, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I can see Catalina already on Catalina is already a first
Catalina's like, what, 26 miles away, something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, it's not that far.
Yeah, not that far. It's not like Hawaii. I can't see Hawaii. That's why you have to plan ahead. Catalina's already on it.
That's all I'm saying. I'm going to make it to Catalina.
Okay. And have survived. Yes. If I make it to Catalina. And I got to make sure they got liquor there. And make sure they got all
They got blues, I'll stick around for a little bit.
If they got booze and they got showers, I may hang around. But the moment Catalina gets overrun, I'm done. George George coming up next. Coach Say. KFI We'll see you tomorrow. Be sure to check out the podcast. Follow me on social media at The Smoke Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're not here to tell you what to think. We're here to give you the latest. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Lightning comes up. I mean, you've seen live KFI 24-hour news. President Biden used the backdrop of the Boys and Girls Club in Monterey Park to promote his executive order on gun control.
The president says it's time for Congress to act, but until they do, his new order will begin the process of stopping gun violence.
Does that by calling out for an independent government study that analyzes and exposes how gun manufacturers aggressively market firearms to civilians, especially minors.
Biden says his new order will also allow the Attorney General to crack down on background checks without new legislation. In Monterey Park, Chief Grego, KFI News.
A former Orange County Sheriff Sergeant says a comprehensive plan to address mass shootings would be better than new gun control laws. Cyber safety top play Cranford says, for example, spotting a student's signs of violence can allow for a search warrant.
When I was on the threat assessment team in Orange County, we would get permission, get in there, sit around, and usually it's all right there. It's on their phone, it's collecting under their bed, they're not with weapons or tactical, outskirts that they're going to wear on the day of the attack.
Cranford now features districts nationwide that have trained threat assessment team of staff and a campaign encouraging students to report those signs. Because schools, law enforcement, and mental health pros then need a plan that moves the student off the path to violence. Police are looking for the hit-and-run driver who killed a man in Santa Fe Springs. Sunday's crash happened at the intersection of Shoemaker and Telegraph. Nearly 10 corners off the man died on the sidewalk after the driver hit him and slammed into a bus stop. It says he died of multiple blunt traumatic injuries. Police do not yet have a description of the driver who took off from the scene. Prosecutors in LA have announced they will not retry disgraced producer Harvey Weinstein on a series of sex-related charges. Jurors were not able to reach a verdict in the charges last year. They have now been formally dismissed. Weinstein was sentenced to 16 years in prison in February for sexually assaulting a model in a hotel room a decade ago.
This incident demonstrates a lack of competence in addition to being unsafe and unprofessional.
U.S. says one of its drones had to be brought down over the Black Sea because a Russian jet intentionally flew in front of and dumped fuel on it. The U.S. says the act was a brazen violation of international law, causing the U.S. to bring down the unmanned drone. Russia says the drone moved sharply after an encounter with its jet, but insists its warplanes didn't hit it. Pentagon spokesman, Brigadier General Pat Ryder, said the U.S. is going to continue to operate in international airspace.
While intercepts in and of themselves are not that uncommon, the fact that this type of behavior from these Russian pilots, that is uncommon and unfortunate.
Ryder says the U.S. has called on forces from Russia to conduct themselves in a safe manner. UCLA has created a first of its kind humanoid robot that will compete in a soccer match in Europe.
The 85-pound human-like robot named Artemis can jump, walk, sprint, and can remain standing even when stuck. UCLA Samuel School of Engineering professor Dennis Hahn says the goal is to put robots to work in place of people in certain situations.
So dirty, dangerous. Things that humans don't want to do or probably shouldn't be doing, that's where the areas that we want robots to do.
Hahn led the team of engineering students at the university who started building Artemis before the pandemic. The machine will play against similar bots in France in July. Chris Adler, KFI News.
Southland with us in KFI. Rain tonight to goes in the 40s and 50s. Looks like rain is going to happen again tomorrow morning. The kids taper off for the afternoon. Times will be in the 50s, low 60s. Mostly cloudy Thursday and Friday. Highs staying in the 50s, low 60s. And it's going to stay mostly cloudy through the weekend with just a slight chance of rain on Saturday night. It's 56 in Orange, 57 in Manhattan Beach, 56 in Cerritos, 55 in Canyon Country. Got a crash in Monrovia on this weekend.
If it's all you can right down that Myrtle, we have a track that has only temporarily blocked right now. Your driver stacking up right around Mountain Avenue. And in the city of Industry, this is on the 60 westbound right after 7th Avenue. Little fender bender there, taking up the right lane. Watch for the lanes as you approach. Riverside, this is on the 60 westbound before Market Street. Clean up crews from an earlier crash, taking up the T left lane. Your driver stop and go from Main Street. Stay by the Sky Helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. This report is sponsored by the California DMV. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online.
Honey, is our car still under warranty? Repair bills, if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Upstart Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait, anything nothing on the repairs? Ops get to fix for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-301-4089. Up to the 30-day money-back guarantee and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now. 800-301-4089.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Upstart Care now. Call Upstart Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discount. Ops covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Upstart Care. 800-301-4089.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Nope. Oh no.
You said it's stolen. Lifelock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Over the years, I've seen thousands of inspiring, thought-provoking jokes, and now, and now it's on to you in my new daily life. I see in less than 5 minutes, I'll break down why these words matter and reveal personal stories that show you the action in my life. Listen to I See Clearly every weekday on Die Hard Radio, Apple Podcast, or wherever you get your podcast.
Cleaning spring getaway. This month gets 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages, from Spanish and French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversations and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, I want Media gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. We started today. From yourself, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results. Why do we turn crumpled up paper to a street pointer?
Oh, nothing but recycling then.
Why do we use rock, paper, scissors to make the ticket?
Okay, keep your pineapple again.
Why are you talking to fans? I'm talking into a fan. Why do we tell that joke? I sent over a shrubbery yesterday. I think it was an ambush. Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery, because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years old with purchase player plan and low at least. You've decided to listen to KFR. See your... From the City of Angels, near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Murray. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later on tonight, the others. Stand by for that. Here's what's happening. President Biden has issued an executive order that aims to increase the number of background checks to buy guns, promote better and more secure firearms storage,
And I'm sure U.S. law enforcement agencies are getting the most out of their bipartisan gun control law enacted last summer. The U.S. Reaper drone crashed into the Black Sea after being intercepted by 2 Russian fighter jets. The Pentagon said one of the Russian warplanes struck the drone's propeller, inflicting so much damage that it had to be brought down. Moscow said the drone maneuvered sharply and crashed into the water following an encounter with the Russian fighter jets. Scrambled to intercept it near Crimea, but insisted its warplanes did not fire their weapons or hit it. A former national security advisor said the U.S. would destroy Taiwan's semiconductor factories if China seemed on the verge of controlling them after an invasion. Robert O'Brien, who served as national security advisor in the Trump administration, says the U.S. and its allies are never going to let those factories fall into Chinese hands. Dr. John Curtis, onlinecolumnist.com, with us here. John, how serious do you think this Chinese threat is to take over Taiwan?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's happening anytime soon. Okay, so those who think that it will happen in a day or week or month, just not going to. But one of the ominous signs, George, is that the U.S. just, I don't know if you caught that news item, has just struck a major deal with India to relocate and to begin manufacturing semiconductors. So it suggests to me that the U.S., in the event of a Chinese invasion, would probably just destroy bomb the semiconductor factories, like a lot of things, then remove the operations, obviously, to other countries. But I'll tell you, Taiwan is like trying to flex its muscles right now, agonizing China, Beijing to no end. Released a new series of, predator drones and surveillance drones. I don't know if you caught that, but it's not the kind of thing you want to do to Beijing, because they're just going to continue to run. They're living in a siege mentality right now in Taipei. They have flyovers, they have Chinese warships that come through the strait. The people who are living there right now are starting to feel the heat from China. But on the other hand, I think that the U.S., its antagonistic relationship with China, is making a lot worse. I mean, you can't go to your first summit with China and tell the Chinese diplomats that Beijing is murdering Uyghurs in Western China. You can't tell them that the crackdown against the Hong Kong democracy movement is something that a violation of human rights. You've got to basically accept adversaries as they are, try to work with them. I mean, look what we've done to Russia. We've had decades and decades of detente that has gone on since the early 70s. We don't know that. And unstable agreements. And now the U.S. is at war in Ukraine. And now the defenders come out and said that Ukraine is not a vital national interest in the United States. The White House is pushing back right now, saying, well, we're not over there now. We're going to be sending, American boys, to fight a bloody war over in Europe. I mean, this is the kind of sin and permissive propaganda that's going on from this White House, pushing for more war. This war should have been over with before it started. Biden should have, at least talked to Putin about security arrangements rather than just willy-nilly arming Ukraine to the point where they now have tanks, they have whatever they need. So, the world right now is very unstable as far as war and peace issues go. And I think that the upcoming election is going to bring that out. And everybody can feel that instability right now. Thank you. More than 1,000 flights were canceled in the United States on Tuesday, and thousands more delayed as the winter storm bringing heavy snow, wind, coastal flooding moved into the northeastern area of the country. Inflation remained high in February, Although it has cooled slightly from a peak notch in 2022, the Labor Department said the Consumer Price Index, which is a measure of the price for everyday goods like gasoline, groceries, and rent, rose 0.4% in Feb, but prices have climbed 6% so far on an annual basis. U.S. prosecutors are investigating the collapse of the Silicon Valley Bank. According to a source familiar with the matter, as scrutiny mounts over the firm's sudden collapse and regulators scramble to contain the fallout. A study finds that Americans who live in rural areas tend to be more anxious and depressed, less open-minded, and more neurotic. Additionally, people living in the displayed lower levels of life satisfaction and less purpose or meaning in life than those living in urban areas. How about that? Pentagon officials said in a draft document last week that aliens could be visiting our solar system and releasing smaller probes like missions conducted by NASA when studying other planets. Isn't that interesting? In a moment, astrologer Mark Lerner joins us as we talk about world events through the eyes of an astrologer next on Coast to Coast AM. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means that it's easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity threats, and if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses, but you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today, save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com, use promo to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I didn't my air conditioner slip, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unlawful sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with HUD.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance. And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Mark Lerner with us for the next couple hours. Graduated from Michigan State University with high honors and a BA degree in social science. In 1972, he completed an intensive one-year training course in professional astrology, and that began his story, hearing how they summoned other dimensions to grow thriving gardens in the barren soils of northern Scotland. Mark then joined the Fine Farm community in 1976. Settling back in the U.S. in 1980, he eventually published Welcome to Planet Earth. He's now got a new journal out from GPS Astrology as well. He'll tell us about that later on tonight. Mark, welcome back to the program.
Thanks so much, George. Great to be with you.
How've you been?
Oh, fine. And actually, I have a little bit of an opening statement to give out to your listeners about like how astrology really works. Because you always ask me at the beginning, so is it okay if I do like 1 minute?
Hold on, let me ask you a question. Mark, how does astrology work?
Okay, so we shared from 2004, so thank you. The astrology, if we go back thousands and thousands of years, because nobody knows the real beginning, and I'm a believer in Atlantis, and I see you and so many different wonderful people on ancient aliens and these other programs which have worked for years. So astrology's fundamental principle goes back to Egypt and Greece and Rome and so many different great civilizations as above, so below. What's true in the heavens is reflected in truth in what we might call the microcosm. So these terms, macrocosm and microcosm, the heavens above and our lives on earth below. Now, here's the magical thing. Carl Jung, the Swiss psychotherapist, who did so much, not just psychology along with choice, but he got into it, as you know, and so many, I'm sure you have a lot of people on who shared about Jung. He actually studied marriage parts of hundreds of people. So got into astrology, got into UFOs, mandalas, so many different things. So in his research on astrology, and I've shared this before, but I think it's important for your listeners to understand this, about how our charts work, why the astrological chart, our sun, moon, planets, and asteroids, and so on, are meaningful. He basically said, of course this was in German, so this is the English translation, whatever or whoever is born at a moment of time has the quality of that moment of time. And the key word is quality. Because the pointers, and by the way, after the last time I was on, and I haven't had this before from an astronomer, or writers, magi, astrologers, over the centuries, through the books. And when you get somebody like an astrologer, right, they're sort of outside of all that, and they're not exactly sure on astrologers, sort of bringing people into their realm. So the thing I want to say is that what's really important here is that Carl Jung sort of opened the door between East and West, which is great study. Astronomers contacted me after I'd done the last time, and basically, just sort of venting, all of you astrologers, men and women, are common people because there's no way, the planets billions of miles away can influence human beings. And he's right, because that's not the way astrology works. And the one thing I have to say here is that Isaac Newton, who actually was an astrologer, had this disagreement with Edmund Halley. And Edmund Halley is the astronomer who gave us Halley's Comet, which is a periodic comet. Now, it wasn't named Halley's Comet until after he did the research. And there was some kind of gathering between those two. And so there's this famous saying in astrology, that Isaac Newton basically was into astrology, alchemy, all kinds of amazing sort of magical things, including his laws of motion and science and mathematics. And then Halley was pretty much a straightforward physicist and astronomer who never studied astrology. So there's a great statement that Newton says to Halley, "Sir, I have studied the subject in astrology, and you have not." And you see, this is what exactly happened with the astronomer, captivatingly and Ferdinand toes to toes. And he's right. I mean, Pluto and Saturn, these planets are not making you fall down a flight of stairs. You're not a puppet. The point is, it all operates because when we're born and we breathe in that first moment, which gives us our sort of passive destiny to our chart, these planets, Venus and Mercury and Mars and the Sun and Moon and the different signs are inside of us. So all of you listening out there, the reason why charting and transits and progressions and cycles are so powerful is because each person's chart and then the cycles are your unfolding destiny. But it's not as if Jupiter or Pluto is actually making you do something. You're not a puppet to these particular planets.
And Mark, you have done what you call mundane astrology. What exactly is that?
Okay, so again, we've done this before. When I was on a long time ago, and when I got into this field, believe it or not, I feel very young, but I've done this for 51 years. I mean, wow. I mean, it feels like...
Oh, were you 2 when you started?
It feels like forever, and as if I just started. You know what I mean? I'm constantly learning. And part of it, I want to say, I've just added 7 new consultations for folks on the website. You can talk about it later. But on greatbearenterprise.com, there's a phone consultation area for the top. And I've wanted to do this a long time. For instance, 6 stars. The stars are not fixed, but we've asked you before, the Great Bear, the 7 stars is a big difference. Each one of those is a star Sirius, Antares, Polaris. All of these stars have been used in astrology, and they're still affecting all of us. If they're not affecting us have mythology. They have sort of like a cultural meaning. And so everybody's charts are not just sunny, Taurus, and Moon, and Libra, and Aries rising, whatever it may be, but they're stars. So I've created certain kinds of new readings, projections of stars and compatibility, because each one of our charts relates to our loved ones, whether it's, two people in a love relationship, a parent and a child, two colleagues, an employer and an employee. So each of our charts, we're constantly interacting with everyone else.
Interesting take on all of it. The planet Saturn has entered what is called Pisces the last week at full moon. What does that mean?
Well, I think everyone in Los Angeles and Northern California for the Pisces to the water sign, okay, along
and it hasn't stopped. My God.
Well, Neptune is in a sign for 14 years, and we've had Neptune for about the last 11 years in Pisces. Now, Neptune is pretty interesting about future stuff, because I've created, as you know, I have what's called the astrology cosmic calendar of the K. It's an act through 1 day at a time, where pennies a day by subscription, and I've done that for 41 years. It used to be at the center of, as you kindly share work with Planet Earth, which was a magazine for 20 years. So mundane astrology is really Earth astrology, and that's why, and we're going to bring this up in the second half hour here, we've got 5 incredible eclipses coming up. First one being April 19th and 20th, and May 5th, October 14th, and a really big one, which is why the banking whole thing, I'm about to do a big podcast, I've been studying this now. For 50 years, I've studied like the New York Stock Exchange, the stock market crash of 1929, the 1987 one-day crash, what happened in 2008. So I used to actually do a business astrology website, believe it or not. You're always asking me about money and assets and cryptocurrency. But the thing is that I'm about to share, we have a place on Great Bear Coast called Astro. I've done over 100 podcasts. And I even had one I did 2 years ago for my 47 years as a psychic astrologer. And I don't mean psychic, looking in the crystal ball, but that the word psyche has to do with like the powers of the mind. So as you know, I work a lot with logic, and I feel, and I just want everybody else to know, whether from the religious point, my astrology is, I'm a problem solver. So when people come to me for readings, I don't just do readings, but I ask everybody, hey, give me information. What's going on? Is it travel? Is it business? Is it health? Is it your career? What you want to get into new hobbies? You want to make new decisions and choose something new in your life? What we call astrophotography. And the thing about Saturn and Pisces, about the state where you're, constantly recording from, Los Angeles, is like, you all have state charts too in the United States. And each country has a chart. So that's what we call mundane Earth astrology. And by the way, California is not done with it, okay, because the eclipse on April 19th and 20th is actually around East Timor. It's like a combination total annular eclipse, which annular means the moon is at perigee. So you know how sometimes there's a ring around the moon and a little glow? Yeah, that's what's called the astronomy term is annular. So we're going to have this, by the way, there's going to be one of those on October 14th, right where I live. Okay, in Oregon.
Active celestial year, isn't it?
What's that? Oh, yeah, I mean, these eclipses, and you see, this is why I want to talk about the banking issue to some extent and do the whole podcast on it for those people. Look, everybody who's hearing my voice and constantly what you share, everybody has to deal with money, cash, banking, savings, inflation. In America, the tax rate. In the last week, all the stuff about banking, I haven't heard the phrase debt ceiling once. It's like we keep moving from one thing to another, right? And as all of this is happening, part of the problem is we can talk about maybe in the second half more about the banking thing. We don't have to go into the whole thing. But this is a vast subject, and I am really concerned because what's going to happen, just so you know, is on October 28th, there's going to be a lunar eclipse. But that's exactly on the day or astrological Scorpio Taurus point of the great stock market crash in New York, okay? The one in 1929, which I've studied over and over again. It's a very profound kind of date out of all these other crashes we've had before in this country and after, like since 1929, I always keep my eye on this. And by the way, you remember 2008? Was there Stern problem in March?
Oh, yeah, that was huge.
Now, and then in September, which was an election year, then we have Lehman Brothers.
Now?
You see, because it's not necessarily, each one of these is slightly different, right? This is the Silicon Valley one. This is the high tech, group people. It's not like what happened 15 years ago. That was the big bank with the mortgage-backed securities. You know what I mean? They just went crazy. Not just in America. It actually started in England. And then it's affected here. And that's TRILLIONAIRE, as I call him. And Ukraine, who got the nomination, was constantly saying, up to September 15th, what Biden just said the other day. The banking system is fake. And so whenever we see a president saying the banking system is fake, can we believe what they're saying? You see what I mean?
Big question. Big question.
Big question. Because all of us, and that's why the shift, look who did on Saturday and Sunday. Normally, everybody's playing ball and,
I know they worked right through the weekend. Hold on for the eyes of an astrologer. Next hour, we'll take your calls. I'll tell you what do you expect if you want to read it. Get there at ROTHSCHILD.com.
Do you have anyone who has any of their own music that would like to play that as well? If you don't, I do have okay. Whatever you'd like.
I'm Attorney Gary Capanosi, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. 1-800-NO-COP.
Okay, got it. Here we go. This is Sublime. And that's Korea.
I'm Amy King in the PFI 24-hour newsroom in Irvine-based senior living management company and 3 managers have been charged with 14 COVID-19 related deaths. DA George Gaston says an investigation into Silverado Beverly Place began after the facility reported the death of a 32-year-old employee in April of 2020, shortly after the pandemic began. President Biden has left LA after visiting the site of a deadly mass shooting in Monterey Park where he unveiled a gun control executive order. The committee in San Francisco has made more than 100 recommendations throughout the city to make reparations to Black people. Ideas include a $5 million payment to every eligible adult and homes in San Francisco for just $1 per family. The parent company Facebook has announced another 10,000 layoffs. CEO Mark Zuckerberg announced the latest round of layoffs in the block. Southland weather from 5, rain tomorrow morning by 50 to 60, rain today by late in the afternoon, mostly high to Thursday, through the weekend with highs in the 50s and 60s. It's 57 in Costa Mesa, 57 in Fort Lee. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
In Grand Terrace, there is a full 3-day closure of the Pharmacy 15 northbound from Washington to the 10. Already today, shut down for road work until 5. Pomona, we have 6 news. Earlier crash that was on the page found at the 71 has 6 clear for lanes. The drive is recovering in that area. Ontario, there is a full 3-way closure. It's on the 20 south from Vineyard to State Boulevard. Already today, shut down for road work until 5. AFI is in style. 50 days after, I'm Brian Day. This report is sponsored by the California DMV. Did you know that many DMV tasks, like renewing your registration or starting your Real ID application, can be done online any time of day? Check them off your to-do list without a trip to the DMV. Get started today at dmv.ca.gov/online. What would you do if the secret cabal of the most powerful folks in the United States told you, hey, let's start a coup? Back in the 1930s, and only 7 followers, all that stood between the U.S. and Canada. I'm Ben Davis. I'm Smedley Scotland. Join us for this sordid tale of ambition, treason, and what happens when evil tycoons have too much time on their hands. Listen to Let's Start the Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite show. He's live from the hidden bedroom in Central Night Room. The curious Ron Stevens is struggling with his
You could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires us to back to a business to give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. With no mask and no phone. Guys, learn more at inspiresleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and use it in full information at inspiresleep.com.
AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Oh my God. That is a choice. That is a choice. Oh, well, their drug has been quick, so they tell people they should have drugs.
No. Becoming a gang member is a choice. Staying in the gang is a choice. Stealing from your grandparents, all decisions. Nobody forced this guy to make all those decisions.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and
That was the line?
on the Radio app. Bottom line is you're not that interested. And you're on vacation, you're on vacation. I'm on vacation, no one texted me. Although I've had a few interruptions. There isn't a story on the planet that could keep me from having vacation. I don't care if it's World War III. If I'm at the airport, I'm at the airport. Bill handle. I'll catch you 200 million fans anytime on the Radio app. KFI, AM 640.
Oh, I'm probably close to 700. But the next, yeah, I mean, that's a long time. But the next anniversary will be 2 years, which is approximately this summer. So we're on the way, which is far more than more data than anyone in this country. If you watch AI is going to be based on which is a human base. I have a science back from the last country. You see the death of the queen, the birth of AI and everything.
Live from the City of Angels. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. We shall take your calls next hour with the astrologer Mark Runner. We'll do readings too, and he will need your birth date, which you can get to Tom. And he can give you a reading, or you can ask a specific question that you would like him to answer for you.
No. The goal, that was just the number. No, the goal is the rest of my life.
And open up some more seats for us.
Have a
on take advantage of it. Tell me how to
24/7 to study what we have to do there. Years ago, I volunteered myself for that. And you can see my life on our live streams right now on YouTube and any other time. I'm live on Discord,
music workshops.
everything between
Our show is Saturday night.
Eventually, people will see it. Really, it's an important thing
Head over to coasttocoast.com.
research to go to study from a historical point of view, but also societal, biological. Really, I think it's just a fantastic time
May
capsule of
27th. That's coming up fast too. We're going to keep going strong. Our second show of the year is going to be at the Granada Theater in Dallas, Oregon. That's about 84 miles east of Portland. So all you Portlandites, come on out. We'd love to see you. Dr. Sky Stephen Case will be a guest. UFO abductee Travis Walton, and from Animal Planet, Bigfoot hunter Matt Moneymaker. A fun night, a fun time we had by all. Of course, a band, a salute to the veterans, a live Q&A. A lot going on. So head over again to coasttocoastam.com. And again, just go to the top in the carrots on both.
Well, I enjoy
shows
the fact that
all what happened with Travis Walton was being up right from
I like to mention something earlier tonight, and actually use the video to find out what I need it. But I actually like went to YouTube and retraced my steps through YouTube. Not everyone can do that. There are some really advantages to it. And if you don't have any enemies, you don't have any fear, put yourself out there. And I remember the first time I awoke to myself, that was kind of strange. But, you just kind of get over it and realize that you're like in the world. And hopefully people will output you for society in the future to be able to have AI. You don't have access to human knowledge.
high cholesterol, kidney disease,
And
various types
so
of
additionally,
cancers,
you want
depression, Alzheimer's
like, okay,
disease,
there's an update
autoimmune
that
disorders,
osteoporosis,
even
but
fatty
next
liver
week it's
are
going to be
chronic
video.
signs of inflammation.
Once you
And
start
can be aided by
the video,
supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of any stem and adaptive systems together, supporting the body to be effectively.
Dr. Moore, how will I feel after taking adaptive stem and immune stem?
The immune system is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptive stem
like,
stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Moore protection and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptive stem and immune stem and your Sweet to Relax doll is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980.
Or you can ask, why is this picture funny? There might be explained to you. Those are two opportunities. And then maybe we can probably get sort of updates. They'll have the ability perhaps to import a link.
And the fact that you want out solid silver Ghana alien coin, part of the silver starter kit exclusively at BooyahMax.com.
What happens over
with inflation on the rise in the teetering stock market, now's the time to diversify into precious metals that you can store at your home. Go to BooyahMax.com/coach and you'll ship your silver directly to your home, fully insured. Now start building your wealth in precious metals at BooyahMax.com/coach. That's BooyahMax.com/coach. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvelous Sunderland have released the newest in-action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels, and for coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. Hi everyone, it's MZ from KSCO in Santa Cruz. We produce and maintain a criticalhealthnews.com website that so many of you Coast to Coast listeners have come to respect and rely on for valuable health information that is not available in many other places that it should be. We help sick people get well without replacing one disease with half a dozen others in the process. At criticalhealthnews.com we use education, logic, and common sense to help people understand that good health and long life are rooted in proper nutrition, not in toxic prescription cause side effects that are often worse than the original disease or condition. Check out the cool articles, videos, doc wallets, and pharmacist fan recordings at criticalhealthnews.com, where you can also order our premium quality products. Or you can call 855-949-7234 to talk to a real live, competent criticalhealthnews.com human. 855-949-7234.
That's phenomenal. I mean, every day that you're here or anyone's here, they see there's just another piece that gets added to
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Lowry back with astrologer Mark Waters. So Mark, as you well know, over the weekend, two major banks died. They had a run on them, and they
philanthropic reasons.
government
They're also, I mean, we've got
protecting
the
all
writer
the
drops
assets and deposits.
in my
What do
like
you
2
what do you
days.
make
I mean, it's just amazing.
Well, the downloading story after story,
in the
again,
in the NFT
what I make of all this is each one of these crises has studied all the financial panic and crises, stock market crashes, things that happened in the 1800s. And as an example, you can just remember October 19, 1987, it was called Black Monday. Okay, one-day crash of the New York Stock Exchange is still the largest percentage drop of the New York Stock Exchange, even bigger than 1929. The 1929 whole process was actually 2 different days between a Thursday and a Tuesday and a weekend. And that was just before Pluto was discovered. And the beginning of that was, that's why that was the Great Depression. Because Pluto was undiscovered. And then, and this is amazingly synchronistic, George. What I make of all this is, you know what yesterday was the anniversary of the discovery of the planet Orion, or Orion. William Herschel, 1781, okay? And because Pluto was then discovered by this young 24-year-old who was listening comic-sized.
I'm always recording, but you should know I'm not distinctly recording you. So it'd be like if I had a recording going, but the phone is right up next to my ear. So it's not like it's on my ear.
So even longer than
Well, I actually took an astronomy class at our Michigan State, where your sister went to school. I took an astronomy class there, just the beginning of that. But I get astronomy magazine out of Wisconsin, just to get dental class. I mean, it's just, I just love everything about all the space missions, the Voyager missions. Then we get things like Star Trek, Star Wars, and all these fantastic movies and things like that. And I've studied all the quality of directors and actors and actresses. I mean, that's some of my personal kind of thing. And as I said before, I've done thousands of readings for individuals, and then I do all this other work with my other hat, which is the world situation. Now, regarding the banking thing, like in front of me, I have the data. This is what's important I want people to know. When you start a business, somebody creates an LLC, right, where you deposit money. If you do something,
I don't feel like this artist water as much as I can. There's so much pushback, and I understand that your whole career can basically be eradicated because that's a lot of different institutions today with what we have with AI. What I think artists should actually see, finally, they're going to be the ones who have a lot of money in their society, what it's 5 years. Because they can create, not everybody can create. They can create, and then it's not like as an NFT, whether they're a musical artist or they're a physical artist, but the NFT gives them an opportunity to have something unique. Everything is so mastered in society today that in the future, I don't think artists will have an excellent opportunity to be able to produce themselves when in the past they haven't. There'll be a new regeneration of the NFT.
It went to the White House, didn't go to the Reagan White House, although I kept having dreams and visions, because before I ever got into astrology, I kept the dream notebook, dream interpretations that have set me on this whole path. You probably know these names like In Search of the Miraculous, T.B.L. Dempsey and George Revere, and these kind of psychics, and Rudolf Steiner, and Edgar Casey, of course. That's how I got into all of this. I was doing all of that. And on March 14th, 51 years ago, today, I had my only and most profound out-of-body experience. And the thing, without getting into all of it, I wrote a book called Mysteries of Venus, which is now out of print because I self-published it in 1986. But on my app, on the Astrology Cosmic Calendar app, I do these Astrology in 5 minutes podcasts of like 5 or 6 minutes, and I read from Mysteries of Venus. And in there, I describe what happened 51 years ago today on Friday. And at that point, 51 years ago, this is March 14th. And all I would say, well, one thing is the whole thing, but you have so many people on, right? Out-of-body experiences, UFOs, abductees, and so on. And this is the thing, you've asked me this before. One of the things I just wanted to say here is Kenneth Arnold, the man who basically gave us the term flying saucers on June 24th, 1947, because he was the pilot not far from where I'm living up here in the Northwest, and he's the one who saw the disc, and then some reports that he was like flying saucers because he said they were skipping over water, and he gave a metaphor, right? And that was true before Roswell. And what I wanted to say was, he was born a week before my father. My father was a doctor who was a captain in the U.S. Army overseas in World War II. And Kenneth Arnold was the super pilot. And remember our good friend Colonel Corso? I sure do. And it was terrible what the press did to him. And I just said the other day, some representative said, we were back engineer, and this is amazing. And I didn't see anybody giving credit to Colonel Corso, who also was born a month after my dad, and who was part of the Eisenhower staff, right? These people, I mean, it's like in the UFO area. I'm only saying this because this has been part of my life of studying these dates. And then suddenly I look at these people. Why is Kenneth Arnold born a week before my father? Why is Philip Corso born a month after my father? And I study all of these UFOs. Now, my dad never experienced a UFO or anything like that, but I've been writing about them, and the astrology of all that is part of my podcast and everything else. One other little point here. So, the thing, I won't get the whole story about what happened to me with the out-of-body experience, but I do want to say this, because this is a really important thing. I've never said it before on your show. My spiritual studies before I went to the Simple community, and I still do this part of
listening will know what that is. I worked near the United Nations for 2 years, and there were full moon meetings and different kinds of things that happened, and then I worked at the full moon on a very spiritual level. Full moons have always been like scary in history, particularly when there's an eclipse, a full moon, or a new moon, which is a total solar eclipse or an annual eclipse.
That's when you feel like a werewolf, right?
Well, as a kid, those movies really frightened me, and that's what all that was, all that lore, with werewolves and changing, into an animal and things like. Look at these movies we've had, Twilight, and all these strange shows that have suddenly hit, for the last 20 years, right? Shape shifters and so on. And so, I mean, look, you have been part of all these different programs, and you have so many different guests, right? All the time about all these different subjects. The thing I want to say is that the realm of what we might call angels or an angelic sort of particle of our lives, and even Dennis Rain wrote all kinds of things about angels. All I can tell you is my studies show that there's a whole other evolution, and this is also part of Bitcoin, the idea of what's called a deva or an angel, kind of everything has a life form, right? Whether it's mineral, a plant, and animals, the whole earth, all of this idea. So all I'm saying is, like, I encountered an experience that apparently people in ancient times, like the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx, there is a lore, as maybe some of the people on your show have talked about, that people were initiated, even Jesus possibly, in the lost years. Where was he? From when he was a teenager to 33. If we think of that, there's all these stories about going to Glastonbury and Scotland, or was he possibly initiated the Great Pyramid? He remained at the
right. And stop saying who knows, right?
And all I can tell you is, I read, there was a person named Edouard Touré. He was a French mystic, and he wrote books like 100 plus years ago about Plato, Moses, Pythagoras, Jesus, and one was a book on Hermes, or basically the other name was Mercury. And Hermes was this great god of ancient Egypt that supposedly, or sort of a god-man who came from the heavens to direct the creation of the Great Pyramid. And I studied this before I ever got into astrology about the Great Pyramid, the Bermuda Triangle and all these things. All I'm saying is my out-of-body experience was I was basically transported into something, and I was studying what was called the Great Initiative about this whole thing of an initiation in the pyramid from another life, from another lifetime thousands of years ago. That happened to me. Now, all I can tell you is that it's introduced me to the idea of angels, devas, and that each one of us can't be actually alive unless we have what we might call traditionally a guardian angel. Each one of us has one. Otherwise, we can't live as a human being. There's a lot of different, it's not just the studies I've had. This is all over the world, okay? And it's sometimes on some of these alien shows, and it's also connected to UFOs and ETs. It's a fascinating field, that's all I can say.
Mark, let's talk about some of these events that have been happening all over the place. I'm really concerned about Russia and the Ukraine.
Right.
Do you see anything astrologically there that we should know about?
Well, here's an amazing thing right now. Today is the last quarter moon. Okay, we have new moon, full moon. New moon, then first quarter moon, where the sun and moon are what we call square and right angles. And then we have a full moon and the last quarter. What are the odds of this? You're asking me a question. I know during some of these intermittent breaks, somebody will talk about the Ukraine war or something like that. The sun is in Pisces right now. The moon is in Sagittarius. And on February 24th of last year, we had the same exact sun and moon pattern. So you're asking that question, and we're seeing what's happening in the back moon, right? We've reported that happened with the drone, right? With the black day, okay? And each one of these things, where it gets back to, we talked about before, like with the Cuban Missile Crisis, and then remember, we didn't really have clear communication. We had to get like telegrams and different things between Kennedy and Khrushchev. And this is the other area I've studied meticulously, John F. Kennedy, as well as the nuclear axis, or what are called, nuclear energy, charting for all these things. You see, everything like we're talking about can be charted. I have in front of me the Silicon Valley Bank beginning on October 17, 1983. I have all these charts. There's a coinage chart that George Washington
signed on April 2nd of 1792. I mean, how many people out there know that the actual beginning of the American dollar, right, federally, is based on a silver Spanish coin? So, eventually, from April 2nd of 1792, I mean, we have these paper dollars, we have credit cards, we have all of these different things. Now we've got cryptocurrency. But the foundations of America, right, and this is what's fascinating looking at the history of finance, go back to these different dates. And if you what I do is I study the astrology, and it's all of these cascading events. It's the October 1987, largest single crash of the New York Stock Exchange. The chart for that day is directly connected to the great stock market crash of October 1929. And if we're not careful, George, October 28th of this year, when there's a lunar eclipse, it's a partial lunar eclipse, not total. The day or two before, like October 28th of this year, then the eclipse, and the day or two after, are like an echo. Okay, so I don't ever say on the show, okay, this is what's going to happen. I know 100%. You know what I mean? But the point is, the energies are there, and look what's happening. Again, we're repeating the pattern from 2008 in terms of the timing of the year. Okay, look, tomorrow is March the 15th. Okay, on March 17th, 15 years ago, was the demise of their stern. We just had Biden yesterday say our system of banking is safe.
But tie this into Russia and Ukraine now.
Huh?
Tie this into Russia and Ukraine.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Well, the problem is that the way I look at all of this is that Vladimir Putin sees or Jews, right? We have questions about that. They see how we get involved in all of these things with banking and so on, and we put out all our dirty laundry. And at the same time, there was that whole class over there today in the Black Sea. And it's the miscommunication that I worry about. I see that as going on for a really long time. Okay, I don't see Vladimir Putin as like backing off or doing any kind of thing like that.
Do you see him staying in office?
Well, he's been in there for 23 years, and that's the other thing. We have all these different presidents and changes of administration, and he has been in there an incredibly long time. And let's not forget who he is. He is a USSR, former KGB agent from East Germany. There's a chart for the Soviet Union from 1917, and it's directly connected to him. And the charts for Stalin and Lenin and so on are all connected to him. Things like Peter the Great and so on. We're dealing with a person who is looking at things for hundreds of years from an authoritarian viewpoint. My grandmother was born in what we call now Ukraine, but when she was born, it was actually Russia. I understand why they're doing what they're doing, because they see that as their territory. But the world has changed, you see, and so what keeps happening is like Vladimir Putin is living in this other world of the demise of the Soviet Union, and he wants that whole empire to come back.
So you don't see it ending quickly, do you?
Oh, I do not. I don't see like any kind of peace kind of thing. And Zelensky and so on. I mean, by the way, part of this thing is who's related to Mars and who's related to Venus. Vladimir Zelensky was born on the day of the Sun-Venus conjunction, and that can only happen every 9.5 months. Joe Biden is born on the day of the Sun-Venus conjunction. They are what I call the nucleus. They want to. Whereas tonight, the moon is in Sagittarius on what we call the galactic center. The moon is exactly today crossing Vladimir Putin's Mars. And what did they do? They interfered with our drones in the Black Sea. We're saying it's international, state.
It's another mess, Mark. It's another mess. We're going to come back and take calls with you next. We'll tell you what we need when we roll right back.
Always on your phone? Then you'll be happy to know the Coast website is now optimized for mobile users. Just point your iPhone or Android browser to coasttocoastam.com and enjoy.
Hi everyone, I'm JCLA Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
Putting like your clip
By the way, here at
putting on here in the movie.
seriously, JCLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain comes through. We're covering more stories from more places, more often, with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. UCLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why UCLA is LA's very own.
After an incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico, Live Golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona, Live Golf is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf from the TW. Are you ready for this? Spring Friday on TWS and Watch Live Saturday and Sunday on your TW network. Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 on KTLA 5, the TW.
Adopt U.S. Kids again. What you're expecting. I do leave you. Joining the leader.
GOAT, GOAT, acronym, stands for greatest of all time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
Not a kid's team to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teams and sponsors that are loving just the thing. Visit adoptuskids.org. Sponsored by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Adopt U.S. Kids and add benefits.
Attorney Joe Cordell, business owners and professionals face special challenges in divorce court. In addition to everything else going on, they have to contend with allegations that they are earning more than they are, coupled with claims on their business or practice itself. Clients with assets depend on their divorce lawyer's skills in these matters. And that's why it's so important to hire someone that has those skills. 1455 Tracy Road, Suite 750, San Diego, California, 92108. CordellCordell.com. You're smart, stupid as always. Very smart.
Hey, great KFI AM 640.
Oh, it is smart.
You know what? CHQ.
Los Angeles.
Yo, dog, how you doing, Angie? How you living?
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Another pounding. I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Today, areas getting slammed by the latest atmospheric river storms. Dangerous winds with gusts over 50 miles per hour are blowing. Now it's been knocked out to more than 50 customers. The people who live in the San Bernardino Mountains say they're upset roadways have been reopened to everyone. Many have complained on social media. This woman says they're still dealing with piles of snow and the storms aren't even over.
There's not a lot of parking. Even on the people still park on the street when they're not supposed to. You still have some people that are still stuck at home. You still have some that are not out.
Caltrans says the roads are public and they can't keep them closed. There are still some limited closures. When it comes to the state snowpack, we're number 9. California is experiencing one of its snowiest seasons to date.
651 years, which is just an absolutely massive amount of snow.
Andrew Schwartz with UC Berkeley Central Snow Lab has recorded a snow water equivalent of 63 inches compared to the normal 34 inches. That's nearly double what's expected for this time of year. So far, this is the 9th snowiest season since the Snow Lab was built in 1946. Overall, the snowiest winter was in 1951, with more than 67 feet of snow. Jennifer Jones leads KFI News. The windows of 10 Teslas have been smashed in and a lot in Carson. Though it can shift purposes, it doesn't appear anything was stolen from the cars. No arrests have been made. The Orange County Board of Supervisors has banned TikTok for government employees on the job. The board approved the proposal to ban the popular social media app's mixture of the safety and security of county data. The ban is on county-owned equipment. Critics of TikTok say they're worried with how much access the company based in China has to users' information and data. Animal shelters in Long Beach and Hawthorne are celebrating St. Patty's Day by having adoption fees for pit bulls and pit bull mixers. The Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals LA says it's offering $25 donations to adopt pits on St. Patty's Day. Both adoption centers are open Wednesday through Sunday, 11 to 3. You can see available dogs and adoption requirements at spcala.com. Southland weather from KFI. Rain tomorrow morning, tapering off in the afternoon. Highs in the 50s to low 60s. Mostly cloudy Thursday and Friday with highs still in the 50s to low 60s. Mostly cloudy through the weekend with a slight chance of rain Saturday night. It's 55 in Diamond Bar, 57 in Newport Beach, 53 in Palmdale, 57 in Hollywood. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
In Highland Park, this is on the 110 southbound right before Pasadena Avenue. We have the crash taking up the right lane. You're driving stop and go from Orange Grove. And in Keenan on the 60 eastbound right after Berry Avenue, we have potholes in the right lane there. He's on the way. Watch for some flowing from the 57. Irvine, we have good news. Earlier back on the 405 southbound before the 133 has been cleared from lanes. Your drive recovering. KFI, if it's got Oak taking there faster, O'Brien's there. Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore. My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs, Ox gets it fixed, free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies. The last thing I need is an unexpected call. Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089. 800-301-4089.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security numbers? Nope. Oh no.
You pay stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Attorney and CEO of the domestic litigation firm Cordell & Cordell. We help men deal with the life changes triggered by divorce, such as child custody and property division, among many others. But life changes also occur after divorce. These changes can make parts of your existing court order irrelevant or harder to follow. If you feel a modification to your court orders might be necessary, talk to us at Cordell & Cordell. We're a partner men can count on. 1455 Gracie Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. CordellCordell.com.
The podcast Let's Start a Coup wonders, what if a secret cabal of the nation's people trying to overthrow the president? Explore how it almost happened to FDR in the 1930s in this darkly comedic retelling of one of American history's weirdest scenes.
And for you, Major General President Butler, every week is good. Why? Is it something bad?
Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You have an older and unused car taking up space? Turn it into a valuable tax deduction with a simple donation to Cars for Kids. With over 100 towers ready to pick up your car in any condition, Cars for Kids makes donating your vehicle a breeze. No wonder they have a 4.9 rating on Trustpilot. Let Cars for Kids do the work for you. Just fill out a quick form at carsforkids.org and someone will reach out to arrange for your pickup sometimes as soon as the next day. Say goodbye to the hassle of selling and hello, quick convenient pickup with a maximum tax deduction. Donate your car today by calling 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or carsforkids.org. I'm attorney Gary Cavanilson, founder of 1-800-NO-CUP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. 1-800-NO-CUP. KS5 AM 640. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from Mr. Rocky, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. This hour we'll take your calls with Mark Leonard, the astrologer. We'll use your birthday information, give it to Tom, and then you can ask a question or ask for a specific reading, and we'll take it from there. CC Radio 3 happens to be what is called the Almost Everything Radio, with the addition of Bluetooth, and you now have an immense palette of radio shows available and podcasts from any smartphone or speaker.
If you listen primarily to voice content and love it, the CC Radio 3 is well worth the price all by itself. The audio quality for the spoken word sounds like we're sitting right next to you. Separate bass and treble controls can be adjusted to your perfect pitch to immerse yourself in audio clarity. The CC Radio 3 has great reception for long-range AM and FM stations, along with the emergency capability like the NOAA weather and the 2-meter ham band where ham radio operators are there to give you info. It runs on the included power cord or a set of batteries for more than 170 hours. To order the CC Radio 3, call C. Crane at 1-800-522-8863. Once again, that's 1-800-522-8863, or visit them online at ccrane.com. Also available at REI and Primark and Amazon.com. Marvelous Entertainment and author Margaret Sunderland have released the newest in action-adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggett's journeys across the universe. It focuses on the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Angie Mercy Nonstop is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you deals and reviews. But now, we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's list is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
And welcome back to Coast. George Dory with the astrologer Mark Levin. We're going to take your calls this hour here. Mark, how do you see 2023 shaping up? Is it going to be a good year for the rest of us?
Well, every day there are opportunities, and I've been writing about that for 42 years, cosmic calendar. So when people will get it one day at a time for free on their iPhone, astrology cosmic calendar and pay, or you subscribe. If you subscribe, it's not that expensive. You can go into the future. It helps you to become literally a budding astrologer. And every day there are opportunities. The moon changes, the sun changes, the different what we call mathematical alignments or aspects. So literally, like right now as we're doing the show, the moon and Venus are making what we call a trine, a triangular relationship in fire signs. And that's auspicious. Just for being on the show, sharing with everybody, and whatever people want to do. And that is lasting for many hours. And so every day there are opportunities. The one thing I want to say is next week we're having the equinox, which always happens, or what we call the spring equinox.
Monday, right?
Yeah. And that's going to be on Monday. But I'm calling it the equinox week because Pluto is about to shift gears from Capricorn, an earth sign, into Aquarius. And that's actually going to take 2 years. But that happens on March 23rd, a couple of days after the equinox. And the day after the equinox, which is the sun going into Aries, the first fire sign, then we get a new moon. So the sun and moon come together on March 21. Pluto goes into Aquarius and starts a whole big series of changes that's very profound, both with Monday and American astrology and for all of us as individuals. Aquarius is an air sign, a universal air sign, has a lot to do with groups, team activities, and global causes where hopefully we're all working together as brotherhood and sisterhood. But Pluto is the planet of the underworld, and it has lots of power. And then Mars has been hanging out in Gemini since August 20th of last year. But it went retrograde on just before Halloween and then went forward on January 12th. So instead of going through a sign, which is normal for the planet Mars, traditionally related to war, but also agriculture and sports and so on, Mars has been in Gemini for like 6 to 7 months. And it will go into the sign Cancer, water sign, on March 27th. But the next week is really powerful, and literally tomorrow, the sun is with Neptune, the planet of dreams and visions and creative artistry and psychic abilities. And that one happens once a year. So the cosmic calendar, people should tune into that and some of the other reports that are on discount on the website
All right, Mark, we're going to give you the birth date first, then I'll tell you whether they have a question or just a straight reading from you, and then we'll go to the call. Ready?
Yes.
This one is March 29, 1958. Susan wants to read it. Susan from Roseville, California. March 29, 1958 with a reading. Welcome to the program. Hi, Susan.
Hi, Marcy Gillis. Nice to get through, and I'm the first caller.
The first one up. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah.
You want the reading?
Okay, well, of course, you're an Aries sometimes, okay, and one of the things that just happened over this past weekend and still happening is we've had a very rare Jupiter and Chiron, two major planets, and an asteroid called Destiny, which relates to solar system energies. So you've just been kind of blessed with Jupiter, which is the planet of the power of positive thinking and abundance, enthusiasm, and so on. So that just happened, Jupiter on your sun, and that only happens every 12 years. In the meantime, Chiron is the shaman and mentor. Here we are having this conversation, and so I hope that some kind of shaman, mentor, spiritual energies are at work, and of course you're on coast to coast having this conversation. You have the moon in the home sign of Cancer if you're born in the morning or early part of the day, and that brings you an enormous amount of psychic energy. So whether it's some people who are sunshine cancers or if you have Cancer rising, actually all the water signs bring a lot of psychic energy. You have to look at the whole chart when I do more my advanced readings, which are on the website. In case you do that or somebody else, that that wants to get into great depth. That's why people go and do the readings with me. But, I love the energy in your chart. And you are the first caller, and the sun is in the first sign of zodiac, and you're all with the sun, psychic energy, and the planet Jupiter giving you a really good energy field. Right at this time, and the fact that we're on the show together. So keep studying new things, and you also have a lot of leadership skills because the moon is in what we call a cardinal sign, the first water sign of the zodiac, and your sun is literally the first sign. And that represents doing something where you're in charge and a leader so that you're not a follower.
All right, thank you, Susan. I appreciate it. Next caller up, birthday, December 8th, 1963. David in Sarasota, Florida, wants to read it. Hey, David, welcome to the program.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good to have you here. Go ahead, Mark.
Now, that was December, right?
December 12/8/63.
Right, December 8th. Okay. So I said earlier, the moon is currently in Sagittarius. Okay. That's your sun sign. So every person born November 23rd into just before the winter solstice in the northern hemisphere, you're a sun sign Sagittarius. So sun sign Sagittarius is basically goals. The keynote, the spiritual keynote of your sign is I see the goal, I reach that goal, and then I see another. Long distance journeys, whether it's physical, where you're traveling around a whole lot, both Sagittarius sun sign people kind of can't sit still. So there's this sort of, in fact, in medical astrology, Sagittarius is related to the thighs and running and walking. We're often, that's how you get inspiration. So, you would never want to be a couch potato, so to speak. That would be the worst thing for Sagittarius. So you have to be on the go. Okay, and when you're born, if you're born in the early part of the day or in the early afternoon, you have a moon in Virgo, which is interesting because the last caller was born with what we call a square pattern of 90 degrees between Aries and Cancer. That's a fire and a water sign. And you're a fire sign with an earth moon of moon in Virgo. And the lunar part of the person often relates to your past lives, something you're bringing in with you. And that skill set is being an analytical person, which is very different than the Sagittarian part of you, which is more like the big picture of life. So your lunar energy, which is more essential, is know the details, focus on the nitty-gritty, whether in business or different activities, so that it's kind of like both the telescope and the microscope. These are big things in your life. Look at the big picture, but also know what's happening with the small details.
How about that, David?
Well, that's great. I've just been dealing with a lot of anxiety lately with doggone red tide killing my feather fishing business.
Oh, man.
Well, by the way, one other little comment to you. The first person had Jupiter, which can only be in a sign for about a year. She's the sun sign Aries, who just called to get through this. So Jupiter, which is the power of positive thinking and benevolence, Jupiter in Aries. So you just had Jupiter come back. This actually happened to you a couple of times. So I'm sorry if there's been problems in your industry and so on. But the thing is, keep the faith and know that you're on the show here, right? You get through. You know how many people don't get through? And I have Jupiter rising. So stay in touch with me. Come to the website, take a look around. There's a lot of copyright material. You've got 40% off on individual astrology reports. Get into your chart somewhat if you can do that. And I think that would really help you because Jupiter is still in its own position. It's what we call a Jupiter return. And that only happens every 12 years.
Mark, we're going to go to some more calls. So tell us about the GPS Astrology magazine.
Okay, so I did, as you are so kind, Welcome Planet Earth in print. It kind of seems like a long time ago, from 1981 to 2000. And that was a newspaper and a magazine. Well, literally when it began, my second daughter was born. Now she's growing up. And then she told me a couple of years ago, hey, Dad, we could create an online magazine and she has all these design skills. So last August, and then in October, and then recently on January 5th, and the next one is on April 5. We publish now quarterly, and the spirit is really taking astrology to the next level, which is instead of it just being an end in itself, like with all the computers and all the AI and everything, that astrology sort of, shall we say, 21st century and entering the current age has this idea of goodwill is love in action, and all your needs will be met, and we just need to learn what our true needs are and also help one another. It's kind of the global brother and sisterhood of the Aquarian age. So it's on a high level. When people go to the website at greatparenterprises.com, at the top they see something called GPS Astrology you can use, completely complimentary to previous free issues, and then subscribe and just keep learning more about what we're doing with astrology.
Next up, 21050. Michael in New Jersey wants a reading. Hey, Michael, welcome to the program.
Hey, I would just like to thank all the things that you do for people do, and also the student is phenomenal.
Well, thank you, Michael. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, Michael, we are somewhat twins because I'm born 1 month after you. You're born 1 month before me, and you're a sun sign Aquarius, which is my rising sign. And Aquarius, as a sun sign, which is a phenomenal energy, and it looks like if you're born kind of late morning or afternoon or evening, then you have Sagittarius moon, which is where the moon is now. So Aquarius for your sun sign, which is a phenomenal position. I was just saying, for the new age of where we're going, and nobody knows even if field of astrology. Did it begin? Will it begin? It's not a question. We're not going to wake up one day and people say, oh, that's the age of Aquarius. It lasts for like 2,150 years. But you've come in. I believe we're also in person, sort of influencing ourselves with personality. So we have a soul, spiritual life. And I don't force this on my clients and friends that sort of have to believe in reincarnation, but I've studied back, in so many different cultures for the last 50 plus years. So you deliberately, like all of us, come in with the sun sign, Aquarius, and moon and Sagittarius. That combination of sun and moon is very sort of out there, the big picture of life. So part of it is like you have to experiment. People who are sun sign Aquarians need to do things that are a little bit quirky, that are a little bit different. But the big thing is really being a part of the group, okay? Groups, team sports, team activities. That's where you can really drive, sort of illuminate your friends.
I've done everything I can.
The Sagittarius moon that you have links you back to another lifetime where you were a sun sign Sagittarius, like a global traveler, somebody who was always looking over the next horizon. And again, the keynote with Aquarius is more connected to working together in partnership and sort of universality. The Sagittarius theme is I see the goal, I reach that goal, and then I see another, kind of like the arch on horseback, aiming at the bullseye and just wanting to see what's over the next hill.
Does that help you there, Mark?
I do some shit.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate you for being part of the program.
Begging for your life.
You've been doing it. You've got your mobile app too now, don't you?
Astrology cosmic calendar with the phone. Yes, thanks for mentioning it.
There's not a whole lot of work
decide. You can have it free one day at a time. But the real great thing is to subscribe. And there's 3 different types. The thing that's just like an $8 a day. It's not very expensive. And if people actually do, it's for $49.99, which would then renew every year. account for a timeline report, one of the reports that we sell in our astrology shop, which literally like pays for the actual subscription because it's worth like 40 some odd dollars. Astrology, cosmic calendar with the day. You can go to whatever the app store is, the Apple Store, wherever you get your app, and then put that on your. And it's fantastic. And I've done it for, believe it or not, 41 to 42 years. It's all the cycles in the sky. It's like all the alignments, what we call time squares, and all the eclipses and new moons and full moons and all the positive things that you can read about as well as the challenges, so that like every day you know better what to do, what not to do.
Next birthday, May 22nd, 1960, Mark. Let's go to Linda in Rochester, New York. She has a question. First time caller. Hi, Linda.
Hi, George. It's such an honor to talk to you. I love your show.
Thank you. Glad you listened to us.
Yeah, I wanted to get a general reading, but also I'm really interested if your guest sees anything about my love life. Like something happening there.
All right. How's Linda's love life based on her astrology book?
Okay, well, so when we bring the most positive thing, I am an optimist, but like in the first hour, if I see banking things or Ukraine, whatever it is, I try and, be as clear as I can. So one of the best things for you going on is use Venus and Taurus, okay, when you're born. You're sometimes Gemini, as we know. You're not in touch, really. On May 22nd, sometimes people are the end of Taurus, so you're definitely the sun and Gemini person. So in love, part of the thing is watch out for duality, like, is this the right person or not, and never knowing 100%. And one of the things I like to tell people who have studied Gemini, and you also have Mercury there, okay, Mercury is to rule that sign. So watch out in love that you don't sort of feel this kind of split inside of yourself where you're never 100% sure. But thankfully, you have Venus and Taurus, and Venus rules Taurus, and Venus is the planet of love. And what's going to happen is Jupiter, which has been in Aries, is going to enter your sign, okay, in May. I think it starts on May 14th, the next year. Now, it doesn't guarantee that everything is going to be, you're going to meet the guy of dreams or whoever it is with your dreams that you want to be with. But it's a better opportunity coming up in the next year because Jupiter can only be in a sign for about 12 months, and that's where you have Venus, okay? So I wish you really good luck with all of it. And again, on our website, we have the Lovers Report, the Cataclysm Report. These are all kinds of things. So you can look at love issues and other kinds of things in your own cycles through something called Skyline and Timeline. They're all just kind of special for everybody. Not just with coast to coast, but because I'm on the show, it's for everybody, anybody listening.
All right, good luck, Linda. Hope it works out for you. Most of the time, Mark, what do people want to know, generally?
Well, again, love is a big thing. Health is a big thing. The chart, the circular chart, people say, oh, I got my chart on its own. Every one of those stages, those are called, they used to be called domiciles or houses. So like the first house is self-expression, the second is personal money, the third is communication, the fourth is home. You go around the whole chart. So depending on the sun sign of the person, or the moon, and the different planets, particularly if they're concentrated together, everybody's different. So like some people say, look, I've lived in this place a really long time, I want to move. And that's what we come out called astrophotography. We can move people around. You're still going to be, like this woman, she's a sun in Gemini, okay? You're still going to be your same sun sign. But there's all these advanced in astrology, so we can do reports and say, okay, you're born in San Francisco, but what would you like to be like in Chicago, or San Francisco, or New York City, or Tokyo? And we have those abilities, so it's really fascinating. But it's any subject, George, and sometimes people just say, look, I want a whole thing. Business, health, love, whatever it is, travel, and opportunities to change their lives for good.
You've studied UFOs in connection with astrology. What's the tie-in there?
Oh, Lord. Well, again, my podcast section called ROTHSCHILD, Mark Learner Astrology Radio, they're all complimentary. And I got into this a long time ago in the first hour. Growing up, I was the day the earth stood still. As a little kid, the first one, black and white, not the one that came out later with gamma readings, which is okay, but the first one was like absolutely amazing. Spaceship, hopefully I'm spoiling, landing on the White House lawn. And by the away the director was Robert Wise, that 14 years later he did The Sound of Music. So, I mean, that's unbelievable. A guy does a science fiction classic and then does The Sound of Music, right? But the thing is that you see, this is all part of what the government, not just the U.S. government, all the governments in the world. There's something, you had people on before, some of these people passed away. You know, Michelle Stanton and so on, you know what I mean? Was that majestic and all these different things about all that data and then what happened with the, under the Truman Eisenhower administration. And I watch these different shows, presidents and so on. Now, we don't know what the truth is. So what I do is I find like the Kenneth Arnold game, the Flying Saucers, 324, the Roswell game, and other games, and then I draw the charts to them. So I can tell people right now the planet Chiron, which is a broad cometary body, is very connected to all of this stuff. And we didn't discover it until 1977 when Star Wars came out.
Hold on for a second, Mark. We'll be back to wrap things up and take final call.
I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom at Sinkhole has opened up in Beverly Hills. Police say they have temporarily closed northbound Beverly Drive to Coldwater Canyon because of the hole, and is advising people to avoid the area and find other ways around. Evacuations have been ordered in parts of Ventura and Santa Barbara counties because of an increased risk of flash flooding and debris flows, especially in burn areas after that latest atmospheric river storm moving through California. LA School District Union employees will hold a rally in Grand Park in downtown LA tomorrow. Two unions representing the workers are trying to negotiate new labor pacts with the district. If they don't get one, could announce plans for a strike that could close down schools. Southwest Airlines says it plans to hire more people after the scheduling system and buy more equipment for the winter to avoid mass cancellations like it experienced in September. Southwest lost more than $200 million in the fourth quarter of last year because of the cancellation. Southland weather to KFI, rain tomorrow morning, high in the 50s and 60s. Rain to end by late tomorrow. It's 55 in Central, maybe 56 in Orange. We leave local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
In Culver City, this is about the 405 southbound at National. We have a crash there. Picking up the left lane, you're seeing delays from just before the 10. And in Claremont, this is on the 210 westbound before baseline. Clean up crews from an earlier wreck. They're picking up the left lane there. Watch with the delays from Mountain Avenue. Into the woods, 405 northbound at Century. We have a crash there. Taking up the middle lane. Your drive is bunching up as you approach. KFI and the Sky helps get you there faster. O'Brien Van.
On Ice-T's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to Ice-T's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. The sensors on the ceiling of an elevator which can smell urine so that they can quickly send over a cleaning crew in the elevator. But what we have, though, is a breakdown in cultural norms because I never remember there was ever a problem with people urinating in public. I never even considered that. That's live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Startup tends to become so much better after I'm done with this. Instant startup. People say, why are we waiting?
Number 2 as one of the worst. It's just You look at airports all over the world, they'll handle. They're all better than LAX, which is a disaster. Live 6 to 9 a.m.
This chance of any language.
On demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. This woman on an airplane. You know,
That's cool. Guys, you know?
You just stay in your seat. No! Come on! Get the Starbucks! Live 4 to 7 p.m. on Data Box and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. No one knows. It comes and goes. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Are there people among us who aren't really people? Think about that. Next hour, Tim Schwartz joins us and we'll talk about their latest work, and then the others among us that he wrote with Sean Castillo on Coast to Coast. And we'll be back in a moment with Mark Lerner to take final calls on Coast to Coast AM as well. Have you signed up yet for the wonderful thing of being a Coast Insider?
Hi, this is Gary from Carolina, Texas. Loyal listener since 1996. I love being a Coast to Coast Insider because I can download shows to my phone and listen anywhere in Texas. From our Gulf Coast beaches to the mountains of Big Bend.
Hi, I'm Pam from Denver. I've been a Coast to Coast Insider for many, many years and love it. I get to listen whenever I want and get to tap into art shows, showboats. You too can get these goodies. Become a Coast to Coast Insider today.
This is Jack. I'm a Coast Insider and I love the show. I can replay the show from the night before or anytime with the show archived. All of the guests are very informative and super entertaining. Sign up and become a Coast Insider today. You'll be glad you did.
You sure will. It's 15 cents a day. You can sign up one of two ways. Our website, coasttocoastam.com. At the top it says Insiders. Click that and sign up. Or with our app, so download that. That is absolutely free. And once you have the app downloaded, click profiles and descriptions, and you can sign up to be an insider that way as well. And as I've been mentioning over the past several months, if you live in Canada now and worldwide, you can become a Coast Insider as well. Now here's something for you if you're a little jittery.
Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress. Then wind down at night with Accelerate for mental and physical relaxation while naturally cleansing and detoxifying. Promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and Elevate. George's Power Pack.
I actually started studying not long ago, and I was just blown away from what it's done for me with energy and focus and clarity, and it's all now full of opportunity, and I'm making interest off my weight. I was feeling an underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. These are the gifts. My mood has been incredible, and I absolutely love these. Well, I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it home, it would last until I took the Accelerate. So before I started taking the Elevate and the Accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety or mood swings. Since taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication, both prescriptions. It's generally happier person.
I probably have an anxiety or panic attack every 4 or 5 days, and I have not had one depressive thought. I have not been anxious.
I'm not getting jittery. First time I took this pill, I didn't know what to do with myself. It just felt good, clear-headed. I felt focused. There was like a drive inside of me all of a sudden. I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Definitely know that the other day not only gives you energy, not only gives you the vitamins in my body, but it helps me with my mood, and you know what? It makes my husband happy.
Yours is power back. Order now and receive free gifts of Be Slim, refreshing weight loss tablet. Accelerate, elevate, and be slim. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or healthylooking.com. If you want to improve your marksmanship, you need a Mantis X. The Mantis X can improve your ability dramatically and is a must-have for every responsible gun owner, and I want to stress that, responsible gun owner. The Mantis X is a high-tech but easy-to-use system used extensively by the military that improves your aim quickly and gives you the confidence in your ability to protect what you love. And here's how it works. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm and connect with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong and how to correct your techniques. The Mantis X is a firearms instructor in your pocket. 94% of the people who do it improve within 20 minutes using Mantis X. The best part is you can use it at home. That people in the world do what they call dry fire practice at home, and the Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo. All you have is right there. You have a ton of money, and improve your shooting, will save a lot. Start improving
Real people, real stories.
I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It was pretty miserable. So I started taking Avora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
I developed this lymph problem, but the chemotherapy lasted more, go down, swelling dead. Then I took him into the vet and him checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My dad had issues that developed in his eyes from my veterinarian. He said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. Now the carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Story back with Manager Mark Lerner. Mark, what other projects are you working on these days?
Well, the big thing is I've got so many projects, bunches of podcasts, the one I've been working on about the banking crisis. Again, one thing you were asking me about official stuff. The next 24 hours is very from England originally. That was the week that was.
Yeah, sure do.
This year, when we look back on it, this week with the banking thing, roiling, the world, Ukraine, all these different things that are happening. There's a lot of issues with Israel. We haven't talked about that, which is another whole subject for another time. And then next week, I'm calling the equinox week. But even next week, next Wednesday, the 22nd, Wednesday, when people look at the equinox, the birth of spring in the northern hemisphere, fall in the southern hemisphere, look to Wednesday, March 22nd, and Friday, March 24th of next week are rather auspicious. But the whole 2 weeks, this week and next week, I think we'll look back and say, well, wow, there's a couple weeks of March when with the banking thing and so many other things are all tied together as part of the thing and really say, well, what do you think is happening this year? A lot of these events now are all connected together, economically, socially, culturally, the war situation in Europe, America and China, trade issues, debt ceiling, people's confidence in money, cryptocurrency, everything is bouncing around, and eventually things have to, settle down a little bit, hopefully, as we get into, April and May, into springtime. Sure. But right now, things are pretty, powerful and kind of crazy.
All right, back to the phone to go. Next birthday, April 23, 1960, was going to David in Jacksonville, Florida, who wants to read. Welcome to the show. Hi, David.
Hi, George. Hi, Mark.
Good to have you with us. Go ahead, Mark. You want to read?
Yeah, that's true. 1 month after the last caller. So on the same page is what's called ephemeris that has all the planetary positions every day for like 100 years and 200 years. It's pretty amazing what we have now in our field. So the amazing thing about you is you're sometimes Taurus, as you undoubtedly know. But when I was trying to bring up about Chiron, because there was a rising planet that was undiscovered when the flying saucers began. That's an exact time chart for the and you were born the one day of the entire year, even though you're a sunshine Taurus, which is connected to Venus, the planet of love, and creativity, and business and finance, which is the area where you. It's not so much like people saying in astrology, oh, you're a Taurus, so therefore you're great with money. It's more like as a soul-infused personality, because any Taurus, any person coming in the Taurus time period, you need to make sure that you know how to deal with money. So you have to study economics, you have to study about business. But you are connected to Chiron because when it was discovered, which was on November 1, 1977, it's sitting exactly at the degree in Taurus where your sun is. So that means being a shaman, being a mentor, he opened doors to higher consciousness. The show Rod Show's Twilight Zone, he was born at Chiron coming back to the Integration Chart. He lived at Chiron side for 50 years, and then when Chiron came back, he passed away. So the thing is, studying the fifth-dimensional stuff, you see UFOs, you're on the show, even though you're a sunshine course, you need to be pragmatic and down to earth. You need to sort of get into all of these holistic and alternative situations because you are literally born, every person born on April 23rd of any year. Just remember, you're connected to what's called Chiron, so Chiron. And it was the 77 when Star Wars came out in Memorial Day weekend and then Close Encounters with Steven Spielberg. 1977 changed a lot of things. But just get into Chiron, there's a lot of stuff on our website about it, and we have a report people should get. It's called 4 Asteroids in Chiron, and you should get one of those and learn more about it.
Thanks, David. Next up, we're going to 1940, 2840. Ron's with us in New Jersey and wants to get a question. Hey, Ron, go ahead.
Hi, George. Hi, Mark. But I just want to know about my future love life and my future love life my future life in general.
All right, love life and life in general for Ron.
So I want to make sure you said February 8th of 1940.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is when my grandmother is an Aquarius. Not 1940, but on February 8th. I remember that. And you have really, you're not just a sun in Aquarius, but you have the moon in Pisces. Okay, so you're born right after the new moon. So one of the things I can tell you is that there are 13 new moons in the course of the year. Okay, if you could become a moon watcher, you don't even have to do it astrologically, but when you see there's a new moon, of course with my astrology calendar, you can get into that. That's the only different time, and it doesn't have to be Aquarius, Sun, or Pisces moon. Every month you have a new moon. That's when you're kind of on, okay? And when I say on, that means that good things can happen, because this is another thing. In astrology, you have like a birthday, okay, what's called solar return. Everybody's got a birthday, we've got these birthday reports, and you can learn about yourself that way. But there's this whole other thing, which is like we're all born during the phase of the moon. And people may not realize this, but there are 13 repeating phases, and that's how a lot of good things can happen, whether it's love and so on. You also have Mercury in Aquarius, and your moon in Pisces, which is the Venus. And these are the two end times. So what I would just say is, no astrologer, no psychic can say to a person, okay, on such and such a day, you can meet this person and fall in love. But the key thing that's going on is that you have a lot of Aquarius and Pisces, and therefore being very sensitive to another person. And probably that person will need to have some of the opposite signs, like Leo and Virgo, often opposites attract. So if you meet somebody and you have Leo and Virgo, you might want to connect back to my website and get something like what we call a synastry report. You want to have somebody who's different from yourself, which is the traditional Sagittarius sun would attract like a Leo opposite. Sometimes that's an alignment. Another alignment for Aquarius sun would be a Gemini sun person or a Libra because you're all air signs. It's a very fine art because it's a little bit involved. No astrologer can say, on such and such a day, you're going to meet the love of your life and that's it. Because we all have free will, and the part of that is we can't control everything that happens to us, but we can control our response to what happens to us. And that's the other part of between destiny and fate, and the fact that we do have a certain amount of free will, particularly in how we respond to all the situations that happen. So good luck. I think there's a lot of good energy for you in order to be able to meet a good person.
Mark, if two people have birthdays several days apart, are they going to be similar or still different?
Well, in my own family, one of my sisters met somebody born the same day 2 years earlier. Sometimes that's what happens. In other words, when you come from your own psychology, some people are about before time because they're sort of sort of develop that kind of energy, like whether it's Pisces or any area or so on. It's generally speaking when you study the field of astrology, and again, everything is different because the thing is, it's kind of like all the cards keep moving. So one of the things about astrology, like in science, it's like you're trying to find, or mathematics, 2 + 2 = 4, that's always going to be true. And when you study about like scientific things, this is why scientists think that astrology is so on because it's like they call it a real time. It's not a real time. So one of the things is to kind of keep moving. It's a day, which was like a brief discovery. But I sometimes find these things that are unbelievable of what I call synchronicity. But the answer is you have to have an astrologer like myself, or whoever you go to, or study the lot and compare your whole chart, to that person's chart. You look for strengths, you look for weaknesses, and they're basically what we call the trines and sextiles, which are triangular related, or sort of putting a 6-pointed star in the 2 charts. Now, these are favorable, whereas too many what we call squares or right angles or oppositions, often that represents tension between people. It doesn't mean it can't work out. So every relationship is unique.
Next up, we're going to birthday July 12, 1949. Mary Elaine in Long Beach, California, with a question for the Rockies. Hello, Mary Elaine.
Hello.
Hello. Good to have you with us. What's your question for Mark?
I'm concerned about my son born January 18th, 1977. I just would like to know what's in store for him.
Okay, so this is not for you.
No, it's for my son.
January 18, 1977. Mark, what's up for him?
And when we say the first thing, okay, you're a sun-sign Cancer, and so your psychic is sensitive, and as a mom, that is a beautiful thing, because your son is in the sign of Cancer means, you're the first person who when I've been on, whoever did that. You see what I mean? Now, January 18, I know so many Capricorn individuals, and a person very, very, very close to me who was born on January 18th. So the thing is, when you ask about that, the relationship you have with your son is you're the Cancer, a water sign, and he's a Capricorn. So the thing I can tell you is, you haven't said why you're concerned about him and so on. But let me tell you, kind of give you the main answer, and then you can follow up with me, is that everybody born on January 18 and 19, okay, January 17, 18, 19, regardless of age, you're all having Pluto cross your sun. And Pluto has, we talked about this before, George, Pluto has come back to the U.S. chart. It had never done this before. Four days before the Ukraine war started, Pluto came back to the U.S. It came back 3 times last year. It's going to come back again, and it's sitting there right now, okay? So your sun there, he's been having Pluto on his sun, okay? And Pluto is the god of the underworld. And so your concern is warranted. I can't tell you what's going to happen. What I can tell you, and everybody else born around this date, January 17, 18, 19, 20, of any year, is that you have to learn sort of get into the mysteries of life. You have to get the person to open up psychologically and emotionally.
on the blocking. So a few things. One, if you click someone's profile picture, the two things that show up first are block and report. And then the next thing is like send message. So it's like almost subliminally, they're just telling you to like block or report them, like something's wrong. When it's really not always that the case. I feel a lot of times it happens accidentally to people, but also it can affect people's accounts in a major way. For instance, I know that one thing Elon Musk now is relationships over Twitter, and recently they figured out the algorithm it's like basically you will be shadow banned if you had a certain number of people who had blocked. Okay, fine. But before, for big accounts, it was all like if it was over 10, it didn't matter if you had 20,000 followers or 10 followers. It was just if you had 10 people who blocked you, you would be shadow banned unless you were like a special blue check mark or something like that. And to me, if they're not doing protocols at Twitter is amazing because it's such a nice platform, and many times people do it accidentally.
Mark said 1964. You've got a minute and a half, Mark. Go ahead. Hi, Jody.
Hi, Mark. Thank you. Hi, Felix. Thank you. Mark, I just want to ask you. I have 7 planets in water, but I have a Jupiter. It's in Gemini, and I write a lot because Jupiter's the place, for the mind and writing. So I want to know. But all that water makes me really psychic. So I want to include me succeeding with writing.
Well, okay, I'm glad you asked that question. I'm looking at, I see everything you just said, all the planets and water. So the water part of you is your vivid imagination, as you and Dad, because you already know some astrology, okay? And you have a moon probably in Aquarius if you've had your chart done. And for that, it's wide open to universality. The beautiful thing about Jupiter and Gemini, for any of you listening, is that's Mercury's sign. And Mercury rules writing, okay, writers and literature. And Jupiter is often considered not too strong in that sign because Mercury is in charge of it. However, Jupiter is the planet of abundance, and you definitely want to keep doing what you're doing because you all have a grand sign. You have Jupiter and Neptune. Jupiter's in Gemini, Neptune, and Libra, and you're moving in Aquarius. So you're gifted with what's called the grand triangle. Keep doing the writing, and then your Jupiter will also come back in 2 years. And that is, it may take you a while to get all the things going, but stay with it, and when Jupiter's in Gemini, in particular in 2 years, you come out with what you're doing, and then maybe you do something more, second book, third book, and so on.
Mark, you got the website if you would.
Yeah, www.greatbearenterprises.com. A lot of complimentary stuff. As I said before, we've got 40% off on reports, 3-in-1 special reports, discounted, and my classes in the School of Planetary Studies. People can learn astrology at a very discounted price, 36 1-hour lessons, and a whole bunch of other things. And I really appreciate being on with you, George.
Mark Bruner, the astrologer who performs quite admirably when he's on our program and for people who call him. Up next, Tim Schwartz joins us. He wrote a book with John Castillo called Mimic, The Others Among Us. Wait till you hear what this is all about.
Never miss a detail on a show or a guest. Sign up for the Coast to Coast email newsletter. Available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
Hi everyone, I'm Kate Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoon got smarter.
From Washington,
By the way, that's here in Gateway. Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekend. Really heavy rain comes through. We're covering more stories from more places, more often, with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News, join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
After an incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico, liftoff returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. The golf is live all through the world. It's the battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf from the CW.
Are you ready for this?
Every Friday on CW. of KPLA 5, the Steve Young over the years, I've encountered thousands of inspiring, thought-provoking quotes, and now, after that knowledge comes to you in my new daily life, I see let's dive in. I'll break down why these words matter and reveal personal stories that show their impact in my life. Listen to IC Daily Games every weekend on iHeart Radio app, Apple Podcast, or wherever you get your podcast. Portions of the following program will be recorded. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI, AM 640. KFI live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. KFI, AM 640. Your smart device was made for more than just dumb jokes and weather reports. Tell your smart device to play KFI AM 640. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Holding accountable. I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A senior care center in LA and 3 managers have been criminally charged in connection with the deadly COVID-19 outbreak.
14 people were killed and more than 100 were stricken in the outbreak. LA County DA Jones says a patient from New York was admitted to Silverado Beverly Place in 2020. He says the patient was not tested nor required to quarantine.
The protocols were intended to slow the spread of this dangerous virus, especially in working with vulnerable populations.
The patient tested positive for COVID-19 the day after they were admitted. The 14 deaths include the nurse who admitted that patient. In LA, says Trolley KFIU.
Silverado says its top priority has always been providing world-class care to people and denies all charging. The number of people in the state reporting damage to their cars from potholes has peaked since one of the biggest storms in California hit. The Auto Club of Southern California's Jeff Schiff says potholes can not only impact tire rims, but suspension too.
On average, the cost of a pothole repair, it varies between $250 to more than $1,000.
Schiff says we've seen potholes all over Southern California. With more atmospheric rivers on the way, Caltrans says it's working hard to respond to emergencies. Facebook parent Meta is cutting another 10,000 jobs and will not fill 5,000 more open positions. The company announced 11,000 job cuts in November, about 14% of its workforce at the time.
CEO Mark Zuckerberg making the announcement in a message to staff, saying it's part of his effort to make 2023 the company's year of efficiency.
ABC Mike Zabowski says the company is spending $5 billion in expenses, and it says it will be decided by the recruiting team to make further cuts in April. No tickets have been sold back in all 6 numbers in tonight's Mega Millions drawing. That pushes Friday's jackpot to $254 million. Lottery officials say one ticket matching 5 numbers, but missing the mega number, was sold at Home-Style Donuts in Norwalk. That ticket worth an estimated $2.3 million. Southern weather from KFI, flood advisories in effect for Orange, Riverside, and San Diego counties. We expect minor flooding on roads and low-lying areas. Up to half an inch of rain per hour is expected overnight and tomorrow morning, and then it could dry up by late tomorrow, highs in the 50s to low 60s. Mostly cloudy at Thursday for the weekend. It's 55 in Brea, 54 Lake Forest, 55 in Marine Del Rey, 56 in Burbank. We leave local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy.
What would you do if the secret cabal of the most powerful folks in the United States told you, hey, let's start a coup? Back in the 1930s, the Marine Corps, all that stood between the U.S. and Saturday. I'm Ben Bullard. I'm out there and join us for this sordid tale of ambition and treason and what happens when evil tycoons have too much time on their hands. Listen to Let's Start a Coup on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you find your favorite shows. Yeah, visit UKFreedom.org or call 833-422-4255. That's the dedication to COVID-19. Brought by the California Department of Public Health. You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you. That's awesome.
Be careful, mister.
Yes, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where is your mouth and taste?
What?
Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a clogged drain, call Zero Zero Plumbing and Air. Go online at RothSCHILD.com.
Jacoby and Myers is here to help you get the justice you deserve. We specialize in serious injury cases and have been fighting for our clients since 1972. Trust Jacoby and Myers to be your guide, your advocate, and your support system. With our unmatched experience and expertise, you can rest assured that you'll get the compensation you deserve. Plus, our consultation is always free. Call Jacoby Myers today and let us help you navigate the legal process and get the justice you deserve. Jacoby Myers, justice for you since 1972. Are you angry today? I'm perpetually I'm not supposed to be on this planet. It's a terrible mistake. But 5 years old, I should be here. I know I'm the victim of some massive practical joke. I'm just waiting for the day. Sunday cans are waiting for me to book. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the IR radio app. The people are the sovereign in this country. We don't have a king, we don't have a queen. How do we get our officials? Who runs this country? Those that are elected by the people of the United States. Bill handle. Why have a commission if you just get overridden by the court system? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the IR radio app. People in prison committed crimes, period. And that's all that matters. They're telling their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And yet we are in the business of crime. Done again. They don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the IR radio app. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI, AM 640. Call this up to KFI, AM 640. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Yorrie. Now, what if you could never be sure who was really human? What if that person next to you had a secret that could change everything you thought you knew about reality? Tim Schwartz and John Castillo, along with some of the most talented paranormal researchers of our time, have presented compelling evidence that humans are not alone on this planet, but the question remains, who or what are the others? Their latest work is called Mimic, The Others Among Us. Tim is with us next on Coast to Coast. Tax season is always a crazy time, isn't it? But it can feel even more stressful if you fall victim to fake IRS calls. Scammers pretending to be IRS agents will ask for personal information, bank accounts, or for you to wire money on the spot. Be smart, just hang up. The IRS normally contacts taxpayers through the mail.
It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives, and your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity, though, can be easy with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own, like loans taken out in your name. If you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Identity theft protection starts here. Join now, save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com. Use promo code George for 25% off. Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because he denies sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with HUD.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance. And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, 10 Sports Back with us. Indiana native and Emmy Award-winning television producer, videographer, author of a number of popular books, including Alien Artifact, Tim Schwartz's Big Book of Extraterrestrial Encounters, The Lost Journals of Nikola Tesla, and so many more. Tim is also the co-host with Jim Steinberg on the radio show The Pedicast, and his latest book that has just come out is called Mimic, The Others Among Us, that he wrote with Sean Castile. Tim, welcome back, my friend. How have you been?
Why, thank you, George. I've been great, and as always, it's a real pleasure talking with you again.
I'm looking forward to this one. This one is a strange story, isn't it?
It really is a strange story, but I tell you, it's amazing once you get into this subject and start looking into it, how much our history has really been intertwined with whatever these things are.
How did the subject matter come to your attention?
Well, it first came to me years and years ago. And George, you're probably too young to remember this, but there was a time when you could go to the drugstore and actually buy quality paperback books on paranormal subjects. They're usually about 50, 75 cents a piece. Just perfectly affordable for a kid interested in this stuff. Well, I ran into this book called Our Haunted Planet by John Keel. And in this book, he had just a little section, and it really was more of a stepping off point, talking about other subjects. But he subtitled this section called Mimics of Man.